Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you are watching. Thank you so much for choosing Trembe TV today as we start out our open forum political discussion show from the heart of the city of Nairobi to the rest of the world. We are so excited about this fresh new day, even as we have an opportunity to air what we feel and think about the latest development on our political front. And to start us out is DP RUTO'S running mate, Gachagua himself. He says police officers should get degrees in order for them to get better jobs. Now, emphasis better jobs. Kwani hii kazi ya polisi si kazi muhimu kwa deputy president wa Kenya Kwanza? Naomba tujadili hii kwa kina tunapoendelea na mjadala wa leo. Of course, Baba and team today were launching Azimio la Umoja Manifesto. What do you think? What do you feel about the whole program? And what is in the menu? Is it good for Kenya or what? Let us get talking. And there are those that could not meet the required standards by Jebukati and IEBC, and so they are off the ballot until further notice. WANJIGI, NYAMBANE, and others miss the cut. Let's get talking. Welcome everybody around the world. Thank you so much for choosing Tembe TV again. As we continue with the broadcast, we look forward to having a great time together as we explore different avenues and different angles of looking at our politics and what the future holds for this great country. Welcome again. Well, the link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will be in this space for us to talk ana kwa ana, hata tunavyojadili kwa kina masuala yanayohusu siasa zetu na vile tunaweza kuendelea na kufanya nini to make good progress in terms of ensuring that our country does not get stuck in one place. Please make use of that particular link and get in this very studio. What a day it was. 10 points Azimio agenda Kenya to the middle class, to middle economy in 5 years. Baba and Mama leadership. Fred Mombeki, karibu sana. Bakis Muhammad, good evening to you. Azimio inaezekana na baba na mama, asante sana. Kuna Yune Dryoska, hey. Fatima Nasimiu, good evening to you. Arab Rono Sami, asante sana. TV Fake, Hipio Obiero se Asenat. Thank you so much. Things are good here in Nyayo Stadium. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Lintale, first Bono Magi, asante sana. Mwalimu Mbate Mwaringa, asante sana. Laban Kibutui. Wow. Kuna Samuel nani huyu Londeja Lokole. Hey, nakuambia Jackton Ogutu, karibu. Bakis Muhammad, Shak Sabai, Edika Handsome Wanyahururu, karibu kwa show. Thank you so much. Patrick Kibigen, Ngeleche. Wow. Nakuambia majina yenu ngumu kweli. Asante sana kiongozi, karibu kwa show. Mike Maweu, you're welcome. Daudi M, thank you so much. Hatujatoka Nyayo, basi kimbieni huko, mambo isha chacha. Tutaendelea tukiwasubiri mkitoka Nyayo. Lazima kipindi kiendelee na lazima kila mmoja apate nafasi ya kuchangia. Emily Sagala, karibu kwa show. Kuna Rajab Abdallah, karibu kwa show. Tobaya Othiambo, thank you so much. Wycliffe Baba Yao, asante sana. Jeremiah Morisia Mosiria, yes. Alafu kuna Nyangara Chris Jeremy, thank you so much. Kuna Mary Wainaina, karibu kwa show. Nancy Muruli, thank you so much. Evelyn Filora. Wow, asante sana kila mmoja, tunashukuru. Tuendelee kwa pamoja. Unapotupata tu basi hakikisha unakaribisha wawili watatu wajumuke nasi katika kipindi cha leo tunapoangazia masuala ya kisiasa. Running mate wa Deputy President William Ruto mwenyewe anaitwa Gachagua, anasema polisi wapate degree ndio wapate kazi bora, kwani swali ni polisi kazi ya polisi si kazi na Kenya kwanza inasimamia kazi ni kazi. Sasa nini tena? Imekuwa tena polisi wanadunishwa wakiambiwa wapate degree kwanza ndio wapate kazi bora. Tungependa kuzungumzia hiyo kwa kina. And of course baba na timu yake leo wamelaunch Manifesto 10 points, alafu manifesto ya Azimio na Umoja One Kenya Alliance. Sijui wewe unaiona vipi? Hii ndio ile ama tusubiri nyingine? Naomba kila mmoja tujiunge pamoja, tukahakikishe kwamba hakuna anayesalia nyuma hata tunapochambua siasa zetu. Tunashukuru kila mmoja mahala popote ulipo. Mtembei TV yapatikana kila sehemu ya dunia, bora tu uwe na internet. Ukisha connect wa internet utapata Mtembei TV kwa njia iliyo safi na kwa njia iliyo steady, hivi kwamba utaweza kufuata kila ambacho kinaendelea hapa na hakuna chochote ambacho utakosea, kwa sababu tuko imara kuhakikisha kwamba kila Mkenya anamakinika kulingana na siasa zetu na siku zetu zinazokuja. We appreciate it. The link nani huyu anaitwa Jared Joram Wangira, mtoto wetu ndio huyo. The link I've shared it again. Thank you so much. Olosevia, asante sana. Isaac wa Mutoro, karibu kwa show. Let's get talking. Stephen, habari ya leo?
Good sana Bernard, good evening.
Good evening to you. How is the going?
Everything is fine. Tumepata mvua huku tangu juzi, so tunashukuru at least mwaka huu tutapata kilimo. Yes, Mike, how are you?
Aha.
I'm good, okay. Brother, I'm good, brother.
Thank you.
Okay, sisi ni waanzilishi, tumejitokeza mapema leo.
Haya, sawa.
Okay. Karibuni kwa launch.
Okay. Let me start with because I've not got time to check the manifesto launch. I just got home, yeah. But let me start with what's happening in IBC at Bomas. I think hizi vitu wa Gachagua anavuta zimeanza kupatia watu effect huko Nairobi. So it should be regulated, lazima kuwe na mambo itafanyika. I was watching someone banning a voter's card live on TV. This is just impunity, you know. It's not even making sense. Alafu Wanjigi naye amekuja na story zake, but what is making me so happy is Okot, through Okot saying that he wants to block Raila from contesting with a funny letter. So does Okot know that if Raila is blocked, this country will be disbanded within minutes? He doesn't know this. You know, some people are trying to bring animosity in this country. Some other things cannot happen. It's the other way around. Raila can block the elections, but not the elections to him be blocked from the election. It's the other way around. These people have to come out from their sleeping dreams. Kwa sababu he's the only person in the world who said people should not vote in the last election. Majority of the people did not vote. So how do you block such a person from contesting in an election? Surely these people, hii kitu wa Gachagua anavuta, ajaribu kuvuta peke yake, aende avutie huko kwa bahari kidogo huko kando, because the effect is now coming out to be disastrous. So hii kitu wana wawache hii story mingi, wapatie tu mzee nafasi yake. Hii ni nafasi yake, mzee atutengenezee inchi tuende mbele. The other thing is about the confused man. How do you tell us that you want to give policemen jobs? What are they doing there? Because a policeman is already working. For him to be in the police force, he's employed. He's enjoying full benefits of the police service. So you telling us that you want to give police degrees so that they can get other jobs? Nani atatulinda sasa kama polisi wote watakuwa na degree? Does this guy even knows what he's speaking when he comes out there? Surely Bernard, ama ni ile kitu tunasema, let them continue making the same mistakes. It's funny. It's funny.
That microphone should be kept on his mouth. That microphone should be kept on his mouth, and the person on the mixer and the amplifier should add volume
Hey,
so that the whole country understands.
it's really interesting, Bernard. It's really interesting because now, just in front of the DP, it's even shocking. How do they go and talk in the boardroom when they after these rallies? How do they discuss? How did you perform? How did they perform? Don't they make corrections? You next time don't speak these things. Is he a loose dog? Ama ni vile tunasema he's out of control. It's beyond control. Hata Ruto pia hawezi kumcontrol. I think let them continue that way. We have 60 days for them to make many mistakes, many mistakes. So it's interesting how he's coming out, by the way. Sasa wacha endelee kuongea kesho. Now it's upon now. You have to look what tomorrow he'll say, what he'll say the next day. Yani imekuwa tu raha sasa kuangalia watu wakifanya vituko zao. Okay, the other thing is about okay, the manifesto. I think I didn't have the time to watch it live, but tomorrow I'll have time to watch it. Tomorrow I'll give my views on it. For now, I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Now, Okuru Akot, you want to block Raila so that he can open for himself, or what happened? I thought he was blocked by IBC. Where does Raila come in?
Just the confusion, it's just the confusion. Because if you read that letter, the way the letter is addressed, the letter is just like it's addressed to Ruto. It's not to Raila, because Raila is not in government.
So he doesn't know that his name is Okuru Akot and not Raila Odinga. So it's got Raila Odinga has been cleared. It's Okuru Akot that has been blocked. So he should write a letter, protest letter to IBC in his name for himself. Where does Raila come into that play?
These people should observe lens. They should observe lens. You can't fight some other people. It's just unrealistic. Ni vitu zengine haiwezekani. Like you remember this guy called George Obodo, the guy who said if Corona touches Baba, we'll disband this country. It's not a joke. These things can happen. These things can happen. Going by the past, these things can happen. So hao watu wawe makini na vitu wanaongea, by the way. Let them just wait.
Sawa, asante sana bwana Steven, tunashukuru kwa utangulizi wako. Nashukuru kila Mkenya mahala popote ulipo unajiunga na Mtembei TV. Tunakujia moja kwa moja kutoka Nairobi, Kenya. Please, kama unatupata, hakikisha unakaribisha familia nzima kutazama kipindi hiki ili wamakinike kisiasa. Kusikuwa na yoyote anayesalia nyuma kwa mabadiliko haya ambayo yanakuja kwa fujo katika nchi hii kwa msimu huu. I really want to appreciate those of you in the comment section. Please, let's keep it up. Let's keep it clean. Heshima idumu. Bwana Mike, namna gani leo?
Niko salama. Leo nimetangulia kabla mitambo iniangushe. Niseme moja ama mbili ndio nitoke nje. Stephen is saying something and we are laughing because it sounds like a joke. But what Stephen is real. I hope I'm back now. Am I back?
You're okay. Go ahead.
Good. What I'm saying is that what Stephen is saying might sound like a joke, but it's not a joke. And the events before and the events happening now can confirm what he's saying. Yesterday, I happened to have been in Nakuru at the rally for Raila at Mazembe grounds. What you see behind here is a cape that was acquired in the field. What people might not know is that people pay to attend Raila's function. They are not paid to attend Raila's function. I paid for this cap to just have the privilege of getting close to the VIP section at 300 shillings. And to show loyalty and patriotism to the cause which we all subscribe to. What Stephen is saying can also be confirmed when people were willing to be shot just to defend Raila when he came from America. There are many people who died, but media has never come up to give the numbers. But I know at least 10 people were shot and others were slit by the Nairobi businessmen, the people who we saw assembled on national TV wearing military gear and the rasta. So there are people who are willing literally to die, not in a figurative way, but in a literal way, for a cause which they believe. And that is why when people say we want a Mandela moment, they can relate this to men and women who were running in the streets in South Africa, taking bullets for their country and following their father of liberation, Mandela. So what we are talking about here is not fiction, is not a joke, but it is real. We subscribe to an ideal which has been tested over time. People who have a history of fighting for democracy, for free speech, free movement, free association, for equality, people who have fought for corruption. These are people who Kenyans are willing to fight for and pay to even attend their functions. So, Stephen, I agree with you that Baba is in a very, very totally different class. If I don't want to go religious because people will say we are idolizing him. So I'll suspend that statement I was about to make. I will forever be grateful to Gachagua for standing up and
Okay, pole pona mic, inaonekana bags are still in your place. I cleaned my own today. I hope we stick on all through. We must make this Kenya great by ensuring that the very best that God has for this particular country comes to pass through the best of the leadership that we can get through these general elections. And so let everybody play their role. Let everybody be committed to a better Kenya by reason of our commitment to see to it that we vote in credible leaders. Naomba tumsikilize Mama Selina kwanza, alafu tutaendelea na mkururu. Mama Selina, vipi leo?
Poa sana Pena. Nasikia watu wanasema watakuwa na time ya kuona Nyayo Stadium. Oh my God. Nakwambia Wakenya wameamua. They have decided. Uko nje na ndani imekuwa wonderful. Nimefuata kutokea because nilisema siwezi kosa. Kabla sijaenda hiyo, nafikiria hii mambo ya police, people are choking. Already our inspectors, superintendent of police na ukwenda juu ni watu wako na degree. So our police are learned, wamesoma. Na ukikuja kuongea ati unataka polisi wakuwe na madigrii, kama hiyo yenyu mumeipa, ndio hata mkiambiwa kusimama gavana munaipa. So police are doing the best thing. Na hii watu Pena tu wanashindwa, they don't know what to say. Unajua wamekuja kukutana na watu wenye wasomi na wenye wanajua mambo ya Kenya. Now they want to run to anything. Jana walikuwa natuambia maneno ya leasing ya manyumba 15 years. Leo wanakuja mambo ya police. Chusi walikuwa nasema police wachasoma, kasi yao ni kushika punduki. What do we believe in these people? Anyway, kwa sababu hawana chance, hatutaki kusumbuana na walifanya mzuri kutupatia deputy president from Kenya kwisha, yenye anakwisha kama Kenya kwisha. I think that is the best. Alex, nataka kusema asante. Kuna mtu anaitwa Osoro, alikuwa ameongea mbaya sana Kisii kuhusu Martha Karua na alikuwa naongelesha wamama. Na kuna mtu kutoka pia Kisii walikuwa nasaidia Osoro akiwa hapa Amerika. Imagine wamempigia simu na amekataa. Amesema si yeye. Na hiyo video Penat ilionekana akiongea, lakini amepigiwa simu na sponsors. Kumbe hata hii mtu ni pure sana, amekuwa sponsor hapa Amerika. Niliitisha Alex na kuna watu walikuwa nataka, so nataka kusema asante sana. Kuna watu they are dealing with him because lazima mtu akiongea mambo ya upusi tunakataa. How can a man, a young boy like that, anakuja kusema mother was married for 2 months? Mshenzi sana. Nataka kusema vile Atoli anasema, is that boy married? Hata anajua mambo ya kuoa. Afike 30 years kwa ndoa ndio atuongeleshe. Anyway, I don't want to deal with that. Hiyo ni uchinga. Kenya Kwisha wanatumia watu yao kufanya uchinga. Wacha niseme sasa huyu IPC si baba. Hata baba alikuwa na maswali kwa Chebukati. Huyu Okuru Okot badala aende kotini amustaki Chebukati, anasema baba amefanya nini? Niliona tena Wanjigi ana degree Bernard. Hii watu walisikia condition qualification, watu wanaenda simama na hawana hiyo vitu. Watu waliambiwa ukitaka kukua rais ya Kenya lazima ukue na watu 2,000 kwa 24 counties. Like the other girl she was talking. How could you want to go things that unajua? Bernard, I think tulipatiwa orodha ya kwamba ukitaka kuwa rais, these are the qualification. Ukitaka kuwa governor, hii ndio unatakikana kuwa naye, mpaka MCA. Utachiri na degree haiendi pamoja. Najua watu wengi wametajirika hii nchi yetu ama ulimwengu. It is not about the school. So kama we ni tajiri, usifikirie utajiri itakupeleka kwa mahali. Yes, utajiri ni mzuri, pesa uko naye, Mungu ametubariki tuwe na pesa, lakini kuna mahali pia utajiri yetu haishikani na kalamu. Kuna mahali tunaambiwa hii degree inafanya sisi wengine wenye sasa tulifikiria tuko matajiri, pesa yetu itatusaidia, inatuangusha. Kwa sababu Bernard, usuri ya masomo pia ni wakati unaenda kukutana na international people, unaweza present, unaweza simama, ukuwe na confidence. Yes, kuna watu wako na wisdom. Wisdom ni mzuri uongeze na karatasi. Wanjigi, wewe ulienda ODM ukasema unapigana na Raila. We thought you unajua nini unatafuta. So today umejipatia aibu, una makaratasi, hata running mate yako nasikia ni professor ama amesoma. Najua nashukuru Luolan kwa sababu hawa wana compete. Bernard, tangu 1963 hakuna MP kutoka Nyanza ila amesomea tirisha kama sisi. Ni wale wanatuonyesha ni maprofesa wanashindana kwa village. Professors, doctors, engineers, na ukiangalia members of parliament from Luo Nyanza, since independent, wamesoma. Sasa huyu hata naye msomi ya Nyanza, ulikuwa unaenda kufuata tajiri na ni tajiri ya pesa na we ni profesa. Ona aibu umeleta hata wewe. Tungemsaidia. Hiyo ni Wanjigi. Hiyo Okuru Okot aulisane na Chebukati. Lakini nimeshukuru Wanjigi amemwambia Chebukati, sasa utajua mimi ni tajiri, we utakwisha. Na sisi tumetakanga kupata mtu anatusaidia kwa Chebukati. Oh my God. Sasa baba, tulia, wacha wenyewe waumane. Nae nasikia Kang'ata pia ameenda. Ona hii watu wamesoma. Ona hii maloya, mnatuambia mumesoma na kumbe nyinyi wachinga tu. Ameenda kuchukua mtu acha resign, alikuwa kazi serikali. Haya, akinyimwa anasema tena Ruto anaonewa. Pena, hii masomo ya hii vijana, hii masomo yenu. Eri sisi watu ya enzi ya Moi. Hatukukuwa na hiyo madigrii lakini tulikuwa na wisdom. How can you get a running mate? mwenye Patu kwanza si ya pati, Patu aja resign, alafu ukinyimwa unakuja kulaumu kusema atio unajua watu ya Ruto tunaone si Ruto alisema Chebukati ni watu yake. Kwani imechange aje tena? Penat, we are tired of these people. They are not ready to lead. They are not ready to be leaders. Wamekuwa na uongo mingi. Sasa wananunua certificate. Sasa huko wengine hawana degree na wanataka kukua CEOs. Wengine wanachukua wafanyikazi. Sasa Penat, tutasaidia nani tuwache nani? Azimio ya Umoja, vile Martha Karua ametuambia, she knows, amesema faraisi ni moja. Na hakuna faraisi mbili, hakuna white na red, it is only white. Hii watu ingine they are chokers. So Murang'a hiyo imeenda. Niliona Washingishu, poleni, niliona Washingishu wengine wanataka kusema amani, kiwanja imetulia kwa sababu kuna candidate ya Washingishu governor alikuwa cleared na watu walikuwa wamechaa, na kuna wale vierere walikuwa na wameweka koti moja, so walitaka kutumia hiyo nafasi ya huyo governor kusema uchinga yao. But I want to thank the people of Eldoret, walinyamasia hiyo uchinga yao because wako na kafana yao. Penat, najua ni 3 minutes, pole kwa kuchukua nafasi, na hii watu utatusaidia, tumeakiwa hii vitu after 3 minutes unaona inatoka sijui lakini 2 months mtufanyie vile mnataka. After tarehe 10 tunatengeneza serikali, na najua mtawachana na sisi, na serikali ya baba itaangalia internet kila mahali, na sisi tutarudi kuendeleza na mambo ya Azimio la Umoja. Fred Kasuli, asanteni sana. Umepotea sana wewe. Unakula nini huko Arabia? Thank you so much.
Kwa vizuri.
Fred, kumbe ulienda kujiunga na Ford Kenya. Sisi tulikuwa tunafikiria uko YouTube. Tena umeenda kwa Ford Kenya.
Tawe.
Ford Kenya tawe.
Tena. Nimejikuta kumbe niko na green. Unajua kuna manguo sahi ukifaa, hatutaki kufaa manguo inatupatia shida mpaka after election. Lakini yangu iko na blue na iko na red. Niko na KANU, niko na green Martha Karua. Wewe ni wa Martha Karua. So ukiwa na green tuseme Martha Karua. Otherwise Penat, kuna manguo ukifaa sahi unaweza kuta mawe njiani ama
Sawa, asante sana Mama Selina, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na utangulizi huo. Tunasonga mbele. Thank you everybody, we appreciate it. There were people complaining about my audio. I hope it's now better. I think the camera was bringing in the audio as well as my mic. But kama imeboreka mniambie, kama haijarekebika basi itabidi tuirekebishe. Ningependa kushukuru Mama Selina kwa utangulizi huo. Naomba tusonge mbele.
Endelea
Mama Selina.
Penat, nilikuwa nimeona Isaac amewacha mtoto. Ungeambia Isaac aturuhusiwi kuonekana kwa mtoto. Nafikiri ni mgeni ya kwamba achue mtoto hawezi ruhusiwa kuoneshana uso kwa
Okay. Asante sana kwa kunikumbusha hivyo. Azimio Hustlers, this tafadhali ukiwa kwa screen lazima you keep your camera on. That is the standing order. We want to have quality videos for the people who come to view, especially when the show is over. So you cannot afford to put your camera off. Every time I notice that, I kick you to the quarantine, na unakaa hapo kiasi. Kama urekebiki tunakutupa nje, kwa sababu tuna create nafasi kwa ile mtu wako serious anataka kuongea na aonekane akiongea, kwa sababu kila Mkenya angependa kujua nani anayemuongelesha. Naomba sasa turudi pale juu tukamchukue Wangira atoe maoni yake, alafu tusonge mbele. Mr. Wangira, vipi?
Niko salama, Bernard. We are just happy, Bernard, because we are seeing a lot of hope for this country, Bernard. Hello, everybody. Hello.
Hello
Bernard,
to
I
you.
don't want to spend a lot of time discussing the nonsense and rubbish from Gachagua. Let me just leave it at that and embark on what I think is key part of my contribution today. Bernard, I've been watching Raila's launch of his manifesto, Bernard, and I hope that tomorrow and perhaps the next day you'll dedicate some time so that now we can discuss this particular manifesto in details, Bernard, for the help of those who view us on this particular platform. But what impressed me is what Raila has promised to do in the next 100 days. I've been doing it on shorthand because he was speaking fast, and I tried to pick 2 or 3 points from what he has promised he'll be doing in the next 100 days when he becomes president of the Republic of Kenya. Raila, given what Kenyans have gone through because of the COVID-19 pandemic, Bernard, Raila Odinga has promised that if he becomes president of the Republic of Kenya in the next 100 days, he'll come up with an economic stimulus and recovery program for the people of Kenya. That's wonderful, Bernard, because I know many people are really suffering, Bernard. The levels of poverty because of COVID-19 are now high. And this is something that it should be, this is something that is very, very commendable. He has also promised to review policies in agriculture for the benefit of the farmers. He has promised to come up with affordable credit for livestock producers and also come up with an insurance scheme for them. Raila Odinga said that poaching will be, anybody who engages in poaching will now end up in prison to suffer a life jail term, Bernard. He has promised to come up with favorable policies in fishery and blue economy, Bernard. And he has promised that education, Bernard, in this country will be free from primary school to university. So he has promised the education will be free. 100 days after he becomes president, education will be free. And when he says education will be free, many people are not taking it seriously. But remember that in 2002, Raila Odinga was part of Mzee Kibaki's government, Mzee Kibaki's team, when they promised people that primary education was going to be free. And 20 years later, we are seeing free primary education. Raila Odinga has promised incentives for those who want to invest in manufacturing, and he based so much on the steel industry because Raila Odinga sees steel industry as one way of rejuvenating the Kenyan economy, and he has promised incentives in those particular areas, Bernard. And for the small and medium enterprises, Bernard, Raila has promised funding so that people who are in small and medium enterprises can grow their business. And there's another thing that Raila has come up with. This is what we call prior learning. Prior learning, in Kenya, we don't regard prior learning, and that's why people are running up and down buying certificates. I remember before 1989, a person who you needed to be a court clerk practicing in the court corridors for 7 years, and after 7 years, you could apply and you could go to Kenya School of Law or based on your prior learning, and after that, you could be admitted as an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. It used to happen in this country. And now, because, we don't regard prior learning, that's why you are seeing people running up and down trying to buy certificates left, right, and right. So Raila Odinga is saying that people, especially who are in your Kali industry, those who have learned on job to be plumbers, electricians, machineries, these people, based on the experience that you have gained, you'll be now certified based on your prior learning, and now you'll hold a certificate that will enable you get a better job. that will enable you get a better job. Raila Odinga has also promised to see that our debts are restructured. He has also promised Inua Jamii. Inua Jamii is a very important scheme. Mm. And the reason why I'm saying that Inua Jamii is a very important scheme, many poor people, many old people in the villages don't enjoy any form of pension. And because they don't enjoy any form of pension, unless you have a son or a daughter who can send you 3 or 4 thousand shillings in a month, then you are doomed. And this will go a long way in trying to assist our old men and women in the villages. Bernard, he has also promised to help single mothers, and he has also said that it's going to come up with social protection program to assist young people, especially young people who are unemployed. Then he'll say that you'll see that the cost of living for the Kenyan people is reviewed. I'm just finishing in a half a minute. Then he has also talked about the universal health care in the name of the Baba Care. He has also said that all untrained teachers are going to be absorbed. And he has come up with one good thing. I heard him say that in every police station, there will be 6 policemen who will be stationed there specifically to create a good relationship between the young men and the police. The relationship between the police and the young men, and especially in most of the informal settlement, has not been very, very good. When we know very, very clearly that the police, under Article 244 of the Kenyan 2010 Constitution, are supposed to foster and promote good relationship with the broader society. We have not been seeing that so much because police still treat local mwananchi as their enemies. And now Raila Odinga is saying that we must move away from there, where the police have always regarded you and me, who are civilians, as enemies. We must now become friends. We must now become partners, and that's why he's going to ensure that in every police station there will be 6 police officers specifically stationed there to deal with this particular matter. Then he has said one very, very important thing, that corruption, unless we deal with corruption in this country, then we are just doomed. And he said that if he becomes president in the next 100 days, he'll create a surveillance team. This team will be specifically there to survey on guys. They'll look at survey. I think it will be like an intelligence team on corruption. So they will be just to do surveillance and make the reporting, so that we can be in a position to fight this dragon that he has called a threat to our national security. He has said that corruption, unless we deal with it, then it's going to become the greatest threat to our national security. Then finally, he has said that he's going to foster the East African community. Wacha tu niwachie hapo, I allow somebody else to come in. Asante.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Wangira. We appreciate that submission. We look forward to interact further. Thank you very much. Watu wa comments, asante sana kwa linda heshima. Tafadhali, let's not attack one another. Let's not attack panelists. Let's do what is required to enhance the debate. That's the reason why we're here. We're here to make Kenya better, not to look for who is who, where, why is so and so, where, and all that. Thank you very much. As we continue.
Bernard, perhaps tomorrow but one, you can create some time so that we can look at that particular manifesto further. Because what I've just highlighted is what I was picking quick.
So we'll do that. We'll do that. Thank you very much. Naomba turudi kwa Mike, alikuwa dropped out na network. Tamatisha bwana Mike, tafadhali mbio ukijua masaibu yako.
Yeah, asante Bernard. I will be brief so that I'm not thrown out. I wanted to confirm to you that Raila's functions are organic, and they saw passion. They so much passion in his rallies. People believe in what he says because they have a history with him. When he told them multipartyism is good, they saw it is good. When he told them devolution is good, they are saying it is good. Today, I saw our brother Ruto go to the northeastern people and tell them that I defended you from Raila's BBI of taking away your money. But what he didn't tell them is that Raila took devolution to them. There are some counties like Turkana that had never seen a tarmac road until devolution came. So he has already brought billions of shillings through devolved government. What Ruto is doing, what Ruto calls bottom up, is actually a polite way of saying enhancing devolution. But Ruto cannot use that word devolution because he fought against it. Out of embarrassment, he had to look for another word called bottom up. But when you hear him talk in function, he says, we shall add more money to the CDF so that we have every constituency and every ward with the more funds for youth. That is enhancing devolution and enhancing what is already there. There is nothing new. So I am very happy that Kenyans are seeing with clarity what to make a choice for. I think this year will be one of the easiest years to elect a leader because the choices are very, very clear. They are not as fluid as the previous time. On the issue of Gachagua, I will keep reminding Kenyans that we are forever grateful to Gachagua because he brings up the true picture of Kenya Kwanza. He's actually the true face of Kenya Kwanza. He says what Kenya Kwanza says silently. He brings it out openly that theirs is a government of eating rice in State House. There is a government of looking down on small people like police officers and calling them useless with his brother Malala. So he summarizes the ideals and the aspirations of Kenya Kwanza in a very, very philosophical way, and we should forever be grateful to him for bringing out what we might not have known. So we shall make a decision come 9th, knowing very well what Kenya Kwanza stands for through the eyes of Gachagua. I want to say that I've listened to the manifesto of Raila, and it sums up very well the issues that Kenyans need to address, and they are not quoted with any good words to please people. They are actually very, very, very real, very factual, and very practical and doable. We are The manifesto of Raila does not promise heaven; it promises reality. And those are the things that Kenyans should scrutinize in the coming days, because the money that is supposed to be made available to actualize most of these things will only come through when we seal the loophole of corruption. If corruption is dealt with, Kenya can stop borrowing. So the idea of Ruto saying he's going to renegotiate money so that he stops borrowing, you don't need to even stop borrowing. You can still continue borrowing. I was surprised when I was listening to international news, CNN. Facebook is so liquid, so is other companies, but they go to borrow. They have to keep their liquidity for other purposes. If you borrow as a businessman, you avoid taxes because you are able to balance your books well. So borrowing is not in itself bad, but if we have enough money, countries like America, countries like Britain, they have cash reserves. We don't have a cash reserves. If we have a problem in 2 years, we are in a very big shit. Countries like America have oil reserves of over 20 years. If the Arab countries were to close their borders, they have their internal resources. So Kenya needs to be liquid so that it even has enough money to buy, to subsidize things, to have food reserves, and to make the cost of living bearable by being very liquid, so that central bank does not, they don't go to the local market to borrow money. So there are very many other factors why countries borrow. They don't borrow necessarily because they are cash strapped. They are cash strapped. They borrow to make sure that they are liquid enough to do their local businesses well. For Wanjigi and Nyambane, these are comedians who wanted to have a field day. I'm told when you are cleared for a presidential ticket, you are given bodyguards and some private security. Some people just want the privilege of the flamboyance of running away with escorts for a month or two. So we should not read so much into what they are doing or not doing. I think I will leave it at that and wait for the next session as we deliberate more. Thank you for the time, Bernard.
Asante sana Bwana Mike, tunashukuru.
Yes, Bernard.
It is great. Who is that? Everybody keep your mic mute, please. You don't speak until you're given an opportunity to. That's how to, and then there is a criteria, first come, first served. There is an order we follow. If you want to intercept, you lift your hand. That's how we operate here. Thank you. Now, I was appreciating Mike for that submission, and I urge us to keep it that way. Let's keep within the time limit so that everybody gets an opportunity to speak what they need to speak in good time, so that we don't keep the queue too long. Those of you asking on how to join the conversation, there is a link we keep sharing. You click on that link, allow StreamYard, the app we are using, to configure your camera and your audio, and you will find yourself in this space for us to air what you have on your mind concerning our politics. So thank you very much. Naomba tuende sasa kwa Robert tukisonga hivyo. Yes, Isaac, what is it? Hold on, Robert.
Good evening, panelists.
Isaac, liko nini?
Yes, Bernard. Good evening,
yes,
Bernard.
VP. Good evening
and
to
the
you.
entire team. I salute you all. Thank you,
yes,
sir.
We agree.
Good evening, sir. Now, I want to apologize because I have a daughter who is sometimes very entertaining. And okay, she came in because she was actually serving me some tea here. I want to say sorry to Madam who was speaking. Yes, I wanted to speak about this Gachagua and Eukuro Court.
Isaac, hold on.
These are two comedians that
order. Isaac, hold on, please. Thank you. We'll give you an opportunity we'll give you an opportunity to make your submission. Okay, just hold your horses. It is okay about your daughter. Just make sure she doesn't appear on the screen. It is a YouTube community requirement. It's not just Mtembei TV show standing order. So just observe that and have that in the back of your mind. Otherwise, just wait.
Thank you.
We are coming to you. I know the time you came in and the number you have. I will come to you for you to make submission. There are two people who are ahead of you. Let them make submission, then we'll come to you. Thank you. Mute your mic, please. Thank you. So to Rudicon, Robert, make your submission tafadhali.
Mjamboni na wasalimia nyote. Natumai muko salama. Yeah, Bernard, thank you very much for this opportunity. I normally don't come this early, but the kind of psych and jubilation for this day has found me here very early. It has been a very successful day for Azimio, having launched the manifesto. I will not dwell on into it so much, but just want to mention one key important thing that I've always wanted to happen to this country, and that is moving somebody to initiate that movement from the agriculture to the manufacturing industry, because that is the only way that this country can turn into an African tiger, just like the Asian tigers of Singapore and Korea. Other than that, the manifesto will dwell on it later in detail. I just want to give an overview of, I mean, regarding Gachagua, short, I mean, kidogo tu, kwa sababu that gentleman has got a loose mouth, and in as much as it is benefiting us, I think he's now going overboard and is demeaning sections of society, and I don't know what can be done. Maybe he should be gagged for some time, give us a break, and so that he can go and restructure himself. On a few gentlemen who have tried to make presidency a joke at the IBC, that is, I mean, it shows how we lack seriousness in this country. So many people are pretending to go for elective posts so that they can serve the people, but they themselves have a false start. They're forging papers. What kind of example are we trying to set out there? It is so shameful, and God forbid we don't get these people to positions of leadership. Finally, I want to mention one thing that has irked me so much, and this has to do with one man called Silvanus Osoro. This man is uncouth. He does not deserve to be anywhere near leadership, because the kind of words that he spoke against our deputy president, incoming deputy president, Martha Karua, shows a lot of, he's so juvenile that he should not be given any audience. I don't know why somebody had to even record that clip and circulate it in the social media. He should have just kept it in the village where he was uttering such words, because you cannot, in this modern day and age, you cannot belittle women. Women have a role in society, and in as much as you may be a male chauvinist, you can't wish them away. You are born of a woman, and it cannot be given any space, especially in the media. For that, I'll leave it at that, and join you later. I want to give some other panelists some space to come in and present. Masaa yetu tutaonana. Asante.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Robert, tunashukuru kwa hayo. Tusonge mbele. Kasuti, vipi?
Jano njimula mupapa. Woroche.
Jeve jema mbulireni.
Njano nkwenda kuteve chevo. Abakuka bano.
Greet everybody. Wacha hiyo maneno tafadhali.
Nimesalimia nyote kiwholesale. Nimewasalimia nyote kiwholesale. I hope mko wazima. Sasa wewe, on a lighter note, which is which, Azimio or Hustler? So hii jina imenitatisa sana hapa. Azimio or Hustler? In Azimio we don't have hustlers. We have strugglers. We have people who work hard to make their future great. We don't have hustlers in Azimio. So bwana,
nasubiri wakati atakapoanza kuninitia nieleze vizuri kwa kina.
Bila shaka hii jina imenitatisa sana hapa. Ndugu, na tafadhali utatueleza vizuri. Azimio hustler. Haileti shangwe. Okay. Mimi sitakuwa na mambo mengi ya kuongea, ila tu sijui nini, mbona nyinyi mko na shida sana na Gachagua. Kuna ile hashtag tulisema #pair Gachagua microphone, na ongeze volume. Hivyo tu, #pair Gachagua microphone, na ongeze volume. So nyinyi msikuwe na shaka. The more anapewa airtime is the more anatupatia bonga points. Na mtu mwingine mwenye amefuatia sasa ni huyo Osoro. #pea Osoro microphone. Mwache kulalamika, mpe microphone. The more wanapayuka is the more we get bonga points. For 10 good years wameshinda wakisema tuko na mpango, tuko na sera, tuko na presidential candidate, tuko na sijui Wilbaronomics, lakini sijawahi ona wala sijawahi sikia siku moja ati wamesindua wala wamepublish hizo sera zao ili wananchi wajue ni nini kiko ndani. Wao wanakuja tu kutuuzia tu hiyo Wilbaronomics, sijui Potomsnomics, hizo zote, na ukiuliza mtu hawezi hata ka define those words. Wenyewe wanashindwa, mpaka wenyewe wanashindwa. But today it has been it is in the record, in fact in Guinness Book of Record, that this is one of the best manifesto launch ever happens kutoka Kenya iumbwe. Hatujaona nyingine tena, hata kama tulikuwa na ya CORD, tukakuwa na ya NASA, but this one is unique because it may happen on a very unique way, whereby on a presidential, yani wale watu wanajielewa, yani kwa ile serikali yenye, so nisiseme ya serikali mkose kwenda kupika kura. Hiyo ndio tunaambia watu, ambia mtu mmoja, wawili, watatu, ni serikali tu iwapo utaamka asubuhi na uende ukapige kura vizuri. Tusiseme ni serikali alafu wewe ulale ujisahau. Tunasema baa zote zifungwe hiyo siku, misikiti tu na kanisa ndio itafunguliwa, kwa sababu tunafaa kuomba, na mikahawa yote watu hiyo siku wasikule kwanza, wapike kura alafu wakuje wakunywe chai saa 4, saa 5. That will be good, it will be good, itakuwa sawa. So tusiseme ni serikali watu wakose kupika kura. Story ya kina Mung'are, Walter Mung'are, kuna mtu mmoja nini yake ile ndio electro attention kwangu. Mtu anaitwa Ekuro Court. Ekuro Court baada ya kuwa decline, baada ya kushindwa kuidhinishwa, huyu Ekuro Court patala ashughulike mambo yake na IEBC, ajue ni kwa nini hajaidhinishwa, yeye anaenda kuandika barua nyingine hapo akielekeza mambo yake kwa Azimio, kwa baba, kwa One Kenya, kwa Azimio la Umoja. So ambapo nimeenda through hiyo barua, naona ya kwamba si yeye alikuwa anaandika. Ule mwenye alikuwa anaandika ni huyu chief chicken seller, the son of Sogoi, ndiye alikuwa anaandika through. Unajua kuna vile unaweza soma barua alafu uanze kusikia sauti ya ule mtu mwenye ameandika hiyo barua. Unaona huyu si Ekuro Court anaandika. Huyu ni chief chicken seller. Na nilijua hivyo kwa kuna mahali alisema ati sijui kuna wa Uganda, sijui kuna nini. Ameongea vitu nyingi sana, ukiangalia ameongea vitu nyingi sana zenye hata hazimeki sense. Unashindwa hizo sasa zimeingilia wapi na kutokuidhinishwa kwake kuwa rais, kuwania kuwa kiti cha urais. Huyo tu ndiye amedraw attention. Bernard, kama hujapitia hiyo barua yake, ukiipitia ndio utapoke holes kwa hiyo barua, kwa sababu sijui alikuwa ameangalia wapi, lakini ni huyo ni chief chicken seller alikuwa anaandika kupitia Ekuro Court. Hiyo ndio nimekuja kurealize. Alafu hao wase warudi tu kwa comedy, wasituletee vipindi huku. Saa hii farasi ni mmoja, na punda milia kwanza, hata si punda milia. Farasi ni moja na punda milia, na hakuna vile unaweza kombea farasi na punda milia, haiwezekani. Haiwezekani. So mkae gangari, mjue ya kwamba bwami bwolile kuloma muri kusukuli bwami bwolile. Na nimemalizia hapo. Mama Selina, nakungojea kwa udi na ufumba. Uliniahidi kiti ile siku uliniahidi. We must dine
Karibu.
with the queens and kings. That day will be a day of moment. Kabisa.
Thank you Barakasuti bwami bwolile kalikangali. Let's keep it that way. Everybody make sure that your voters card is ready. Yule jamaa angechoma ID yake, acha kujifanya kuchoma voters card. Haitajiki. Your details are already taken. We are in the digital world. So angechoma ID tungemchukua serious. Lakini kama ni voters card peke yake, hiyo haitajiki hata kupiga kura. Bora umejisajili, kuja na ID yako original kwa siku ya kupiga kura. Hiyo imetosha. Ukionyesha hivi alafu kidole mambo yako inaonekana, piga kura vizuri, hakikisha umetiki ile ya blue. Okay? Vile mama Kadu alisema, unaangalia blue alafu picha ya baba. Okay? Jina ya mama hapo kando weka tick. Achana na hizi zingine, wewe tusonge mbele. Namna hiyo haraka. Kwanza jina yetu ndio ya kwanza kwa sababu ya Azimio. Hao wengine watakuwa wanafuata polepole. So pundamilia na Brukenge na hao wengine Monitor Lizard nakuja nyuma kwa nyuma, wasikusumbue. Nashukuru sana. Naomba tusonge mbele. Kabla Azimio hiyo jina ingine utatueleza inakujaje. Kama ni mystery tunataka utufungulie tuelewe. Lakini nataka tucheze video moja hivi kali alafu turudi. Utatueleza how Azimio and Hustler are meeting, because they don't meet in the dictionary, they don't meet in the political field, and yes.
Wakiwemo viongozi wa chama wa vyama, viongozi mashuhuri, mabibi na mabwana. Ningelipenda kumwalika mgombea mwenza wa urais wa tikiti ya Azimio One Kenya Coalition, Iron Lady Mama Martha Karua.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to this auspicious occasion. And without further ado, be upstanding and ready to welcome the Azimio presidential candidate and my boss, the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga.
Asante. Niombe tusalie tumesimama kwa heshima ya taifa. Sote tupate kusimama, na ikiwa umevaa kofia
Kenya mpya inawezekana. Yes, Azimio vipi?
Yes, thank you very much.
Anza na kutoa utatanishi.
Yes, hii jina Azimio is majorly to demystify hizi vitu zenye hao watu wa UDA wamekuwa wakisema that it's the only team that Hustler I'm trying to take their perspective that Hustler is ni wenye wako chini. So we want them to know that Azimio also stands for wenye wako chini. So because if you look at Ruto, for the past 3 or 4 years in his campaign, he majorly talks of 3 things, which is very boring and people are tired. He talks of 1, hustlers, na wenye wako chini. Number 2, he talks of bottom ups, and if you look at the thing that he calls bottom ups is like someone talking about public participation. Basically, if you look at what they talk about, it's like someone who is talking about public participation. So there's nothing new, because if you want to, if they're talking about resource distribution to the lowest level, I think that one happened majorly through devolution. So for me, UDA, I don't see anything that they can do. And lastly, they have been talking about gharama ya maisha imeenda juu. Apparently, I'm currently staying in, I reside in Australia. The other week recently I was in New Zealand. Fuel New Zealand, 1 liter is $3. Here we buy 1 liter, $2, 2.1, $2.3, 1 liter. So hii maneno yenye wanasema siji, and currently even here in Australia, tukiangalia gas, there's a gas shortage. Right now they are going for gases zenye ziko reserved. So hii story yenye wanasema siji nini, the inflation yenye we are talking about, it's global. It's not a Kenyan, it's not an isolated case that ni Kenya too. So the only blessing yenye Azimio wako nayo, 1 is watu wanaona venye Ruto is a liar. Number 2, Gachagua was a big blessing because jamaa akiongea, hata kama we ni mwendawazimu, ukifuata hiyo njia, wewe pia kichwa yako ni mbaya. So we really appreciate, and even when I don't see, even right now the people wenye nilikuwa naona walikuwa wanajaribu kujiassociate na maneno za UDA, no one wants to talk about UDA anymore. So for me, I'm just praying watu wapige kura, and I know Azimio will win big. The margin itakuwa juu sana, yenye hata sijui. That's why umejua what Ruto is currently doing ni vitu zenye Raila alifanya 20 years ago. Ruto ndio vitu zenye Raila alifanya 20 years ago ndio Ruto anafanya sasa hivi, na it will take him time to see what Baba has seen. It will take him time, and penye yako sahizi. If you look at Kenyan history, there's nobody who's been a vice president mwenye ametoka tu vice akakuwa president. It only happened only to Moi. Yenye it was because of the president alikufa, but in most cases ni ngumu hiyo transition ku happen. So we will just see, but we are hopeful. If you look at what Ruto is promising nothing. It's just sloganeering, but there's nothing. He talks about bottoms up. Ukiuliza hiyo bottoms up ni nini? There's nothing. There's no policy. There's nothing at all. He talks of nitainua watu wa boda, nitainua. There's nothing there. There's no commitment. There is nothing. You cannot follow him on anything there. So it's just slogan. There's no commitment. There's no clear itemized program yenye anataka kufanya. So yeah, I hope people see what's going on, and people take voting process serious. Na hii story ya IBC, I think IBC to some extent, initially I think I'm happy about what Chebukati has said, because if someone is contesting to be a president, you want to win the presidency, you are looking for 20 million or 10 million votes. Na kupata sahihi only 50,000 signatures is a problem, or 100,000 signatures is a problem. And ukiona hiyo list venye ilikuwa watu 50, imefika pahali yenye we will have like 1,000 people contesting for presidency. Hii kitu ikiwekwa venye ilikuwa. So they have to tighten it. We want to, so that taxpayers' money not to be misused, because history yenye kila mtu ukiamka asubuhi bibi anakuambia wewe ni rais. Sasa wewe the following day wewe unaenda tu kwa IBC, bibi alisema mimi ni rais. Haujui wewe ni rais kwa nyumba yako. Si ati sasa bibi akikwambia ati wewe ni rais, wewe unakimbia tu kwa IBC. So hii mchezo pia lazima iishe. Lazima iishe. Yeah. So I think I don't want to take much time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sasa Bwana Azimio, nataka mmalizane na Kasuki alafu tukuachilie.
Yeah.
Mimi nakuuliza hivi ndugu yangu, huko Australia hiyo jina hustler ndio inamaanisha watu wa chini?
Australia, it doesn't mean that the definition for hustler remain as in what is in a dictionary, but you must understand there is the political meaning that it has been given.
No, there's not political. That's what I'm saying. One who obtains money,
you have to deal with things. Kama ni siasa, kama ni kitu imekuja ya siasa, unaipiga kisiasa. Kama hii maneno ya asla, wengine wanasema hii asla, umejua hii asla ndio kitu yenye Ruto saizi amebaki nayo. So hii asla, kama alikuwa amebaki na hii asla, sasa imeenda kwa baba yote.
No.
So kila mtu mwenye anajiita asla, wameenda huko wote.
We don't want that name to appear anywhere in Azimio. Azimio is for the people who understand themselves,
and who struggle.
Not hustlers. And we are not hustlers. We are not hustlers, my friend.
And he's not a hustler.
Australian because you are not a hustler. You are working hard. You worked hard to be there. It doesn't mean that you are a hustler, my friend. So, hiyo jina tafadhali. You can, okay, on a lighter note,
My
you cannot
friend, my
as a type.
my friend, umejua Ruto aliiba hii jina asla kwa vijana. If you look, ukiangalia na vijana, kijana atakwambia mimi naenda hustle. It was basically ati naenda kutafuta. Kwa share ilikuwa kama share, naenda kutafuta, naenda kuhustle.
Azimio.
Gani
Wewe Kasuti,
ya umsembe tenga mtengani.
Everybody mute your mic. Usifanye kwenda kwa quarantine kabla ya wakati. Thank you. Bwana Azimio, wewe unakaa ulienda shule wakati shule ilikuwa shule. Wakati ulipopewa insha ukaandika kwa Sheng, ulipewa marks ngapi?
Hello?
Wakati ulikuwa shule ukapewa insha kuandika insha ya Kiswahili, wewe ukaandika kwa Sheng badala ya Kiswahili, ulipewa marks ngapi?
Bernard, sijakupata vizuri. Sorry.
Nauliza, wakati ulikuwa shule ulikuwa na somo lilikuwa naitwa insha ya Kiswahili. Okay? Ilikuwa siku ya Harambee, mipango yote ilikuwa imekamilika, alafu uendeleze hiyo uendeleze hiyo insha. Alafu wewe ukaendeleza na Sheng. Okay? Utapewa marks ngapi?
Ya hiyo au unaweza endeleza na Sheng.
Inamaanisha Sheng sio lugha ambayo inakubalika. Sheng sio lugha ambayo inaweza pewa marks, na Sheng haiwezi kutumika kutufundisha. Kwa hivyo wewe ukisema tulienda kwa Sheng ikatupatia jina na hiyo jina tukubali, hapo tutakuwa tunaanza kupotosha ama tutakuwa tunaelekeza? That's point 1. Point 2, the dictionary meaning cannot be overturned by political sentiments. Okay? No political sentiment can undo dictionary meaning, not anywhere in the world. Okay? So if you want to use politics to redefine words without changing them, then you are part of the deception program. Okay? Whereby the Bible calls those who call good evil and evil good. Okay? They want to reverse the psychology of people by making them accept what is unacceptable, okay, and make what is acceptable unacceptable. I don't think you are part of that group. And so hustlers are not just not part of Azimio, they should not be part of any acceptable society anywhere in the world. And anybody propagating that, he's twisted, he's corrupt, he's confused, and should be treated so. Wewe huwezi kwenda sokoni ukakuta wazimu amevua nguo ukasema kwa sababu unataka solidarity na mwenda wazimu, wewe pia unataka kuvua nguo ndio mkae pamoja mkubaliane katika hiyo fellowship. Itawezekana?
Sasa
I think those are enough. If they're not convincing.
What happens when you meet these young people who call themselves hustlers? You are able to make them lobby that group to join Azimio. What happens?
What do you mean what happens?
Like tukiongea na vijana wenye wanajiita hustlers wa join Azimio.
Let me ask you a question. Do you have a daughter or a son in your house?
Because all in all, what we need is
Let's answer the question. You have a daughter or a son in the house, or any child around you?
You know, kenye tunahitaji ni kura.
Are you really getting my question?
It's not a religion. It's all we need is votes. if this one we can use to convert
Hiyo
her.
Confirm if you can get me Asuti. Are you able to get me?
kwanza hiyo jina inatutolea, inatuharibia kura. Usiseme kura for the sake of kura.
Kasuti, you are not also talking to me. Are you able to get me?
Nakusikia vizuri Bernard. Bernard, nakusikia.
Okay, thank you. So it means Azimio is not responding to my question because he's choosing not to respond to my question. But my question is clear. Mtoto akikuja
Wewe
Okay.
keep unaangalia, wewe keep kienyeji unaangalia, nilikuambia utoe hiyo jina real. Wewe kienyeji unaangalia Bernard amekwama na umzaidi.
Ndio nataka kusaidia.
Acha hizo za
Relax. Kasuti alikuwa ashaongea, tutapita hiyo topic ya Azimio Hustler. Isaac ulikuwa umeongea? Ameongea?
Yes.
Okay.
I haven't.
Okay, so tutaendelea na wewe.
Okay.
Alafu
Yes, thank you.
tutakuja kwa Roba.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to help my friend Azimio. For 1 minute.
Yeah, but
this guy.
Hold on. For half a second, we're gonna help him, but no
Yes.
response. Tumemalizana na your topic, and then you can do your contribution.
Thank you. Now I wanted to speak about this guy called Gachagua and Aukuro Okot. Unajua mtu kama Gachagua, that is a blessing to us. Number one, because this guy, whenever he's given a mic, sisi tunaongeza kura kama 1,500. Huyu presidential candidate wake anaitwa Dr. William Ruto. I normally call him Dr. William Ruto because he's a doctor in corruption. He's a doctor in so many fishy things. I like calling him doctor because he's a doctor of many dirty things in this country. Sisi kama wana Azimio, are you getting me? Sisi kama wana Azimio, sisi tunajua ya kwamba kura yote ni ya baba. Ile maneno William Ruto anafumble nayo, anaruka huku anasema mara sijui anataka kuimport. I'm told he's even importing some foreigners from Tanzania. He's crying to European countries wanataka kumuibia kura. He's saying all those nonsense. Those are blessings. Bernard, you're off.
No, please proceed.
Bernard,
no,
yes.
Don't worry. Continue.
Oh, okay, thank you. So, okay, what I was saying is this: people should not be worried. We are forming the next government. These guys ni kama vile yani ushajua ya kwamba mtihani ama kitu fulani ushaanguka. So unaanza kutafuta excuses. You are looking for excuses. You are looking for cover-ups. You are looking for, I mean, you become so petty so that you get some sympathy from other people. That is what this UDA team is doing. And we have been watching right from 2018. Immediately, Dr. William noticed that there is now peace. Peace will prevail in this country after the handshake. Okay, he was, it's like he was in shock. He could not believe that Baba has played a very serious game and he won't get anything after their term. And then, okay, let me speak about Aukura Court. Aukura Court, I think if it's not a blackmail, then he's only trying to make history. Hata wewe ukipewa, when you get a chance of writing history in this country, I think you'll write, because it is an opportunity you are given. You want to make headlines on newspapers, you want to make headlines on social media and all that. Kura Okot wacha acheze mchezo wake, but he should know that he won't even be in the opposition led by Dr. William Ruto. That one is a fact. He can take it to any bank or even a post office or an M-Pesa shop. I'm very sorry. Kura Okot is just wasting his time, because saa hii ukianza kufuruga Baba, what are you doing? And you know very well that Baba is making the next government. What are you doing? Okay, mimi nafurahia sana, and I really support William Ruto, because he's actually reorganizing himself to be the leader of opposition, which is okay. I support him for that, and I've been supporting him for that, because hata nini itendeke, William Ruto cannot become the president of this country, come what may. I'm sure we are in agreement. Na hata ukiangalia saa hii, when you do statistics, you'll find that people who have been singing this song, William Ruto, Hustle a Nation and all that, hiyo perception yao, I think it is fading off, and we are taking this thing. Hata wakisema okay, because they are saying, even now they are saying that unajua mutaiba tu. Why can't they also plan to steal if they believe in stealing? Because they're the biggest thieves in this country. Why can't they also plan to steal the election if they know how to steal? If they know Baba and his team, including me and you, we are planning to steal the election, why can't they also plan to steal the same election so that they win? So Mimi, in fact, okay, I've been following this Mutembei, but it's only today, because I was actually impressed by what happened today. Ndio nikasema, let me join the show and say hi to my people and encourage my people. Thank you very much. I don't want to take a lot of your time. I really appreciate the show, and I thank Bernard. Please keep it up, so that at least in a day we can be getting information and exchanging ideas. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much,
Back
Isaac.
to you, Bernard.
Thank you very much, Isaac. That was short and sweet. And I think if the rest of us can keep it as short as Isaac, that will be great. So, Roba, tuambie.
Okay, Mr. Kiba. Habari kila mtu, habari za kwenu?
We are all good. We're all good.
Okay.
We're very excited.
Yeah, there's one thing here. Mr. Azimio has, he has a right to put any kind of name he has, and I don't see why anybody should be concerned about it. The name Aslas in other parts of the world means something positive, and more especially where I'm seated here, I know one of the guys who work for me called me an Aslas. It's not a part of something bad. So let's not be like it's a negative thing, and at the same time, let's be real. He has a right to do what he did. I mean, we are talking of freedom and other things. I don't see any negativity about it. So let that one be, just let it stay. And I support him, my friend. Just keep on that name. It's okay. And Isaac, you just said Dr. William Ruto, you call him because he's a doctor of corruption and other things. We don't have no doctors of corruption. If someone is not a doctor, it's not a doctor. I'm one person who believes William Ruto is not qualified to be a doctor. He should not be called a doctor until he proves himself that he went to school. And I want to know where he went to school. Some of us, we worked so hard to learn some things, even to have a master's degree. But when you see somebody just goes because he has money and the power, he can call himself a doctor. I believe also William Ruto is not a doctor and he should not be called a doctor. Okay, let me come to the topics today. I was watching the manifesto. The way they did it that was so beautiful. I saw it live, and I think Papa is going to cut the day. As it looks like everything's good for him, everything's working for him. But this idea of Mr. Gachagua, this man, I think some of us we have said a lot about him. I don't know why this man's not qualified. He's not qualified for anything other than, I know he has money. We understand it because they stole the money or whatever he did. And we know he was a DEO. But whatever comes from his mouth, it's just sick. It should not be given the opportunity. Even, you know what? I saw somewhere where they was like, for the last few days, they have been shut him down. Please shut him down. He's not going to be a fight. He will never be. And Ruto and his government, you are not going to win. This election is over. The election is over. All we need is just like on the 9th, we are on just, Papa is going to be shown in. Maybe the same week or the week after. But at the same time, we have to fight. We have to go and fight. So I see this thing here like NYAMBANE and that WANJIGI. You know WANJIGI? This man WANJIGI, was he the one? What I don't know is he the one who doesn't have the university degree or the running mate? That's something I saw. I couldn't tell. But if he's the one, what a shock to me. He says he's going to graduate towards the end of the year. So they know what the qualification is. And this is the man, I know why he was fighting Raila to get the ODM ticket, because he knew he doesn't have the qualification. So things happen, but things are happening in a better way in our country when you see people like WANJIGI and other people being shown the door. They can't run anymore. That's okay, but we need more things to be done. So what other things about I've talked about the manifesto. I've talked about NYAMBANE. What else is there, Mr. Kip? Nice to see you. Nice to see Mr. Kasudi. I don't know when you were the last time you went to Tanzania, but Tanzania, they're just jealous of what our country is doing right now. They are watching. I go there. I go their networks every night. They appreciate the democracy in our country, man. Yes. Okay, so let me cut it short so that I can let others say what they want to say. But we will be here. I'm off today. I'll be here all night, all day, whatever you can call it.
Kasuti out of order. Ngoja kidogo.
Imekuwaje tu sasa wewe Robert, wewe sasa kaka, wewe umeanza hizi sako tena.
I've been missing you, Kasud, man. I just saw you. The last time I saw you was a long time, but nice to see you. Nice to see you. And I know you like those people down there in Tanzania. Semeji Sangu, I like them. I like them too, but their politics, man, they have a long way to go. We are okay. We are doing very well in Kenya.
Thank you very much, Roba, for that presentation. It was great. And Azimio had to go to work, but ladies and gentlemen, it will be appreciated if you shared the link to friends and family. Don't be educated and entertained and by yourself. Share the link across Facebook, across WhatsApp, Instagram, or WhatsApp. Just share it out, spread the word. Let Mtembe TV come to 400,000 before Raila Amolo Odinga becomes president. Let's make it 100,000. Share it. Share the link as much as possible, and that would be appreciated. And thank you very much, Roba, for your contribution. As for now, I don't know if it's Mr. Kamau or
keep before that. They were talking about Osoro. That's my MP. I don't know what he says. I could like to see it if somebody can play that clip about Osoro. I want to know exactly what he said. because I'm very interested in that.
I'm going to ask Bernard to do that when he comes back, because at the moment none of us is an administrator. Now Soro akona dawa yake anaitwa Simba Arati. So so Simba Arati will take care of him. So we'll ask Bernard when he comes back.
Atapikwa ngoto. Saizi mateke ni ngoto tu.
Okay, let's not encourage violence. So now it's either so who came first? Was it Nyatiko or Mr. Kamau?
I found Kamau here unless he is not ready, but I was ahead.
All right, I'll have Mr. Kamau go in then first. Thank you very much. Mr. Kamau, your 3 minutes are ready for you.
Keep. Wacha Nyateko atembee kidogo. Nimalize tu one thing. Nilikuwa naweka kitunguu mahali.
Yeah.
And then I'll be back.
Okay, but don't but don't switch off, because none of us has an administrative right. So if you disappear until Bernard comes.
No, I won't. Definitely I won't.
Thank you.
Hiyo kama sababu unatengeneza bwana unaweka kitunguu. Thank you. Adam niweka njia kabisa.
And Isaac, it would be appreciated if you did not stay in the curtain. It'd be nice to see your face. Okay, Nyateko, tafadhali endelea.
Yes, Keep, thanks for hosting this. So, I mean, at this point, I want to appreciate, the Azimio Brigade for, coming through with the manifesto. And one thing I can assure you at this point is that what Azimio has launched today, the only thing that Ruto and his brigade and the other abracadabras will read in it is reggae. They will say it is reggae that was launched. I mean, they do not have the capacity to go through that document, to try to understand the policies that have been outlined clearly by the Azimio team. You will see them talking about reggae, and it will just, take them some time before they launch. And I anticipate that what they are going to be launched is going to be entitled Our Competitors, because they talk about nothing else than our competitors and the Muganga.
It looks like our friend has dropped off for a few seconds and Bernard is back. Bernard, I think it was to be Mr. Kamau, lakini Mr. Kamau is still doing something small and I'm not ready. So Alex, tafadhali, if you're ready, unaweza tuambia mambo ya Osoro, because your brother Roba anataka kujua kabisa.
Yeah, Roba, I'll send you, give me your number down there. I'll send you the full clip. I think Keep had a small clip. I'll send you the whole clip of what he was saying to these women of UDA in some part of South Mugiranga. But I think at some point he was
able to get me.
You're dragging. Bernard, your volume, you're dragging.
Hello, Keep. Are you able to get me?
We can get you,
it's
but
like I'm under attack. Those animals.
Yes. It looks like it because your screen is still a bit grainy and your voice is dragging a bit. Yes, but we can get you. Nyatako, I think Alex had already started.
Okay.
We'll get back to you.
Bernard, you're dragging. I think you're about four
Just
seconds.
hold on. It's like because I cleaned my machine. It's like those animals are looking for how to get back the control, so they are attacking the network.
It's gotten clearer now. The network is a bit better.
Just proceed with the show as I try to.
Your network is getting clearer.
Okay, thank you.
Nyateko, since Bernard already started, we'll come back to you. So subiri kidogo. You're directing next. Don't worry.
Yeah, Roba, it's a clip about, he brought, I think, the women, different women groups in South Mugirango. And some point, he was lying to the women and questioning and asking those women if somebody could not keep their marriage more than 1 year. She was only married for 2 months all her life. Can even she become a deputy president for more than 2 months, or she's going to resign? That's what she was, Soro was alluding. But it's a clip that when you listen, you get mad. You know, you really get mad, especially the kind of kiss he is using. It's not a clip to watch, because I think those people have become insane, and what now they are perpetuating, they are taking advantage of people who are not learned, people who don't have internet, and people who don't understand how the world works. Yeah, so I'm going specifically to speak about the man Kalonzo Musyoka. I did not want to talk about him until he had made a commitment to our campaign. But let me first and foremost say congratulations, Mr. Kalonzo. Hiyo kitu ulikunywa leo, ikue bangi, ikue ni pombe, ikue ni nini, endelea kunywa hiyo. Because I think, finally, I am seeing a Kalonzo that we thought we knew for a very long time. He was sober, he came out relaxed, and the words, you know, when Kalonzo came in, to be honest, I felt that my stomach was sick, because this is not a day that I really wanted Kalonzo to mess up with. So I had a mixed feeling when Kalonzo came, and I was like, wow, where is this man coming from? But from the moment go, he said Raila Amolo Odinga, the presidential candidate for Azimio, though he did not recognize Martha Karua as the deputy for Mzee, but he at least he said, my sister and a senior counsel like me, Martha Karua. And then he paused and said, what a powerful ticket. That's when I started listening to him. That's when I realized maybe I should listen to Kalonzo today. But from there on, Kalonzo went to become a statesperson, a statesman, and an elder, a person that fits where we have always put him. He said, we have walked this journey 2013, 2017. Nevertheless, I want to be very honest. This manifesto is a 5-star. That's An Kalonzo that we have known for the last few months. And then he said, he went further to say, I pledge my full and equivocal support to you from now onwards. You know? Then he went on to say, we have an election to win. Our country is at crossroads like 2007. He reminded us where we were in 2007. And that place, it was a little bit conniving, because he said, 2007, I decided to run. Martha Karua decided to defend the other side. But it looks like now we are together. And I think that is what he was alluding. But still, he went on to support what Baba said. And he went on to say, in this election, Raila will win round 1. That made it very good. And this is what made me a little bit happy. Over and over, we have blamed Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta for bringing this guy to Azimio. He extended an olive arm to understand the person who controlled him, the person who pestered him, the person that made him make the right decision was Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. He extended an olive arm by saying, we ride on the arms and shoulders of a man who has agreed to hand over the reins, which is very rare in Africa. He's going back to the history. And I think this is where we had a good conversation in the morning with Makiadi. I have looked for that clip for a very long time. There is a very rare clip all of you must watch by Jicho Pave when he was doing what happened in 2007. And in that clip, I think Bernard Makiadi will give you that clip to air it. When Raila is seated in a room, he has been told by the deep state to wait and be told what next. And the media personality that the Mount Kenya Mafia in 2007 sent to Raila was who? SK Macharia. SK Macharia enters that room and says, congratulations, you have won the election, but we are not going to be the president. You are going to be the opposition leader. There is that clip. Raila himself speaks about it. So in that clip, this is what Kalonzo is telling us, that we are riding on shoulders of a man who has agreed to hand over the reins to you, a rare occasion, something that does not happen in Africa. So Kalonzo takes us back to 2007 to remind us that you are going to win, but this thing is going now back to you. We will hand over the reign to you. And I like how he finished. He says, we must come out and make this manifesto our own. So this manifesto is not about Baba, it's not about anybody. He reminded us, this manifesto is going to be for all of us. This is what he said again. He blasted the clergy a little bit, Bernard being among them. He blasted the clergy by what they have been perpetuating, that Raila is not a Christian. And he did it in a very smooth way. And he said, Kenya belongs to us. We have clergymen here, and nobody should blast Raila that he is not a Christian. And then he finished saying, ushindi tuko nao, tujitahidi tuweke tofauti ya vyama vyetu wote. Ushindi tuko nao, tujitahidi tuweke tofauti zetu vya vyama vyetu. And then he finished to say, I pledge to fight like a buffalo soldier for Raila Amolo Odinga. One thing to note about Kalonzo that made me more happy, among everybody that spoke there, it's only Kalonzo who remembered the diaspora. And this is what say, we all hands together, all of us as Kenyans, and the diaspora, whose remittance has held this country together. And then he said, God has arranged that we have a rare occasion. This is Kalonzo speaking. You know, I couldn't believe. God has arranged that you reign 5 times, but God had a rare occasion that for the 5th time, you become our 5th president. Then he finished by saying, may God bless you. That was classic. For today, let us give it to Kalonzo and say, you know what? Kalonzo, we need you back. This is the kind of man we need. Kalonzo, do not go back and associate with Wambua, with Kalonzo, Mutula Kilonzo, and all that nonsense that you have been associating. You are an elder. You fit to the house of Martha Karua, to the house of Ngilu, to the house of Uhuru Kenyatta, and the man Raila Amolo Odinga. There is a danger in associating with children. Now it's time to associate with elders because you are our prime minister. Congratulations, Kalonzo. For today, after a very long time, you made Kenya proud. Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you, Alex. Bernard, Alex, that is great. It was going to be Nyateko, and then Mr. Kamau, and then myself, and then Roba has a question. So, tutaachia Roba, but before Roba says that, Mintasema the same thing. I don't trust Kalonzo still. So before we go to Nyateko, nakurudishia Bernard the reins. Roba, you can have a question. Irudi kwa Bernard, alafu ikuja kwa Nyateko. Sorry, Nyateko. Usually we allow a few questions. Pole.
Okay, thank you. Alex, just I want to take a few seconds here. In fact, you are right. Even me, I forgot that part, and I watched Caronso, the whole speech. I mean, he's back. He's back. And the one thing also we have to realize, it's not like only today. Even you look at Nakuru, he's the one who's now heading, so he's heading William Ruto and telling them that he knows he's the one who stole the election before. So Karonse has started very nice, and he has promised. The problem is we don't know what happens tomorrow, but I would take it like you said today, yesterday, and we see what happens. But at the same time, he's back. He's back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That's a good one, and we are glad that Kalonzo is back to his senses. The prayers from 300 pastors must have worked wonders, and we are happy to have our elder back. But this time around, he should not go back to play with children again. So, Alex, we charge you with the responsibility to keep the elder among elders. Keep the children away from messing up our auspicious elder. Naomba tuokoe muda basi, twende moja kwa moja kwa Nyateko tukisonga hivyo.
Yes, Bernard, before you came back, I had made a few remarks and I would not want to bore the rest of the team except to make my concluding remarks. As I'd indicated, it will be difficult for the Kenya Kwanza team, including Musalia, who has been bragging of his economic prowess, to even try to understand the Azimio, the Azimio agenda that has been launched today. What they will see in that is reggae and Uganga, and we anticipate that they'll not launch anything better than something called our competitors. This evening, Ruto has made a serious call. If you know where this guy called Kindiki Kithure is working from, his office, the lights are still on at the moment. The guy has been tasked this evening to make sure the Azimio agenda is copied from the first page to the to the last page. So we let them do whichever thing they would want to do. But I am so happy, and I would want to, call upon Kenyans to understand that if you are tired of, having your son or your daughter coming back home to get some school fees or some PTA fees for your child or anything, you have the answer. But if you want to be promised 9 stadia in 3 months and none of them will have even groundbreaking done, then continue wasting yourself running around the people who call themselves hustlers and are flying in high-end choppers. So mine is just to, ask Kenyans to put their vote, in the right place. That's my contribution tonight.
Okay, thank you, Nyateko. That's precise and to the point. We appreciate it. Let's keep moving. You are right. You're right. Today, all the 36 bloggers plus the Kindiki cannot sleep because they must get Kenya for their launch, which is imminent, and they will need to try to sound as serious as possible. So they will copy from the serious student of Kenyan politics so that they may have a chance of having something to present before Kenyans. But all in all, they are too late because by that time, all the booklets will have reached to every Kenyan's hand by daybreak. So wamechelewa. And that is why some of the links are corrupted. The links for the Azimio PDF circulation are being corrupted so that it doesn't reach to everywhere. But if you're able to get it, please share it with everybody in your life. And wale ambao wanatutazama mahala popote ulipo, endelea kukaribisha mtu wawili watatu ili kila mmoja amakinike kwa siasa ya Kenya akiendelea kutazama Mtembei TV. Tunakujia moja kwa moja kutoka Nairobi, Kenya, na tumejiunga na dunia nzima. We have the entire world right here discussing Kenyan politics from all angles. And so listening to us and watching, you will not be confused as far as which direction this country is taking. Thank you very much. Naomba sasa tumsikilize one video and then tumlete Kamau. I hope it will play. Hii serikali yangu iko under CNG, but we will.
In terms of education, I've said that education is going to be free. By free, I mean free. Truly free. True. Our children will have access to free quality education from primary to university. It is doable because we are going to restructure our economy. We will have priorities which are going to set for our people. I've also mentioned that we are going to employ all the teachers who are trained and are actually staying idle at home immediately so that we can be able to improve quality of education in our schools. So we want the Kenyan to walk this journey with us. What we are trying to offer is not something that is impractical. It has been costed by our experts. We know exactly where the income is coming from, which is going to fund the program that we are going to release. So it is not utopia. It is something that has been worked on by very highly qualified Kenyans, and this is what we are offering.
Okay, huyo ndiye baba. Aya, Mr. Kamau, karibu tafadhali.
Jambo, everybody. I'm happy to be here to participate in the next revolution and to participate with the team that is winning, because it's rather obvious there is no competition here. I think what Azimio is doing each and every day is destroying Kenya Kwanza, or in fact UDA, because there's no Kenya Kwanza, and they are planless, they are ladderless, and I don't think they have any agenda for Kenya. Having said that, I want to thank. I have watched the Manifesto launch. It was awesome. I think things are falling into place for Baba. Baba, for now, he is the leader. He is the next president of Kenya. But I think he's going just to be like Mandela, to allow people now get to where they need to be. I said now it is a time that we are going to see a Kenyan as a Kenyan, not as a tribe, but a Kenyan as a Kenyan. You know, what amazes me with UDA is the gimmicks, the conmanship. You can imagine, even when the presidential candidate of UDA was being launched, he picks a woman from Kiambu and another boda guy from Sijui where, and he takes them there as the people he wants to represent. This is a person who was elected in 1997 as a member of parliament of Eldoret North. Yeah? There's a friend of him, a boda guy called Clement. He actually told us about that story about Clement. Clement to date still rides on boda. He has never changed his fortunes. And therefore, I wonder what kind of conmanship is this? He could have bought Clement.
Are you there?
Hello?
Yes, I'm still here.
Can you hear me? Hello. So he could have bought Clement a pickup. Since 1997, he was a schoolmate, but not picking 2-3 people here to corners because we are stupid Kenyans and then think that he represents the idea of hustlers. For the 30 years, once Samuel Ruto has been in leadership, he has never fought for the hustlers. And if indeed he is a good hustler, even the gift he got from Basil Criticus, he should have given about 500 acres to the hustlers. But now he wants to con us so that we make him president, and then he disappears in the thin air, and we see him in the chopper. Having said that, I want to say that the time has come now, we should call it as it is. If you are a corrupt person, you are corrupt. If you're a good person, you're a good person. Baba, he has never had a case in court of land, of anything. He is a person who has stood for Kenyans. Even he has gone for prison for Kenyans. And this is a person who will change this country for good. Gachagua is good. We sent him there to do his job, and he's doing it nicely. He's a Trojan horse. Every time he opens his mouth, 100,000 votes disappear in the thin air. Today he said all the policemen should have degrees so that they can be promoted. You can imagine. And therefore, when we have that kind of person as a running mate, we don't need to really struggle. He is going to deliver the presidency to Azimio la Umoja. And therefore, I want to tell our people and the UDA people, just join the winning team. Don't troop in the opposition. Everything is conspiring against you. There's nothing that is working for UDA. Their rallies are boring. Gachagua was in Nyandarua today. They are trying to talk to people. People are staring. I think without Ruto, they are deflated. And therefore, we are waiting for Baba to be sworn in the next 2 months, so that Kenya can be liberated economically, and we get to the position where we can be proud as Kenyans. You see somebody complaining about the media, a private media. You can imagine. You know what Ruto could have complained is the state media. Angesema KBC is giving him is not giving him publicity. He's not representing him. But you cannot go complain on private things. Ati umekomboa nyumba una complain ati sijui hiyo nyumba inanyesha nini. Si utame, enda kwa nyumba ingine. That is what happens with private things. You don't complain on matatus that you don't own. Buy your own car. You cannot say ati sijui Citizen, Kameme, Inoro inafanya. Hiyo ni private institution. Yeah? Wewe enda useme KBC haikukuficha, haijai kuongelelea. Lakini hizo vitu zingine wachana nazo. Let freedom of media continue. Let them, they are commercial people. They go where money is. If there's no money in your publicity, then don't worry. And therefore, I want to tell Baba is actually on and he doesn't know. So, as we continue, let us stick together, preach the gospel. The mountain now is azimionated, and we are waiting to prove to it on 9th. We are not going to buy lies of a person who is going to change the problems of Kenya, and they're the same person who brought the problems. The problem in Kenya has been corruption. And if you Google corruption in this country, you know who is the most corrupt individual in this country. And therefore, we cannot go there. That is a no-go zone. Asante.
There's a bit of lag in Bernard's stream, so I'll go next, Bernard. Don't worry.
Okay, thank you.
So, okay. Mimi, I'm so happy today. Yani, ukiona hiyo celebration, it was a celebration, hata ikuwa manifesto. Honestly, my fellow Kenyans, it was so beautiful. Hata ile siku ya Azimio launch, it was not as big as this one. The colors, the lighting, the arrangement. Hata nilichukua day off tu kufanya hiyo, kuona hizo vitu. I saw Mama Martha akikuja, coming in a Kenyan dress, and then a shot at Ruto, and nobody noticed that. I would like to introduce my boss. Nona Shima already, she's already saying, that is my boss. anakuja kufanya kazi under Raila Amolo Odinga. So it was a great day. I can't stop smiling because it was so beautiful. And I'm very sure the yellow brothers will come and try and spend a couple of billions just to outspend us. But yet ilikuwa smart sana. The seating arrangements. Mkasema ati Raila ajapanda mlima. Muliona tulisikia Kikuyu hapo kwa before the reception started. We saw a few Mogithi trains going around. It was so nice, you know. Sasa, you know, the mountain has erupted and we're ready. Our Kikuyu's brothers and sisters are coming slowly and slowly. Hata hiyo 30% sioni kama tutakuwa nayo, tutakuwa na at least 40 to 60%. Ile gain alipata on the rest of our stronghold, it's not much. Another thing you can see Martha and Raila have been doing is they've been promoting Kenyan brands. Wanavanga nguo ya Kenya and very beautiful clothes for Kenya. And it's made me very happy to see that. As for Kalonzo, I still don't trust him. I am going to use metaphors like Mama Selina. Ukiachwa na mpenzi, na kama na mpenzi amecheat on you, na akirudi, itachukua a very long time kabla utamtrust tena. You know, anaweza kukuja, mtaona amerudi, lakini bado itachukua muda mpaka tumtrust. You know, Kalonzo, ile siku ali-announce anarudi Azimio, Kalonzo alikuwa ashaanza prepare election ya 2027. Sasa ni kama mtu alimleta mkando kumzungumzia, akasema wewe ni mume mzuri sana, usifanye mambo kama haya, usirudi kuangalia wanaume wengine. So I think Kalonzo needs Kalonzo, it will take time for me to trust him. He's back, but until the government is back, until the government is formed, I do not trust him. But today, it was a great day for Azimio. Let's see how much money UDA is going to spend to try and outshine us. And then we'll see how many bloggers start writing about our manifesto and say, poke holes at it. We don't care. We don't care. You can write as many times as you want. As I continue, sasa nataka kumkaribisha Mama Selina. And just another reminder, share Mtembei TV to your friends and family. Let us come to a road to 400,000, tafadhali. Mama Selina, karibu.
Thank you, Kip. Kabla sijaendelea, nilikuwa naona tulikuwa na 16 candidates ya presidential election, na mimi naona kama wamekilia around 4 na 3 wako na wamama kama Tibuti. Ni Kenya Kwisha tu ndiye nimeona wa baba, but I don't know the secret anyway, but it is okay. Nilitaka kujua kama that is the final thing, kwa sababu naona wanasema wengine wote wameshindwa na wamepaki na 4. Na ninakumbuka tulikuwa tunalalamika tukisema wameweka watu wengi ndio it take time kwa polling station kutick the presidential candidate. Kama hivyo imeenda, I think Jabukati is serious. Amejua mchezo hakuna. So Huda walikuwa wametuma watu wengi on their favor. But thank God they did not manage to get all that. Ingine Kip ni vile umesema Azimio launch, it was very fantastic. Na ukiona watu wamealikwa, unajua ukitaka kuona kitu ni mzuri, see how they dress. Hiyo watu yako ya Kenya Kwisha wakitaka watalete mama mboga, ile watu ya lori, ile watu walikuwa stranded, utaona yellow kwa sababu wanalipwa ndio afae t-shirt ama akubali kukuja. So but ukiona ya leo watu wamekaa mpaka 9 around 10, but uone ile watu wamehudhuria hiyo mkutano. Yes, tulikuwa na supporters outside na walikuwa wengi na walikuwa wamejaa na watu wamekuja na roho yao vile umefaa. But ngoja uone KKA vile watafanya. Utaona vituko. Hata watapatia time. Our deputy president, watu walikuwa napiga makofi. Wakati baba alikuwa naongea, ulikuwa unaona makofi na unaona watu wamekuwa silent kusikia what is going on. Ngoja sasa uone Kenya kwisha.
Mama Selina, are you still there? Umefreeze kidogo. Mama Selina, inaonekana hao mahaka wamekuingilia. Unaweza ondoka kidogo alafu urudi. Asante. Haya, Mike, najua unafaa kuenda next, lakini due to gender equality tunapenda kumkaribisha Karo, if it's okay with you, Mike. Just asante sana. So Karo, karibu sana, welcome to Mtembei TV.
Thank you very much. I'm so excited to join in the studio today. I usually watch in the background. I'm currently in Kampala, but I've been following keenly, and I'm very grateful to the work that Mtembei TV is doing. So Bernard, keep up the good work. For me, I had to join today just to rejoice and celebrate with my fellow Azimio team, because what I saw today made me very happy. I am so excited. I said I can't sleep until I've just made my contribution. The launching of Manifesto was beautiful. Everybody who spoke, it was just amazing. I was just on my toes. I was just celebrating, shouting, dancing, singing. I was just happy. So I just want to believe that that manifesto is the beginning of the great things that we are anticipating and waiting as soon as Baba enters into the office and takes power. I want to appreciate Kalonzo also. It takes a great man to do what he did. I've been following the discussions. I know he has his weekends here and there, but as Mama Selina said before, mtoto wetu ni wetu, and we are happy that he's back. Mwana mpotevu akijua amekosa anarudi nyumbani na tunamkaribisha. So I'm happy that he's back home and he has joined the team. So from now going forward, let's just watch and see what is going to happen. And for Rigathi Gachagua and the others, I think for me, I'm enjoying. Whenever I see him talk, I'm just happy, because clearly he's there to spoil for Kenya Kwisha, and that is giving us a good opportunity as Azimio to win and convince those who are still in the other camp that they are in the wrong group. If your vice president can talk about that, about our policemen, people who are working hard to protect us, people who are working hard to take care of our property, will he protect even us if we can talk like that about our policemen? So when I hear him talk, for me, I'm just happy. Let him continue talking, because that is giving us more mileage. To be honest, I don't know what to say about Osoro and the rest. It's sad. I've just had people commenting about it, but anyone who abuses a woman, anyone who talks bad about a woman, clearly that person is sick. Because that woman you're referring to as an outsider can be someone's mother, someone's sister, someone's wife. It is not fair. But clearly you can see the other camp is full of sick people. And for us, I think we just have to pray for them, so that when they see Azimio in office, we'll teach them what it means to be a brother, what it means to appreciate our mothers, our sisters, our daughters, because this is a great opportunity for us women. Even me now, I'm feeling excited. Maybe in the next election, I should come back home and stand for MCA somewhere, either in Bungoma or Vihiga, because clearly the opportunities are opening up for us women. that's what I want, discussing issues that are touching us, because when you listen, you learn. When you listen, you appreciate other people's views and get to understand why they're in this camp and not the other camp. So that's what I wanted to come in and say. But otherwise, thank you very much. I appreciate what you guys are doing, and kudos to Mtembe TV. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Caro. Before you go, just one question for you. You're from Bungoma, as you've just mentioned, so I'm not like fishing your information from nowhere.
No, I'm not from Bungoma. Okay,
Right.
I am a Bukusu married in Maragoli, but I'll be voting in Kakamega, Busoso East.
Okay, Bungoma. Okay, that is it's too much.
Yes.
Kakamega is locked. I'm very worried about Bungoma. The
Yes.
Ford Kenya ticket. How is the ground looking like there? I'm not talking about Kenya Kwanza. I'm talking about Fort Kenya. How powerful is Wetangula there?
I would say the ground is shifting. The ground is shifting, and as I talk to you today, there's a lot of undecided voters, and that's why I'm appreciating Mtembe TV, because by us coming out and discussing issues and the manifesto now that Baba has just launched, it will open eyes for so many people who are still undecided. But from the look of things, there are so many undecided voters in Bungoma, and Ford Kenya. I think their ticket is clearly not safe. There's a lot to change, or a lot is going to happen between now and that D-Day. So I would not, if I'm in Ford Kenya or vying for a Ford Kenya ticket, they should not sit pretty, because now this launch of manifesto is going to convince so many people who are undecided. And from the look of things, yes, there's DAP, there's Ford Kenya, but if you look at what Kenya Kwanza is doing, they're just destroying themselves. Because even those who had some hope in Ruto, now they're looking at the man behind him and wondering, is this the man we want to have in the office as our vice president? So the ground is shifting, and I'm sure in the next few months we are going to see a different story in Bungoma.
That is great news. As for me, I think that Raila needs to go there often, at least twice, to convince. There's a lot of, I feel there's a bit of erosion in the ground.
That's true. I agree.
So I think he should go back there. The rest of Western is okay,
Yes.
but ninaona Bungoma and a bit of Trans Nzoia.
And a bit of Trans Nzoia, but we have Natembea there.
So where if it's possible, Mama Caro, you should come back to the show and also share Tembei to friends and family.
I'm Mama Jeremy, so you can call me Mama Jeremy, but I'm Caro. Yes.
Okay, Mama Jeremy. If you could share this to friends and family and come back to the show, because I think you're our eyes into Bungoma. We'd like to see what's happening there.
Good, I'll do that. I'll spread the gospel to my relatives down there.
Asante sana. Sasa tukiendelea mbele kidogo, tutaingia kwa Mike akishika mic yake kama Rigathi Gachagua. Bring back Rigathi.
Bring back Rigathi campaign. Thank you, Kip. I will be brief because I was here a bit early. I think I had a few minutes to talk, so I wouldn't want to repeat myself. Just a bit on Bungoma, because I have a few friends in Bungoma. Bungoma is, we can say it is 50-50. Of course, the Kenya Kwanza through Ruto saw a problem, and that's why he had to look for Lusaka to go back. Lusaka was earmarked for bigger positions in the Kenya Kwanza government, but because of the weakness in Bungoma, he had to look for somebody who is acceptable and appealing to the Bungoma county in particular. So Lusaka went back to Bungoma to vie back the governorship. That would can help Kenya Kwanza raise their stake to about 50%. Otherwise, the absence of Lusaka had made Bungoma a field day for Wangamati, a DAP candidate. Because there was no other candidate that was going to stand against him. And by extension, the wave of DAP of the new party was taking over. So Lusaka, through his networks, he has tried to stall the influence of Wangamati and Wamunyinyi's new party. But it is a 50-50 stake, but it is not a place where you can say Raila will not get votes. Actually, is guaranteed of at least 50%, if not more. If as you rightly put, Azimio needs to make its presence there more felt, to solidify and consolidate the place. Bungoma remains the weakest link in the consolidation of the western region. That is my observation again. It is not very scientific, but it is my general observation based on the few people I talk to. Gachagua, I said this before in the course of the day, and I'll repeat it. Gachagua is not a loose mouth, and he is not talking nonsense. He's just speaking the hearts and the minds of what Kenya Kwanza people think. They have low regard to people at the low level. They only take photos, taking tea and eating mandazis in the street for optics, but their hearts are not with the poor people. They are very arrogant people, and when they open their mouth, because Gachagua has not been in politics long enough to censor his mouth, he speaks his mind and he speaks the truth. The truth is that he has no regard for poor people or people at the low income or people, civil servants or public servants who work at the low level. That's why he talks carelessly like that. And we should see Gajagua's statements as a representation of what Kenya Kwanza stands for. That is the person sitting in the second highest office of Kenya Kwanza. So his statements cannot go as a casual statements. We should take them for what they are. It is the true representation of the Kenya Kwanza government. So he's not a loose mouth. He's just giving us a preview of what the minds behind Kenya Kwanza think about Kenya. Their priorities of going to State House to eat rice and stuff like that. Those are the real issues they talk about behind the scene. But for optics and for PR, they read to us very good statements about transforming, about changing the country and all that. I will just, I'll be brief. I said, just to finish, I was just watching BBC. I'm seeing Boris, the Prime Minister of UK, the Parliament is about to give a no confidence, almost equivalent of impeachment, because of the incident he had of taking tea or taking a bottle of beer with friends behind his house at home. And that is enough ground to impeach a sitting prime minister of a superpower. Yet here in Kenya, we have people who have been impeached, people who have serious cases of murder, like the Migori governor, people who have been impeached, people who have court cases that have been confirmed and concluded, but they have appealed, but are still seeking for public office. We are a country that is a member of the Commonwealth, community. We need to subscribe to the same standards of integrity, of values at the leadership level, so that when you do certain things, you don't wait for people to tell you you should not stand for office. It should just be it should just be out of dignity, that you say, because of these issues, I don't feel it is right for me to stand for any public office. Kenya should reach a certain level where people take responsibility. They should not hide behind the court proceedings and the judiciary threshold for standing in office, because most of these things that we are talking about cannot be legislated in court. Bad manners cannot be legislated in court. Morals cannot be legislated in court. So we shall not be going to court for everything that you do or say. to get direction, and that's why we need Martha Karua and Raila to go and set the standards for the next generations, because I believe once these two people go in, the threshold for integrity will be brought back to where Chapter 6 wanted it to go. The very moment people think you are you have lost integrity, just thinking is good enough for you not to stand for office. We shall not be waiting for you to go to court to prove yourself, and that's where we are going to. We are asking, we are really praying that this Raila Martha Karua ticket goes through, because they uphold high standards of integrity and values that these other people are telling us. I heard on national TV Ruto tell Kenyans that corruption cannot stop development, that it's okay to have corruption and development go hand in hand. For a public, that alone in a civilized country can make you not even be eligible for public office, because you are condoning corruption on a public and national TV. And we need to hold our leaders to account to a certain very high standard that it will be very difficult for them to be comfortable even going to public to say they want to stand for public office. I think I talked before. I don't want to be repetitive. Thank you for the time. Kip.
Okay. Robert, before you come in, just a moment. First of all, if anyone is experiencing any difficulties with your devices, before you come into the show, you could clear all your cookies on your settings on Google Chrome, and all of it will clear up all your problems. And then before Robert comes in, thank you very much, Michael. And I think after Robert, Nelson, because of gender equality, ametoka. It's okay. Because of gender equality, tutaenda kwa Mama Selina kwa amemaliza, Mama Josephine. Tutakuja kwa Mama Selina alafu turudi kwa Mama Josephine. So before Wekesa, you take over the reins. You look very sharp. I like your
No,
hat.
I'm not here to moderate. I'm not here to moderate. I'm here shortly to say hi and sleep. Nimetoka huko Nyayo.
You look very sharp. I want that hat. Tafadhali nitafutie hiyo nitumie.
Do I look like a moderator today? I'm already biased.
Look, I've been doing this for months. Look at the guys behind me. Look at Mike's hat at the back there. So there's a bit of bias here. Mama Selina, if you can proceed, it will be nice to hear you finish. Oh, sorry, Mama Selina. Before you come in, wacha Roba ongeze kidogo. Sorry.
Keep it okay. Mike, I wanted to ask you a question about Mr. Gachagua. I mean, you are from Central or whatever. I think you are from there. Does it feel? Am I wrong to say? I feel like the guy is a running mate for only Central Kenya, because other than Central, there's no other place. And the late father, he has gone. It feels like he's a running mate just only in Central Kenya. I mean, am I wrong to say that, Mike?
Roba, disclaimer, I'm not from Central, but I've tried to understand him also. I can tell you he's very limited on national politics. Remember, this is his first term as an MP, and his politics is very local, and it borders on primitivity, because his thoughts about what he wants to offer Kenya is about fighting for farmers in Kirinyaga, tea and coffee. That tells you that he still thinks as an MP, yet his office is of that of a national leader. In fact, if you look at his other campaigns that he does them in vernacular. He still believes that he's a regional leader. So I wouldn't expect a lot from him, Robert.
Okay, yes. The reason why I think so, I'm saying that because since he became the running mate, he just thinks that, he has this mentality, thinks like as long as they win Central, then the election is won there. It's just like he doesn't think the other part of the country exists. That's the way I feel. And that's wrong. He was supposed to be a national leader, but he has become a tribal leader, to my opinion.
Can I comment 1 second?
Yes, but shortly, so that Mama Josephine can
Just
go
a
next.
comment, not
Then Mama
submission.
Josephine is next. Yeah.
I think as much as Ruto has elevated Gachagua to be his running mate, at the back of the mind of Gachagua, he knows he has to win the first exam. And the first exam is to win Central. And so for him, he's focused on maybe consolidating the backyard and competing with Mother Garua to have himself being a Mount Kenya kingpin. For him, whether Ruto wins or not, I think that's not the pursuit of Gachagua. The pursuit of Gachagua is to inherit the mountain, and that's where his politics are focused. And that's why all his agenda is attacking Uhuru and focused on blocking Raila, making Raila an enemy of the mountain. So that is his first agenda. I think I will stop there for now.
Thank you very much for the clarification. Bwana Wekesa looking very sharp. I'm going to repeat myself about that. And just another reminder, share Mtembei TV to friends and family. Share the message. Mama Josephine, tafadhali tupatie maoni yako. Karibu.
Hey guys, how are you? Yeah, I haven't been here for a minute, and I see the conversation continues. Today's topics are like they drive everything home. The launch, the Azimio Manifesto launch, man, that was on point. Everything is unfolding. And Barbara, if you can deliver what is in the manifesto, then believe you me, Kenya is going to change. We're going to see many, many, many changes in Kenya if they deliver what they have in the manifesto. My only issue with one of the manifestos is free education through university. That is a tall order. There is no country in this world, I don't know if there is, but I'm not aware of a country that has free education all the way to university.
Scandinavian countries, Mama.
Scandinavians?
Yes.
Okay. Most of the countries that I know, they have subsidized university education. So I'm not sure if Kenya might be the first country in Africa to offer free education through university. That's my only issue, because that's really expensive. We are talking money, like to educate a kid from nursery through university. I hope they get to achieve that. They need to look at it. Maybe they can subsidize it, but giving each family, any qualifying poor family, 6,000 a month, and giving all students from nursery to university free education, it's kind of a tall order. Maybe it's achievable, but it's a tall order. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying they won't achieve it, but they really need to look at that. And the issue of Mr. Gachagua, I believe the last time I was on this forum, I said the choice of Gachagua was like, that was a mistake for them, for Ruto, for UDA. That was a mistake. The guy is foolishly arrogant. He is just unfit for any office, in my opinion. He is so arrogant. He gets it all wrong every time he opens his mouth. I was reading or listening somewhere, someone was saying like they were taking him for speech classes. And plus that, Alex is laughing. Plus that, they I had someone saying like now, like from, I believe from last week, they were gonna have like written topics for him, and that he cannot talk out of the topics that were chosen for him. I'm not sure if they forgot about the police, because in my opinion, how many policemen or women do we have in Kenya? I think we have a ton of policemen and policewomen, their families, the people they associate with. When they see him say that all police should get degrees before they can get in the service, do you think at this point they're gonna give UDA votes? You know, he is killing UDA silently, which is an advantage for us. It's an advantage for Azimio, One Kenya Alliance. And then Wanjigi and NYAMBANE and all those others. I like NYAMBANE as a comedian, and that's where it stops. If he stopped being a comedian, maybe he needs to find another. He needs to find another career. But for him to like stand to be president of Kenya, that is overstepping the seal. Come on, that is he's a joker. And Wanjigi, he knows where he stands. If he didn't have the university degree and yet he went ahead and wants to vie for president, I should think Wanjigi is smarter than that. He knew for sure he wasn't gonna get the clearance if he doesn't have the university degree. Wanjigi has the money. What he should have done this time around maybe was to support somebody, and then maybe he can enroll in university, finish his degree, and then in 2027, maybe we could vote for him. I don't know. But people like those, NYAMBANE, Wanjigi, there's some girl from Kisii, and all those people that knew for sure they won't stand a chance, even if they're cleared to run for president, they don't stand a chance of being president. In my opinion, that's wasting taxpayers' money, wasting IEBC's time. So, like, I can come from here, wherever I am, and go to Kenya and say I want to be president. Come on, that is a joke. It takes more for someone to decide they want to be president. And I don't think I'm the one that can decide to be president. People have to propel me. People have to prepare me. I have to be prepared over the years. I don't think right now I'm even fit to go run as an MCA, because I don't know what it needs for me to be an MCA, leave alone a member of parliament or a senator or something like that. People just need to stop joking. But it's their democratic right. But in my own opinion, they're just wasting taxpayers' money and IEBC's time. And for Kalonzo, I actually like how Kalonzo is coming on. At one point, I thought that Musyoka forgot Kalonzo. They were not telling. It was, I don't know, but I like how he's coming on right now. He is out there. I mean, it's unstoppable. It's like it's a different person. It's like he has gotten it. And I hope now he has both feet in Azimio and Kenya Kwanza. I hope he's not gonna be a softer watermelon after a while, because the watermelon almost broke loose a little while ago. But I'm glad he got it, and I hope he stays. And in all honesty, I kind of got scared when Kalonzo wasn't joining Azimio. I thought, like, if he doesn't join, then man, we are losing. But I'm glad he made the decision to come back. And I am Roba. You asked something about Sylvanus Osoro, like what he said in Kisii. I watched the clip. This clip had let me say about 50 to 80 women. Most of them were women. They were wearing UDA yellow t-shirts. And what he said is so sad. He said Martha Karua is not a woman. Mumeangalia sura yake. Huyo ni mwanamke kweli. And he was talking in Kisii. One of the ladies said, hey, hapa umemtukana jameni. But he said, no, this is the language of politics. I mean, he still went ahead to defend what he said, even after someone tried to tell him, hey, stop. In my opinion, Silvanus Osoro, I think is the only one standing, is the only UDA supporter really out there in Kisii, standing like strong. Let me say he's standing strong in his own opinion. He's the only one that, he's my personal friend. I mean, I call Silvanus and we talk and all that, but on this one, I called him, I'm like, no, you went overboard. That tells me you don't respect women. I'm not sure if I think he told me like he doesn't have parents, he's an orphan. I'm like, if you have a sister, you have an auntie, you have a grandma, or even your neighbor that is a woman, then you have gone overboard. Because I don't know what qualifies a woman to be a woman. If you say Martha Karua is not a woman, what is she? What are you trying to say? So, I mean, I castigated him. I told him, you went overboard and you cannot do that. And this is a free country. If you are going to continue being in UDA in a county where UDA is like day and night, then fanya campaigns, have your agenda, and stop attacking our upcoming deputy president. That's all I have right now, but I'll hang around and answer one or two questions if you guys have a question.
Thank you. I'll allow for 2 questions. But before that, I think Robert is going to answer, and then Nelson Odhiambo, you're next actually, because you got dropped out. So you're going to be next. But I'll let Robert say something because nataka kuuliza hiyo mambo ya Osoro. Then it's you, Mr. Nelson.
Okay, thank you, Josephine, for that. The man is my local MP, and in fact,
oh, he is?
He is my member of parliament.
That is so unfortunate. I like him as a person, but not as a politician.
Yes. It's okay. I think at this point he's losing, but let's see what happens in a few weeks.
Yeah, if I find that clip, I don't know how to send it to you.
I just got it, Alex. I got it from
yeah,
Alex.
okay.
Thank you very much for that.
All right. Mm-hmm.
Yes, on the education part of it, you were talking about education also. That was my concern, and we have reached to the campaign, the writers' campaign. Some of us, we know some people there. So yes, what they have in mind at this point, when they do everything's done. First of all, you have to differentiate between private universities and public universities when they do all these things. At the same time, what they might do is just to make sure that everybody, the loans are available for everybody, if they can borrow loans and other things. But for people like now, what they are doing is those who just want to do medicine and they pass very well from other universities, from high schools, maybe they might give some scholarships. So this one is just, okay, they are saying like politicians, they say about education, but at the end of the day, it's a wrong way to go, but they are kind of reading towards making, like here, I think you told me you are in TC. If you remember, we have what's called financial aid, kind of, for those ones who qualify. And I think that's what they are aiming to. So it's not a done deal, but it's one.
But Robert,
yes.
Raila's language is very clear. He said free education from primary, secondary, and university. That is different from saying like at university, people can get loans, people can get grants, people can get scholarships. They need to come clear because that can bring some confusion.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you.
Yeah.
We have also attached to a campaign, and it's something as we go, they will tell us exactly what they mean. That was a problem right there. I can tell you that too.
Yeah, it's kind of confusing, and
but I think
not only
order.
Yes.
Just before you finish, I think even as you guys criticize that, you need to look at the budget that goes into secondary and university education in terms of maybe maintenance of students. I think the bulk of, and there was one time even they divided, we had the Minister of Education was focused mostly on primary and secondary. And then there is a Minister of Higher Education who was focused on colleges and universities. The bulk of the budget was going to primary and secondary. When you look at there's less students in high school and university. And when you look at university, majority of even those who are there are on help, which means very few are getting it from their pocket to do it. So if they can look for an alternative, such that help is not a loan, but it can be a government way of subsidizing, then I think what they are saying is practical, because currently it is government funding most of the public.
Government assisted, yeah.
It's government assisted. It's only that they have to pay back.
It's a subsidized. It's subsidized assistance.
Yes. Yeah. So it
Yeah,
may
I want
like trying to reduce the burden for. I
For
think
the
he
parents.
also went a little bit on issues to do with help, so that those even who have outstanding loans, they will need to see how to sort it
Forgive
out,
them.
so that it doesn't enslave them forever. There are people even who have been enslaved by the same loans, and
Yeah,
we are trying to look for solutions. It may not get there in one term or whatever, but at least it's the right step. When Kibaki introduced free education, most people doubted in Kanu. They said that it's not possible, it's not practical, but it worked, and it transformed many lives. So let them, they may not do it, they may do it in stages, but it's something that can be worked out.
Okay.
Yeah, I just
Can
don't
I add
want
something?
Yeah, that's just a moment, Mike, and I think Roba is going to be there. Nelson, just a little bit. We're gonna give this about 5 minutes. Watch Mama Josephine responds to Wekesa, and then Mike is going to say something, and then I think Roba still had something to say. But before that, I just wanted to say something, which is Scandinavian countries have free education. But the only difference is there's about 6 million people in Sweden, Finland, and Denmark. So the population is a factor there. And then the largest one is Sweden, which is 10 million. And then there's, what do you call it? The Iceland, which is almost the size of a county, which is about 500,000. So they can manage the finances of free education there. So it is a question that we need to ask Azimio, and they are being clear about it, because there is part of Baba's manifesto that we need him to also, not all of us are made for the university. So there's actual education like woodwork, juakali sector that we need to also expand. Kwa sababu lona ile kitu alisema anapatia watu the Juakali people, they're going to be certificates for that. So I think that needs to be emphasized. So even if this manifesto is still a bit fresh, I think that needs to be emphasized. So I'll let you continue there, because I don't want to waste too much time. So Mama Josephine, if you can add a bit of what Wekesa said, then for a short 30 seconds, Mike, you can say something, then Roba says something, then we close the topic and then move to Nelson. So Mama Josephine.
Yeah, okay, so Wekasa, my big thing is like, I don't want Azimio, our Baba, to give people misleading information, and then when he gets to office, it's going to be something different. Because in my opinion, maybe Kibaki gave free primary education. Maybe Baba should have taken it a step further and give free high school education. Then like that, maybe in future again, maybe 2027, if Baba is running again, or Martha Karua is, whoever is running again, they could extend it further. But right now, it's too broad. And in my opinion, it's either the wording, or maybe I didn't understand exactly what they said, but it said free education from primary, secondary, and university. That's what it said, unless I had something wrong.
No, that's
Okay,
what he said. And he emphasized it because
can I comment, Seka?
he had had
Just
the
a moment,
experts
Mike.
have done it.
Go on, okay,
So
sir.
it's not like it's a primitive idea. He has it in the mind. Actually, he has had it with his own experts. And the good thing about Baba is he works with people, the intellectuals. He doesn't just joke around with ideas that he has not consulted. So if they have sat down and tried to convince him that it's workable, who are we to review?
Oh well.
Thank you, Wekesa. Mike, if you could add just 30 seconds of that, please.
Yeah, I will just take 30 seconds and I'll make an observation towards Josephine's concern, which is real. What I've observed in the last few years is the current CS of Education, Magoha, has been working on a program to make all secondary schools turn to day schools. The same 70% of universities are source for their own accommodation and food. What I understand by education, even in developed countries where you people are, is tuition. If he's referring to tuition, that is affordable in the budget, because education is tuition. And accommodation and food is, remember, is not education. Those are the other secondary requirements. So what I know Baba is promising is the tuition that is taking care of the payment of the lecturers and the facilities. So I think that is within that is within an affordable budget. And for the secondary school, there's a very elaborate plan to make sure that all secondary schools are of the same standard, and by extension they become day, so that if your child is walking to school, then the only thing the government needs to do is to pay for the tuition, which is the salaries and the facilities in school. So for me, my observation is, I think that's the line of thought of Baba, is to make education, the tuition, the teachers' salary available, and the facilities available. The rest, food and accommodation, which actually takes over 60% of the budget, is neutralized by parents and teachers, students working from home. Thank you.
Asante sana, Mike. I'm really sorry, Nelson. This is a very hot topic. So 30 seconds for Roba, Alex, and then Josephine, you can finish off the topic. Alafu Nelson aingia. So please spend 30 seconds on it, because Nelson imemweka hapa sana, and I think it's not fair. So 30 seconds, alafu Mama Josephine atafunga. So go ahead, Roba.
Okay, Kip. I was just saying also, don't forget we have a new system with education coming on, and that one might also be a change right there, because it's being adapted right now. I think it's in standard 6, if not 7. I'm not wrong with that. Then at the same time, also, like I said before, I think what they have in mind is this: already we have people who are like things like medicine, engineering, and other things who pass very well from high schools. They get scholarships. But at the same time, if we are in the private sector, like now, if I want my son or my daughter to do engineering instead of doing what else he was called in university, and you have money, that one is not like the government is going to help you. That one you can do from your own pocket. That's what it's mine. So it's basically, if you want to a private university, you have to pay. But this public university, I think they have in mind. They are going to help. Thank you.
Alex, tafadhali. And then Nelson, we will get to you. But Mama Josephine atafunga your topic, and then after Nelson we'll jump into a case. Then Alex.
Josephine wavambiore.
It's
long since I saw you.
It's been a minute. How are you?
I'm very fine. Nice seeing you. So I think I will go to. I love going back to statistics. You know, right now the parliament is supposed to be debating the finance bill that was passed a month ago. And if you see in 2015, the Kenya expenditure on education went up to 16.65 of the total budget. Subsequently, it was increased again to 26%, which was a total of 473 billion in 2019 and 2020 financial year. It further rose to 29.4%, which is almost 500 billion. 500 billion, because it was within 497 billion and 503 billion. I'm reading you from the Treasury in 2021, the 2020 to 2021 budget. Now, in 2022-2023 budget, they set a new record and they have allocated a record high of 544 billion, the biggest chunk of budget in education ever in the history of our country, and the biggest chunk in the whole of Africa. I'm just giving you figures. The question lies, where does this money go? A few days ago, like 10 days ago, there was a young Kisi boy who was arrested in Kakamega for having squandered a so-called money that went to a ghost school in Kakamega for bursaries for a whole year. I want you to take your phone right now, or anybody who wants to do a research on this, just type in ghost schools where bursaries go in Kenya. The first one that will come will be Nyamira Ghost student pockets 126 million. The second will come is that Ghost student received 120 million in CDF bursaries. The third one will come, what we saw 8 days ago, educational official in 11 million Ghost school funding face graft charges. The current deputy speaker of the National Assembly, he's known to have more than 100, and this is not an allegation, the Cheboy or whatever he is, created 100 ghost schools where bursaries go every month to a tune of 11 million. A record high of 500 billion Kenya shillings go within the year of 2021 to 2021, almost half a trillion, 500 billion to cater for everything. And this year again, when schools were opening, remember, Uhuru said masks, sanitizer, and everything for Corona was going to be provided by the government. Budgeted under a special expenditure, gone to school, but there is no face masks, there is no gloves, and there is no sanitizer. The budget of Kenya, when you go right now and read it, we are getting a record of 500 billion, which means nobody is supposed to pay anything from primary all the way to secondary education when you finish. When this year school year started, I'm saying what happens here. You realize that the school fees dropped drastically, whereby national schools were paying a record of 120,000. In fact, some places were paying 120,000 a term, and Kisii University was only paying 60,000 a semester. They reduced to 15,000 because of what Matiang'i did and forced the education stakeholders not to keep on doing what they were doing. So there was a well-choreographed corruption scheme, a cash cow, getting money from the Ministry of Treasury via the Ministry of Education by creating ghost schools. The Ministry of Education has a record high of more than 1,000 ghost schools in Kenya that do not exist, but in books they are there. Ask yourself, 500 billion, 500 billion, it is capable of taking us from kindergarten all the way until you finish your university. Baba is not over-promising. Baba knows what has been budgeted for, but has never been put into. And I'm telling you something you can find in Google. You go do that. I am not expounding on something that is not there. So budget for education in Kenya is one of the highest in Africa. So the money is there. Don't worry. That's why Baba keeps on saying the 6,000 will be gotten. Free education will be gotten. It is the goodwill and the corruption that is perpetuating. That's why the forces of corruption, like Muturi, who was part of the people that knows very well these ghost schools, they have all aligned themselves in one place. Why do you think they are in one place? It is not by choice. It's because they realize the forces that we are coming after them must bring back our money. We will go like Malema said, yes, we will jail you, but bring our money back first.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex. Before you could close up the topic, because Nelson Pole Sana, I wanted to mention that Frau Susan Ruger has mentioned something very interesting here. And I know this. Germany has 83 million people in the population. 83 million, we've got 55 million. Although Germany is the richest country in Europe, we are the richest in East Africa. So I think we can afford it. So asante sana, Madam, or is it Frau Susan Ruger? That makes sense. So,
and I think also Black has brought a very potent issue here. And I think if you listen to KBC before Baba brought the issue, because they were given a script, what Baba was saying, there's a lady who went there and said, in education today, a child who is in 4th grade, class 4, he's told to buy 6 books for one subject. 6 books for one subject from different publishers. So a lot of money also go to the cartels for the so-called publishing houses. Kenya Institute of Education is complicit of this, because before, when we went to school, KIE was the one that was working in collaboration with the curriculum, so that children can get books based on the curriculum. But now you find people like Patel, ABCD. Now we have every kind of publisher. So if you are in class 8, you are supposed to buy 8 books for English, 7 books for maths, 10 books for history. You see where all this money is going to? Also cartels that work in the publishing world.
Thank you very much, Alex. And there was only 2 publishers. There was KE and Longhorn, because my father was there. So Josephine, kama tunaweza funga hiyo, alafu tuingie kwa Nelson. I think we spent a bit too much time on this. And Nelson, najua na sweat sahi. But it's a very important topic, Nelson. And I think a lot of the viewers are appreciating this. And before I can proceed, people, please share the link. And also subscribe. Don't just come to the show like that. Subscribe and hit the notification bell. Itasaidia sana, our road to 400 before the election. Tufanye hivyo. Sasa, Mama Josephine, tufunge tafadhali your topic.
Yeah, I'm really sorry this has taken.
No, it's fine. It's good. It's good. It's informing people.
But I'm sure like somewhere in Kenya, somewhere like in wherever Kenyans are, someone had this concern that I have. I'm sure a few people had this concern, but the way Alex has put it, there's money. It's just that the money is really misappropriated and goes into corruption. And Martha and Baba have sworn to fight corruption at all levels. So if we can iron out the corruption parts in the education system, then I'm sure then they can pay for the tuition, not for all students that are going to university, but those ones that are going maybe to public universities. That means like the ones that are selected, the ones who have A's and B's, the ones who are going to be lawyers, or whatever, doctors, engineers, and all that, the people that get slots in the public universities, then that makes a lot of sense. Otherwise, man, do you know how many universities are there in Kenya? Private, Like in Kisii, I was in Kisii like in April. Oh my God, you don't know how many universities are in Kisii. It's too many. But if they're looking into paying for,
And again, Josephine,
uh-huh.
there's no way private can be free. You know that. That's a personal.
Yeah, I know, but sometimes these days people choose, like if their child is not given an opportunity to be an engineer, they take them to the private school. So does this kid, since they are qualified, does this kid still get the amount of money that was supposed to have been paid for them if they had stayed at Nairobi University or something, but they choose to go to Mount Kenya University or something like that? So it's everything is in the gray areas, but I hope they'll iron out things. Thank you so much, guys. I didn't plan on taking so much time, but this kind of bothered me, but I'm getting answers.
No, thank you very much. Robert, tutasubiri kidogo. Tumeweka Nelson for a very long time. So I think we'll bring you back because you're next after Alex. And then, no, next after Alex, because we're going to go to Ekesa, Alex, and then you, Robert, because we need to close that topic. I know education is quite important. And I mean, there's an education list here that might want to be involved in that. So we need to have it as a topic. When the manifesto is opened, I think Wekesa and the team will put that as a topic on its own, because I can see Josephine has come with a very heated, okay, Robert, 30 seconds if we insist. I think it's hanging. Okay.
Yeah.
30 seconds to make a Nelson. I think to make a Nelson son, it has to be strictly 30 seconds. I'll stop you in the middle, by the way, Mr. Robert.
No. I will not even go further than that. I just wanted to confirm, because this is my thinking, that the free education up to university level is tuition fees. Tuition fees. That is my understanding, and not any other, because any other the government will be overburdened. But the tuition fee, I think the government is capable of taking care of that comfortably.
Thank you. All right, let's have Nelson say something now. Nelson, I apologize again. As you can see, it's a very heated topic, and asante sana for your patience. And I think it's a great topic. So, karibu Nelson. I'll give you 5 minutes because umengoja sana. Hiyo tutakupatia, alafu tutaenda kwa Wekesa, alafu tuingie kwa Alex, tuende Robert, and then we start again. All right, welcome Nelson.
Asanteni sana, nashukuru sana. Asante Josephine. This is a very, very good thing that you brought up. And thank you, Alex, because exactly what I wanted to say, that when Baba brings up his manifesto, he puts it very clear. And he has been saying this, that he knows where the money is. It's just that he doesn't have that power when he's in the opposition or when he's outside the government, how to implement these things to happen. And we could witness this when they worked with the Kibaki. And I think Wekesa brought this idea that when the idea of free primary education was brought up, people thought that this is a scam. It's not going to work. We used to pray for everything, even a chalk for our primary school. We used to pay for it when I was in primary. But when this free primary education came in, it saved so many lives. Baba has a perfect manifesto, and I would want to point out a few things, that he has the mechanism, he has the people, and he has the drive for this manifesto that is bringing up. And even the way it was displayed, it doesn't bring some people just to talk about someone who doesn't know what they're talking about, but he uses people in the particular departments. For example, health. Madam Ngilu came up to talk about it. When he talks about land, someone else, Joho, comes up to talk about it. It means each and everything has been planned. And furthermore, Alex have mentioned it. I cannot emphasize it more than that. Baba said is going to face corruption head on. Look at how fast our politicians become rich when they get voted in. Where do you think this money come from? It is the money that we are supposed to be using as the public. These are the money that is supposed to be used in education, in all the departments of government, so that the government can work. But all this money goes to particular pockets, so that education, the children has to pay for their own. And you go to court, you have to pay for the judge to judge your case. Anything you want, you have to pay for it, because the money that the government is supposed to be using for this is going to some particular pockets. And when these holes are closed, as Baba has promised, then I am sure that we are not going to be worried about money. We have money in Kenya. We are rich in Kenya. I work for an airline. I have Kenyans going to Europe. I have Kenyans going to Canada. I have Kenyans going to America to study. Are they going to pay school fee? No. They get scholarship. They got sponsorship. A well-organized government work with stakeholders to facilitate their programs, to facilitate their projects. And therefore, if our projects, our government is going to be put into sanity, like Mike said, and this corruption is going to be eradicated, then we are going to have people in Kenya who has got money who will come up and support the government projects so that they can work. But if the money keeps on getting lost in other people's pocket, then no one is going to come up to help. And this is what we are praying for. I remember Baba's manifesto in 2002. When he drew the roads, I still have that in my laptop up to now. And that is what we are seeing in the city today. And when I see the manifesto drawn out today, I'm seeing a different Kenya tomorrow when Baba comes to power. And this is my prayer. And I want us to pray all together that this is gonna be. We have talked about this so much, and I don't want to dwell on it a lot. I just want to go straight away, and I love the way Ms. Josephine, you have said that people like NYAMBANE are good at comedy. We have comedians and jokers. And when we have proper rules and law governing our country, then we are not going to have people like WANJIGI, who comes and jump in a project in somebody's house and start doing whatever he wants to do, and go and threaten the chairman of IBC in front of him. And he knows very well what is the qualification, university certificate. And if people will go with the written letters from institutions, then everyone is qualified. Even me, I can get a letter and be qualified for something. He knows very well that he's not qualified, but he still shouts at the top of his voice. When we have a proper country governed by proper laws, this cannot happen. And we pray that when our Vice President, Madam Martha, come into power and put things into sanity, such things shall not be witnessed in Kenya, and we shall have a different country altogether. I want to bring up something that is out of the topic, but you will allow me to bring out the issue of media. Ruto have been aired.
You've been patient, so tutakupatia hiyo because you waited a bit. And Mr. Wakesa, kama unaweza tuma link through the back office. There's Frau Susan Ruga. We want to bring her in. If you could do that for us, that would be great. So ukituma, if you are able to send the link through your administration, that would be great. There's a guest here everybody's asking for, Susan Ruga.
Thank you so much. I just
Kwani
about the
hapa
media.
unataka nitume kwa comment section?
Comment section, because I don't have
Yes.
the administration rights to send a
Okay.
link through the comment section. It's YouTube. Yeah, you need an admin to do that.
I'm just finishing by saying, according on media issue that Ruto is shouting and crying for, when he was at the IBC, Ruto has been aired for a very long time, for more than 4 years, when he's campaigning in Central Province, in Central and in the mountain. Now he should keep quiet. He has been aired enough. I think if he is asking for fairness, the media has been very unfair to air him all the time, and we know about Ruto for the last 4 years. We hear about him all the time. And finally, his claim for the rigging should not be taken lightly, because when he says that they are not going to accept, is incitement, and this should not be treated slightly. If you say that you are going to rig, Kenyans do not know how to rig. It's these politicians who knows this tactic, and don't bring this thing to us. So the IBC should take action against this guy, and this should be stopped. So they should be ready for the election, and let us go to election in peace, and let us take this in the morning and go home. Thank you very much, everyone, and God bless you so much. Let us continue to educate our people. Thank you.
Asante sana Nelson. Kumbe ulikuwa na story tamu sana. So I appreciate that, and I really enjoyed their contribution. I would have engaged a few people about the education thing. So, but I think I'll let that be done by Wekesa because he's next. And then after Wekesa, we'll jump into Alex Media Group. So Wekesa, looking sharp. You can go. Roba, you have a question? Oh, no, he doesn't. Wekesa, go ahead.
Yeah. About the media, Nelson, you just brought up there. We should appreciate our country, Kenya, where we have come from. Look at our neighboring countries in Uganda and Tanzania. If the media, the government controls the media, but in Kenya right now, man. I mean, if a vice president can complain, I'm proud of that.
That is very insightful. Thank you very much, Roba. You're always coming up with things on the spot that are quite interesting. Okay, Bwana Kesa, looking sharp. Tuambie mambo ya Manifesto and how it was when you were there. Yeah, today, looking sharp. Tuambie.
Okay, sorry, I was chatting with some admin here. Alex, your nini is downloading, so by the time I think I'm through with my submission, I will share for you before you make your presentation. Okay, I came here just to show solidarity with Baba that we are now officially started. Both candidates have been cleared. Then the agenda has been laid down. So we are more focused than ever. I began by making a joke on my social media that be sure Ruto will not launch a manifesto, but he will only launch an attack on what Papa has shared today. I think one of the things that Baba has done is has looked at the challenges and the issues that are affecting this country and done it with precision. You see, you can come up with things and call it bottom up, but we want to see, when you say about bottom up, what is in it for us in terms of education? What is in it for us in terms of our trade? What is in it for us in terms of our jobs and employment? So that the manifesto of Baba is simplified. You know, you can be telling us great things, but unless you have the ability to simplify, ni kama Kip naweza kuambia I'm learned. There are teachers who used to tell us like that when in school. You see, I have a PhD. But the fact that you cannot transfer the same knowledge you have into a student makes your PhD of no value. People don't want to know how much you know. They want to know how much you care. So that simplification of Baba's manifesto, like Baba Care, we are dealing with issues to do with health, and he's categorical about how he will handle our issues of health, how he's going to handle our issues to do with the education, how he has gone down when we talk about helping Mama Mboka. Baba has singled out. We have the struggling group in women, not just generalization about women. There are struggling groups, those single mothers who have been left with the burden of taking care of children after the hit and run guys have disappeared. So he has said he wants to make sure that they are supported and recognized in our society. He singled out issue to do with the Buy, Build Kenya. He majored on manufacturing. And as an engineer, I saw him going large on that. He emphasized the issue to do with every county having a product to manufacture and to as a trademark for every county. And we are going back to that issue, era of factories and industries. There's a way the colonial government and the African colonial masters who continued with the same regime did, that there were only a few areas and regions which were privileged to own industries, to own education, whether it's higher education or whatever. When you look at it, we used to know all the national schools are centered at a particular region. So in the spirit of devolution, we wanted all services to be decentralized. So when we're talking about having industries in every area, we are empowering every region. And that will make sense even when you construct roads everywhere. You will not be accused the way Jubilee government was accused that it took an SGR to nowhere. Because according to some people, that is in Masai land is nowhere. But we can understand because we are not devolving even services. We need to know what industries, what factories can do well in Masai land. There's something that is produced in those counties. So if we bring up the best of each county, so it makes sense when we open up roads, because roads are not just open up for people to move, but also goods and services to happen. And so for me, that going great on manufacturing and industries and factories in every region, it's okay. I see the only thing that Tanga picked out of there is when he talked about the Mtumba, Ningoya, dead people. But he is angry at this, that we have become a consumer society, and we focus on what other people are. And we are picking things that are left by other people, but then again, we are sold. And do you remember Mtumba was opened in the era of Moi? And when Mtumba was opened, the first industries to die were textile and even cotton industry. I remember Malakisi we used to grow cotton and sell it, and it was doing well. But we allowed shortcuts, and right now we cannot think about local manufacturing. Remember when even President Uhuru revived textile Eldoret, and he started wearing the made in Kenya shirts on Fridays. In fact, we named him Wamashati, Jaden Wamashati, and we refused to support him. And not even his deputy could buy a shirt from textile, which is in his own backyard. So we are not into empowering our own industries and making sure that they are working, but we are focused on quick fix. Quick things like you see, Mtumba is cheap. Yeah, but if we can extend that argument, even sugar in Uganda is cheap. Even toothpicks from China are cheap. So we will always depend on other countries, and we will never manufacture our own. Even tea from other countries is cheaper than tea from Kenya. So I think what Baba is saying is that we have to make a resolution to grow our own industries, and also buy our own product, be the first customers of our product before we export. I remember one of the conferences that was in of Africa held in Kenya. The discussion was that Africa needs to take care of its population because it's growing very fast. But the Chinese looked at it from a different perspective and said that Africa provides us with great opportunity. The bigger the population, the greater the opportunity of selling our products. So how then do we look at ourselves, and what appears to be a challenge becomes an opportunity? Some see in Chinese the challenge is spelled in two roots. One spells a crisis and another one spells opportunity. So what Baba is saying that we can start converting our challenges into opportunities and make each and every county empowered and resourceful. I may not even mention all the 10 points he said, but for me, the number one to do with manufacturing was what I captured. And that is what stemmed to the issue of Azimio government wants to achieve 6 million. Was it 6 million or six? How many jobs? 6 million jobs, I think. Is it in 5 years or per year? I need to look at the duration given, but he talked about 6 million jobs that they want to offer. So I was there, and the environment was good, and I liked the arrangement. I was telling people when UDA was launching their own rally after clearance, because here now you will see the organization and see which one is government and which guys are not ready to form government. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if Gachagua can bring out the organization skills that even Mother Karua has started bringing, and the grace that he's giving to the Baba. You see now the ticket looks more professional and ready to work together. I think they normally say that your order naturally gets order to other people. I have said it, and I want to repeat it. Since the day Mother Karua was chosen as running mate of Baba, I have never seen Aisha Chuma twerking. I've never seen Omanga twerking. They realize she has come to bring some sense of decorum, and naturally when the standard is raised, there is order. So Mother Karua has raised the standard for the women in this country. Before that, we were having women were being used as tools of marketing tools in our campaign rallies. You have to talk before men, and I think even her dressing, she doesn't dress like she doesn't dress provocatively. She dresses with respect. And so that is what we want to nurture in a society. We want a ticket that brings respect to the society, a ticket that brings decorum, values, that when you look at the two, what comes in your mind? It has even disorganized the guys who are going to the mountain. They don't have a message to the mountain. I have been listening to guys from the mountain. They are saying, so right now the conversation is, let's try mother. Let's try mother. We are not sure about where Gachagua will take us. We are already embarrassed. So I think that was my little input that I wanted to make. The other issues I'll pick from there. The issues to do with the education I've already talked about. So Alex, you can respond to what I've said as I share for you the clip. It's already down.
I wanted you to answer quickly before you put my clip. What is provocative dressing? I just wanted to know.
Anyway, what I was saying is that okay, let me use the good book. The Bible does not define the way we need to dress, but it uses the word modesty. So dressing modesty, in other words, when I look at you, what comes in my mind? I remember I shared my clip when I was in Nyayo. Not my clip, my photo. And I shared on 1, 2, 3 groups. Immediately I saw people cycling. There was a lady who was seated behind me. And the moment people never looked at my photo, they looked at the lady behind and they started circling. And Eric, that because they looked at how she is dressed and exposed some of her finest. So you can feel for yourself. When I share a photo here, there are things that the message that it will send. If I am in church and I want to connect with God, I want to shout. I want to close from outside and listen from inside. But as you meet one of the guys of praise and worship and dancing like our Omanga or our Aisha Chumwa, I'm sure I'll not be filled by the Holy Spirit. I will be filled by more imagination of other things. So you understand what we are saying. Even dressing sends a message. It may not be a bad message, but in other words, for us, for me as a marketer, I normally talk about occasion. The dress can be good, but what is the occasion? There's a dress I can use when I'm in a bedroom or sitting room, or when I am 2 of us, or when we are going an outing, or when I'm an athlete. But there's a dress that I use before people to demonstrate that I respect them, that I value them. Yeah, so you define the occasion. And for me, that is important. I cannot tell you that this is the best dress to dress, but understand the occasion and what is it communicating to people. Are you making people to lose their sense of focus? We have come here maybe to worship, or we have come here to even in the library, sometimes we were distracted. You have gone to the library to study, and some lady comes with and like you have lost the concentration. So the problem is not how he is dressed, but the problem is he has distracted someone from what he is supposed to do. And that is what defines modesty. I'm just talking generally.
Okay, I think I guess I'm going to show a video for Alex Media Group, and then he'll be next. But before that, I would want to tell people to, if you're coming to the show, kindly remove all the cookies. We're trying to sanitize ourselves. There's been attack. Do not share your real name on the stream, and be careful who you share your number to, and do not do any business with anybody. But that is going to be at your own risk. And do not download any images, documents, unless they're from YouTube, Facebook, or URLs you know. And finally, share Mtembei TV, road to 400,000 before election. Okay, Wekesa, you can show the clip, and then Alex Media Group, you can go in.
Alex, you can start. I will interrupt you. It's almost complete, but we cannot keep waiting.
Yeah, I wanted to emphasize for me, one of the best things that Baba said was this is a contract between me and the people of Kenya. And he emphasized, because many people wonder why we give campaign pledges and then we launch a manifesto. A manifesto is an official covenant between us and our leaders. And the epitome or the pinnacle of his speech, and I will read this: to slay the dragon of corruption that has bedeviled our country, we must therefore do the following. The appointees and elected members shall not engage in any conflict of interest between public and private affairs, including business with government, whether directly or indirectly. The Azimio administration, according to Odinga, will direct Parliament to establish mechanism to facilitate expeditious investigation, prosecution, and trial of cases relating to corruption, integrity, so on and so forth. But that speedy trial will be there within 100 days. That is one thing he said. We shall also ensure that public servants do not engage in commercial and business activities with the governments whatsoever. And that
Alex,
is one.
Pause kidogo imeload.
Okay.
Raising the red flag as she cannot vouch for how the Ministry of Education spent 58 billion shillings in subsidies for the 2019-2020 financial year. This is after her office established that not only did the ministry make overpayments amounting to 1.8 billion shillings, but made disbursements to 5 schools whose very existence is in doubt. Olive Barrows has pored over the report and focuses on the main discrepancies found in the education sector.
For years, Kenya has grappled with the phenomenon of ghost workers, where salaries and allowances are paid fraudulently to non-existent civil servants. And now it has emerged that the Ministry of Education in the 2019-2020 financial year made payments in the millions to 5 non-existent secondary schools. The Auditor General coming to this conclusion in her report on the national government after finding that 26.8 million shillings was disbursed to 5 schools whose existence is doubtful, since there appears to be no evidence of registration certificates, Teachers Service Commission appointment letters, or principal postings. Boards of management minutes approving the opening of bank accounts and necessary under the State Department for Early Learning and Basic Education annual guidelines on disbursement of free-day secondary education funds were also not provided. In total, the Auditor General found that 1.8 billion shillings in subsidies was overpaid to 2,610 public secondary schools. The overpayment, the report expounds, arose from erroneous computations, inflation of enrollment numbers in January of 2020, and double payments to some schools. The man who performed poorly in this math test was then Basic Education Principal Secretary Belio Kipsang, who by virtue of his office was Chief Accounting Officer. At the tertiary level, the report has raised a red flag over the status of construction of the Moiben Teachers Training College and the cost thereof. The Bill of Quantities having pegged the contract sum for the construction at 121 million shillings. Yet a full 4 financial years later, not only was the progress status pending, but more than double the contractual sum, 261.5 million shillings, had been disbursed. Olive Barrows, NTV.
Alex, you can pause it.
Yeah, I wanted to reinforce to Josephine and anybody in doubt that there is more than money, there is more than enough money that has been poured to the education sector. In fact, it is even more than we think. You can imagine what is being said here, that simply 1.8 billion was overpaid on top of what was already in the budget. It's not what was cut. It is more than what was already in budget. And I read for you the figures that what was already in budget. Moiben Teachers Training College, which was supposed to be finished with almost just, which was also already an inflated price of almost 200 million, again has tripled, and it is not even in the middle. You can imagine. And this, we can go on and on and on. There is a boy recently, 8 days ago, there is a boy 8 days ago who had swindled 11 million to his personal account for a non-existent school for bursary for free secondary education. And when I was doing my maths, before Baba said this, I was recently doing the maths of corruption in the Ministry of Education on the statistics we are getting from the media itself. From 2013, since Uhuru took over, up to date, the ghost schools amount to almost 1,400. They are not in the registration of any of our government offices. They don't have registration certificate or anything. And you can imagine in the free secondary education program, one child is getting almost like 800 shillings in a day. Then there is so many subsidies. So in total, when you put how many students are there, the average, not the total, the average in secondary, primary, and then you hit all those calculations up to now, from 2013 to now, we are talking about 300 billion that has been lost in the scheme of free education in Kenya. So when Baba is saying this will be actualized, believe him, he has always said, we know where we will get the money. We know where the money is. That is why the forces of corruption have come together, because they know we will go after them. The Ministry of Education itself, 3/4 of the money that allocated to it has never gone to the education of anybody in this country. It ends up in the officials of the education sector. And you can imagine that. So when Baba says we're gonna have education free, and I mean free, remember he repeated that. When he said free, he reinforced the word free. So we can go back to the dictionary and understand what the word free is. Now, my appeal to Kenyans is this. Why will you go to vote for a man who said he will give you only laptops? You never saw it. A man who has been over and over in these scandals. You know what? And I said it, it's on the record. The deputy speaker of our national government, who was recently defeated, he's among the people who have ghost school or who have been receiving money from these ghost schools. And this is the media saying, it's not Alex saying this. So you can imagine the chains of how we debate our finance bill. The money is allocated, but it doesn't get to the stakeholders of education. The Auditor General, in conjunction with Mahoha or Makoha, whatever his name is, came up that 1.8 was overpaid on top of what was already there. So you can imagine what we need to do. I will beg people like Duke, who are still refusing to understand the convectional wisdom of what this country is going through. If your people were given this assignment, and over the years until today, we are finding that we don't have free even lunches in our secondary education. Somebody has to go home, eat, and come back, or they have to pay extra money to eat in school. Yet the government funds this. So I think it's a high time we should start now talking about what Baba is going to do versus what Ruto said is going to do, and they did not do for the 10 years, so that we can ask, in whose hands are we safe? So I'm reinstating this. Ruto cannot be the caretaker.
Alex, lend me your 20 seconds.
Okay.
Yeah, and what you are discussing about corruption, education is just one bit of it.
It's a tip of iceberg.
Yes, it happens even when you go to, when you see these MPs launch even roads. There are some imaginary roads that have been allocated funds, and according to their own records, they are complete. But when you go to the ground, such road does not exist. So when Baba says he knows where money is, he's saying the truth. Because most of these projects across now, not just education, across, most of them are ghost projects. They are not there, but someone was paid and he spent the money. So we keep on repeating, and at the last minute you find someone, he comes and even if it's refurbishing the road, he comes and overnight, and and then they count that one is done. But when you go in the book of records, what was budgeted for was a lot of money. The road was budgeted to be given 3 layers. He has just done a cover up of 1 layer, and the rest of the money has been pocketed. So if all those things are looked into, there is enough money. I think Madagarua had an interview with Wahika, and he said that in Kibaki's government, they didn't measure on borrowing. Actually, they measured on cutting costs. And most of the money came from our own economy, and that is what strengthened our economy. So he said, if we are going to seal all the loopholes, we'll get the money to run all those programs. Yeah, you finish your submission. I just thought I need to. And guys, I'm leaving. I have to sleep. Tomorrow I'm waking up for a long journey. But today is already.
Anyway, good morning, because it's not a good night anymore. It's a good morning for you. So I wanted, in conclusion, to read this an excerpt from our Nation newspaper. A clerical officer at the Ministry of Education is being investigated for allegedly defrauding the ministry of 11 million. The officer, who is based in the ministry headquarters in Nairobi, is said to have created a non-existent secondary school in Kakamega County in order to receive the funds from the government. The investigators revealed that the suspect registered a school accommodating 1,188 students and included it in the list of secondary schools meant to benefit from free secondary education funds. In a report by EACC, it says the officer then opened a personal account at Equity Bank, which received 11 million of these funds between August 2017 and June 18, 2018. More investigation is being done what he received from 2018 to 2022. The officer's dealings were uncovered when the publisher contracted by the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development could not trace the school and the registration. And it said he allegedly used 2.5 million of these proceedings to buy a high-end vehicle, and later used a little bit more to buy a parcel of land somewhere else. You can imagine this is what we are talking about. Now, how many people were doing that before he started doing that? So, I mean, I can say this for a record. The biggest problem we have in Kenya is not even management, it's corruption. Let us deal with this demon of corruption. Once we deal with it, and the only person capable of dealing with it is not Ruto, is not Gachagua, cannot be the people in KKA. The only people that can be trusted to deal with corruption is Raila Amolo Odinga and Martha Karua. That one is for the record, and even the people in KAA know that. Thank you very much.
Bernard, if you can allow me, najua imefika wakati ya watoto kama mimi, as Alex says, kwenda kulala. I just wanted to say something small. First of all, Fabiano from Facebook, the numbers, we're still working on it through Alex Media Group. Sorry. The numbers, we're still working on it through Alex Media Group. We're still working on it through Alex. Yes, so those numbers are coming soon, and we're just going through a short break. We have to make the presentation a bit better. So hiyo tutatengeneza na tutarudi. As for a lady called Susan here, we would appreciate for you to come back to join. There's a link that's going to be produced through Tembe. I think some of your topics down there, the comments are quite informative. So tafadhali, try and join through the StreamYard link, and it will be very, very good for us to hear your opinions. It will be nice to hear that. As for my appreciation for Bernard, he's been doing this for over 9 months. Ben, asante sana. I don't think you've had a day off except when you're traveling for your education through your vocation as a pastor. That's the only time I've seen you not out there. So tunasema asante sana Bernard. Tunakuonesha appreciation. This is very important work. As for your extra channel, which is your kanisa, ututumie hiyo pia and advertise it here. I think we need to know about it, and we need to get you to 100,000. So Bernard, when you've gotten your channel back, tuta spread data hiyo. Najua mambo ya Mungu pia ni sawa. Again, I'll repeat that to Fabian. Me and Alex are still working on the numbers, and we'll come back to it through his media group. The other thing is, mimi nasema kwa watu wa Western, especially the people in Bungoma, tunataka kusema Ruto tawe, UDA tawe, Ford Kenya tawe. We need to get rid of these people. And as for the ODM crew there and the DAP, I'm not even talking to Azimio, ODM and DAP, you need to have more rallies in Bungoma. You need to have, I know Natembe is quite strong, but we need more rallies in those two counties, which is Trans Nzoia and Bungoma. We need to have a bit of presence there. They feel neglected. The ground is a bit shaky. We're at 50%. I want to emphasize that as much as possible because that is very scary. I think tunafikiria Wetangula is very weak. As from my brothers and sisters in Kisii, mimi nasema Nyamira needs to a little bit more work, and it's not my place to talk about the clans, but you need to share those seats across the clans. Tafadhali ODM wachia watu wa Kisii waongee vitu vyao. Let them do their own thing, and they will appreciate it. So Nyamira is a bit shaky. We've got a strong leader from Sinbarati, but Nyamira for me, it used to be an orange stronghold, but these young fellows that have been brainwashed over the last 5 years are doing a bit too much there. So Nyamira, we need a little bit more work. As for Kilifi and Machakos, I think the Register of Political Parties, umeonesha kitu kidogo hapo. Sasa Kingi has to come back and beg to get back into the door. So I think we are right there, but we still need a bit of campaigning in Kilifi. We need to tell our people the truth. The truth is some of these counties are not 100%. We are happy with what has happened in Nakuru. Mama Selina, and I think Nyumba is there. Your kazi umefanya Nakuru is very good. So that was, we've got the Kikuyu people now, and now we're going to get the Kalenjin people in that district. And I thank God we've got Rigathi Gachagua kwa sababu alifanya vituko uko Molo. Huyo mtu alikuwa na misuse those women of, I'm not even talking about the normal mwananchi in Molo. The things he's done with the women that were selling busa and muratina, and you know, by the way, Baba has never been against a traditional brewery. Anybody who produces any traditional alcohol, Raila has never been against you. He will never shun you against that because that is part of your tradition. So long as it's done in a safe and clean way, Raila has never been against it. Hii mambo ya kuweka hii kitu inaitwanga chang'aa, hii chang'aa chafu, that is what Raila is against. Lakini mambo kama busa, muratina, and these other traditional drinks, Raila has never been against it. And if it's chang'aa, there is the clean chang'aa that is produced traditionally. Yo mzee hajai kataa. Ni hii yenye mnaweka jet fuel, mnaweka ile madawa ya maiti, that is Raila is against. It's killed a lot of people in our nation. It's made a lot of people blind. And I don't think what Gachagua used to do back in the day and abuse these women that were producing these things in Molo was not good. There was some inhumane things he had done to them. And the language he talks to them, to the nation, we can see his DO behaviors are coming up. His DO behaviors are such that he talks to people as a police person or a cop or a person who's on top of authority. He's not a public figure. He's not what Bernard always says, a servant leader. He's an authoritative leader, and you can see it by his language. And these things that he says, you cannot stop it. So mimi nataka tuendelee kuongea mambo ya Rigathi Gachagua, lazima arudi na lazima tusikie mambo yake. And I'm saying this again very seriously. He's been chosen by Kenya Kwanza as the president to be on their side. So why not we listen to him as our future president if that is what they want him to be? So I'm just saying that we need to hear him. So musimnyang'anya microphone, hashtag bring Rigathi back, hashtag give Rigathi the mic. Bernard, the row of Mukururo ni hivi. Kuna Roberto hapo, alafu mzee Jacinto Bay, lakini kabla hiyo kama wanaume wawili wanaweza kukubalia, Mama Selina ameangushwa like 3 times. She's been dropped out like 3 times before she could speak, and okay, again it's happening again. Mama Selina has not finished her presentation, but the way it is right now, it's Roberto, Jacinto Bay, Duke, Selina, alafu tunaanza tena because tutaenda hapo kwa Josephine, Roban, and so on and so forth. So ningependa sana kusema asante sana Bernard, and we appreciate you, and keep up the good work. And me and you have our own arrangement. We'll talk later. You lazima tutafanya leo. Finally, road to 400 people. Subscribe, hit the notification bell, and share it to your friends and family. We're getting to 400 before election time. Let's promote this thing. 400,000, tafadhali. We are almost there. It's not too far. Asante sana. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Kip. We appreciate it. Let's keep up the good work. This is our calling. We have to live up to it. Our country is our duty to safeguard it. It's very sad hearing about what is happening with education. This country needs help, serious help, and urgently. I don't see why somebody can be advocating for that and still be breathing in and out. It is unimaginable. that is a noble move. Help Kenyan children, and there's nothing. It's not good investment for any country than the education of its children. Afadhali kula ya barabara, at least ya barabara tutaelewa, but for the children, something has to happen to us. Okay, this is serious, very, very serious. Pesa ya watoto kusoma na pesa ya dawa ya wagonjwa. Keep off. Kula barabara, kula ya mawe, kula ya nyumba, it will be understandable. But for the sick, for the children,
pesa ya free maternity, ukipiga hesabu free matano is even worse. Money that Uhuru gave for free matano, mama wanaenda kuzaa, unashangaa 100% never went to hospitals. That's how bad it is.
Oh, God save Kenya. All right, Mama Selina, vipi huko?
Bernard, leo nimekaliwa kama wewe. Naingia dakika mbili kabla itapotea. Alex, thank you so much. And somebody called that Osoro, wherever his name is. Nalikana, lakini sijui. Alisema ati it was not him, but I know tulisikia yeye akiongea. So anyway.
Sorry, Mama Selina, you'll need to format your gadget just completely.
Hey, Bernard.
Yeah, sorry.
Quickly,
kuna mambo inaendelea because hiyo ni kuwaipisha wamama. Hata
quickly, Bernard, I heard Osoro say what is being alleged. I heard him say in Kikisi. I heard him. So let him not lie.
Sorry. That is what he said. Okay, politicians will not own up, and right now the way the tide is looking to be very heavy on the mother ticket. An attack to women is a very, very dangerous move to make right now. If somebody does not go to Kabogo for advice and keep their tongue from attacking women at this point in time, as far as politics is concerned, let him just sign his obituary and go home. It's not that easy. There's no war you can win against women. Not at this time. It is do or die. And if there is any fierce war I know under the sun, it's the war against women. You can't win that one. So Osoro and team better go for advice to Kabogo, and Kabogo will tell them to watch lest they be finished completely.
Hey, Bernard,
So,
that's my local MP Osoro. You are very true. I also listened to the clip right now a few minutes ago. I mean, I don't know why people from my area, they like just using bad words about women. I remember Cosmo. In fact, if you have to ask, let me ask Cosmo Joy. Since he said those words, have you ever heard him? He is irrelevant right now. So Osoro, what he said, it's going to cost him something. We know what he said in Kisii. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante. Naomba turudi sasa kwa mkururo, tufuate ratiba, tuhakikishe kwamba tunaendelea na mchango wetu kuhakikisha kwamba kila Mkenya anamakinika. Just to alert everybody, we have hackers in the panel, I mean on the platform, who are trying to frustrate what we are doing, and they are sending buggers to mess us up on a high rate. They are targeting personal phone numbers, targeting personal channels, and even now they are attacking my I think my IP address is exposed, and so they are trying to disconnect my net and all that. That's why I've had an uphill task today. I can't connect. At times my net drops to 0 and does not register anything. And so everybody beware, be careful who you are sharing your phone number with. There are people among us who are not up to good. Please beware of that and watch out. Meeting on Tembei TV doesn't make us brothers and sisters like it looks. There are some of our brothers among us who are evil and they want to do evil against us. So they target you, especially when you're a good contributor and you have a good following, a good listenership. They will want to frustrate you by hacking your phone, sending a bagger to get your phone to overheat and not be able to sustain the connectability on the net. So please beware. We are working around the clock to see to it that we'll be able to control that. Please, in the meantime, just beware. Don't be scared, but beware. Kuna wabaya katikati yetu. There are snakes among us that wants to bring down this platform particularly. They have made so much attempts. We thank God that they have not succeeded, and we pray they will not succeed. So kuwa makini tafadhali. Watu wa hapa tunakaa sura nzuri, lakini chini ya hizo sura nzuri kuna maovu. Jitahidi tafadhali, hakikisha kwamba uko safe kabisa. Tunawashukuru wale ambao wamejitolea kuendelea kutufuata na kusupport Mtembei TV. Tufanye hivyo hivyo, lakini kuwa makini. Asante sana. So turudi kwa Roberto, tukisonga hivyo Jakindu Bay, tuendelee mbele. Asante.
Yeah, good morning, good evening once again. I'll just go straight to the point. I don't have a preamble like some of our brothers. Now, the manifesto really was something that was breathtaking. The launch was breathtaking, and we need to appreciate some of the content in that manifesto. And for me, the three things that stuck out was the manufacturing, corruption, and debt management or renegotiation. But on that corruption, there's an approach that caught my eye that Baba suggested, and the approach comes with he was not being he didn't try to hide anything. He has categorically said that he will ensure that he'll use our security apparatus and kind of plant people to collect data on corruption. And that is the only, I think for me, it's one of the most effective ways, because if you look at strong nations that have managed to deal with threats to the nation as well as state, I've got an elaborate network, and planting these people or recruiting people to work in this some of the security agencies is the surest way of tackling corruption wholesome, because the security agencies have got a wide network throughout the country. So I feel like that is a more professional approach, because tackling corruption, we have one side of the divide who always feel like they have it has been politicized, but for me, I don't think so. It only happens when some people believe that proceeds of corruption should just be left hanging out there and should be spent anyhow. So that approach gives me some confidence that this corruption, if need be declared a threat to our national security, because that money that is in circulation, that is proceeds of corruption, destroyed not only our economy, have also destroyed our social fabric. You'll find drugs coming in. So much can be done with money that has not been obtained rightfully. And on debt management, that is also a step that we'll need to take. We have to renegotiate the debt payment, because I don't think the country will be able to sustain some of these programs if we are going to continue repaying our debt at the current rate. We need to renegotiate for more time, so that we can get a breathing space, both for the taxpayer and also save on some money to run the government. On the manufacturing, quite a number of panelists have talked about it. So I think I'll leave it at that and chip in as we continue. Thank you.
Okay, asante Roberto, we appreciate it. Let's keep moving. Jakindube, vipi leo?
Salama sana Bernard, habari yako?
Niko salama, nashukuru.
Nawasalimia wote.
Leo siku njema.
Asante. Sasa mimi vile vile nataka kwanza kuchangia kwamba ile manifesto ilikuwa nzuri sana vile ilikuwa launch. Lakini mimi nataka kusema kwamba nimefurahia sana, lakini mimi nasema kwamba saa zingine ndio maana ninasema kwamba kuna kusoma na sio kuelimika. Kuna learning but not educated. Unaona hii mambo ya wizi ambao tunasema corruption. Hawa watu kama ni learned but they are not educated. Kama wamesoma hawana elimu. Hii kitu lazima tuelewe. Kwa sababu kama mtu hao watu ambao kama sasa tuseme hiyo pesa ambayo imepotea kwa hiyo wizara ya elimu. Huyo mtu ambaye amesimamia hiyo ni mtu graduate. Tunasema mtu amesoma. Lakini is not educated. Kwa sababu kama mtu uko educated, kama mtu yani umeelimika, hauwezi kufanya kitendo kama hicho. Maana unajua hii kitu ni corruption, inatakiwa tuipige kwa mambo mengi. Tuseme yule ambaye amepatikana na corruption adhibiwe, lakini inatakiwa watu tuelimishwe. Watu waelimishwe juu ya corruption. Kwa nini corruption ni mbaya? Kwa sababu kuna watu wengi wamesoma na hawajui maana ya ubaya wa corruption. Hawajui. Kwa hiyo inafaa tuwe na hasa kwamba watu waelimishwe, na mimi ningelipenda suggest kwamba katika shule tuanze kuelimisha watoto wetu juu ya kitu inaitwa corruption. Kwa hiyo watoto wajue uongozi na wajue maana ya kutotumia vibaya mali ya serikali. Manake hiyo ni mali yake. Lazima wajue kwamba ikitumika vibaya watakosa hizo facilities, atakosa hospitali, atakosa madawa, atakosa barabara nzuri, atakosa vifaa nzuri, atakosa hata ulinzi. Hizo ni vitu ambavyo inatakiwa watu waelimishwe, kwa sababu bila vile vile kuelimisha watu, manake inaonekana watu wengi sana. Ndio maana ninasema watu wengi wanaonekana ni wasomi, lakini hawana elimu. Hawajaelimika, kwa sababu ni msomi lakini hajaelimika. Kwa sababu hiyo ndio maana anafanya vitendo vibaya hizo za kuiba. Kwa hiyo mimi nafurahia manifesto na hata zile vitu ambavyo Bwana Raila amesema, lakini mimi nataka kusema kwamba huyu ni kiongozi ambaye kwa kweli ni vigumu sana saa zingine naona hata saa zingine nashindwa hata kwa nini wa Kenya tunalinganisha Raila na hao viongozi wengine, kwa sababu huyu jamaa anatuambia hata sasa kwamba Wakenya kuna vitu vitatu, maadui wetu watatu ambao ni ujinga, maradhi na umasikini. Na hizi vitu vitatu hata Amerika inapigana na hizo vitu, hata Uingereza, hata German, hata ukienda Japan, kila nchi inapigana na hizi vitu vitatu. Hizi vitu vitatu ndizo watu wanapigana nazo, nchi zote zinapigana na hizi. Unajua, juzi nilimsikia Ruto akisema kwamba wajinga hawako Kenya. Wajinga wako Kenya wengi, ujinga bado huko tu mwingi, na mambo ya kosa matibabu iko kwa wingi, umasikini kwa wingi. Na hizi vitu si hati Kenya peke yake, hizi vitu hata ukienda Uingereza ni hizo vitu wanagombana nazo, wanapigana nazo. Hata ukienda Amerika wanapigana na hizo vitu vitatu ndizo manake ukitaka kumaliza umasikini lazima ujenge maviwanda, upatie vijana kazi ndio wawe na pesa, unaona. Na hospitali, ukiwa na hospitali ndio utapunguza magonjwa mengine ambayo yanaweza kudhuru watu bila kutibiwa, unaona. Na ujinga, ukipiga ujinga ndio utatoa vitu kama hizi corruption, utafanya watu waelewe, wawe watu ambao wamesoma, lakini ni watu wana elimu, kwa sababu bila kuwa na elimu huwezi kupata nani. Alafu mimi naomba wakati serikali ya Azimio itakuwa kwa utawala, waache kusikiliza mtu kama amepatikana ana makosa ya kwamba anakisiwa ama anakabiliwa na shitaka la corruption. Wasisikie maneno kama vile Uhuru amekuwa akisikia eti ni political, sijui hii mambo ni siasa, anashikiwa. Ashikwe, awekwe ndani, afanyiwe mashtaka, watu wasisikie. Wakenya tusisikie hii mambo ya ati mtu anashikwa ati kwa sababu ati mtu akishikwa utasikia hiyo ni political. Nani ambaye sio political? Akishikwa wacha afungwe kabisa, afungwe na afungike kabisa, ndio ikomeshe hii mambo ya kusema ati hiyo ni political, kwa sababu kila mtu akishikwa wanasema hiyo ni political, huyo anashikwa kwa sababu. Hapana, kuna watu wengi tu hata wauda ambao hawana corruption. Huwezi kwenda kumshika mtu kama hajafanya makosa. So yule mtu ambaye anashikwa amefanya makosa. Wacha mtu yoyote asilalamike, hata ikiwa mtu wa UDA, wacha huyo mtu kama yeye yuko clean, ataenda kotini, ataachiliwa na koti. Lakini msianze kusema ati ni political. Mtu kama anakabiliwa na mashtaka, wacha aende, kwa sababu mnasema tuko na koti ambayo inajua sheria. Wacha aende, kwa sababu hii koti wakati juzi tu wakati ilikata kauli kwamba BBI haikufuata sheria, ile ilivyoanza haikuwa imefuata vile inatakikana. Watu wale wana support UDA walipiga makofi, wakasema judiciary yetu ni sawa. Lakini mtu akishikwa kwamba ni corrupt, wanasema hiyo ni political. Hiyo double standard hiyo watoe kabisa. Hiyo haifai katika nchi yetu. Na hiyo kupigana na ufisadi, tunapigana nao wote kama Wakenya, kwa sababu hiyo ni kitu ambayo itatufaa. Mimi nataka kugusia tu vile Gachagua alikuwa anasema juu ya polisi. Hawa polisi kusema ati mpaka wawe hata wakiwa watu wa university, kama wasipoelimika bado watafanya tu vile hawa ambao hawajasoma. Kama hawana facility nzuri, hawana nyumba nzuri, hawana mshahara mzuri, watafanya tu kama hawa. Inatakiwa polisi wapewe mshahara mzuri, wapewe conditions nzuri za kufanya kazi. Akimaliza kazi awe na pension nzuri, hawezi kutafuta mambo ya corruption. Jambo lingine ambalo limenifurahisha kabisa na vile nimemsikia Raila amesema ni kwamba hiyo ni kitu ambacho imekula nchi yetu for a long time, na hiyo ni chanzo cha corruption kubwa sana. Hiyo ndio kwanza, akiziba hiyo itakuwa ni rahisi kufight corruption. Wafanyikazi wa serikali, wafanyikazi wa umma wote, hakuna mtu anaruhusiwa kufanya biashara au kufanya kazi nyingine. Kama unataka kufanya kazi na serikali, fanya kazi na serikali. Kama unataka kufanya biashara, enda ufanye biashara. Kwa sababu mimi niliona, mimi nataka kuambia, wakati wa kwanza kwenye early 70s, hapo 60s, 8, 68, 9, 70s, kulikuwa kuna mfanyisi wa serikali yoyote alikuwa anafanya biashara. Alafu ukaja mtu mmoja anaitwa Ndegwa. Huyu ndio walifanya campaign mpaka ikazidi chaguliwe kamati ambayo Ndegwa ndiye alikuwa ameongoza hiyo. Alafu hiyo kamati, kwa sababu Kenyatta alikuwa amekataa, hiyo kamati ndio ilikubali kwamba wafanyikazi wa serikali wanaweza kufanya biashara. Tangu siku hiyo walikubali wafanya serikali. Tangu siku hiyo kazi zote zikaanza kuporomoka. Kazi zote zikaanza kuporomoka kwa sababu wakati kabla wafanyikazi wa serikali walikuwa wanafanya tu kazi, ilikuwa unakosa dawa katika chemist town, lakini ukienda ile chemist ya hospitali Kenyatta utapata dawa aina yoyote ilikuwa inapatikana Kenyatta. Ulikuwa unatibiwa hata kwa estates. Tulikuwa na dispensary kama hapo Jericho, uko Pumwani, kulikuwa na dispensaries ambazo ukiwa mgonjwa unaenda hapo, unatibiwa, unapewa na dawa hapo. Unaona, kulikuwa na madaktari 24 hours, kuna wa mchana na kuna wa usiku. Sasa hizo vitu walipoanza tu kusema watu wanaweza kufanya biashara, hizo vitu zote ziliboromoka, hakuna tena, ziliharibika completely. Hakuna madawa. Kwa hiyo ni kitu ambayo inatakiwa turudishe. Ndio kufanya mfanyikazi, ukitaka kufanya kazi na serikali ufanye kazi na serikali, ukimaliza upewe pension yako vizuri na uishi vizuri. Mshahara ndio wapatiwe mshahara nzuri, na wakimaliza kufanya kazi anafanya. Lakini ukitaka kufanya biashara, toka ukafanya biashara. Huwezi kufanya biashara kama vile polisi moja nilimuona, yeye mapato yake kwa biashara zake zinamletea 1 million per month, na yeye mshahara ile ambayo anapatiwa kwa polisi haifiki 1 million. So kwa nini hawachi polisi aende afanye biashara? Ndio kusema hapo kwa polisi kuna kitu fulani ambayo anafanya, na ukimwangalia zile vitu anazo, unajiuliza huyu alifanya kazi lini kupata kuwa na hizi vitu zote. Ni corruption. Wakati walikuwa wanakuwa interviewed wakati mmoja, sijui ilikuwa ni 2016, sijui ilikuwa 2000, kama mnaweza kukumbuka, wale waliona. Ni jambo la ajabu sana. Alafu huyo anapewa kazi, anapewa promotion huyo. So hiyo kazi watafanyaje? So ni jambo ambalo linatakiwa watu waiunge mkono. Mimi naiunga mkono kabisa, kwa sababu nilikuwa na experience. Mtu akiambiwa kufanya kazi, kwa sababu ukienda kama Uingereza, mfanyikazi wa serikali huwezi kumsikia ana business, wala bibi yake, wala mtoto wake, wala nani. Hakuna, huwezi kusikia ati yeye akana biashara fulani, kwa sababu yeye ndio, kama ni contracts za serikali wanahusika. Kwa hiyo huwa haifanyiki hivyo. Ndio maana unaona corruption ni chache katika hizo nchi kama za Uingereza ama za Amerika ama za Japanese ama nini. Japanese wakipatikana na nani, jamaa anajinyonga, wengine wanajinyonga kwa sababu ni kitu ambayo ni mbaya kwa jina lako. Asante sana Bernard.
All right, thank you so much, Jakindube. We appreciate you so much. It was 1975 that the law that had banned civil servants from doing business with the government was lifted. You are right, and since then we have never recovered. Magendo ikaingia, maovu yakaingia, and to prove that this country has resources, I want you to imagine from 1975 until now, inji imekuwa ikikamuliwa na haijamalizwa, is still in existence. That means we have enormous resources in this country. If they are put to good use, it will not take long before we go to first world level. We just need right people in right places. Hawa watu wa kunyonya na kukamua hii nchi wakamatwe na wafungiwe mbali sana, because we cannot continue giving birth to children without a surety of a future. That we have already eaten 100 years and we are still giving birth to send children into that 100 years that we have already finished today. We need to get angry enough as Kenyans and do the right thing for this country for once. Tuache kuwa short-sighted na kubuy into the ideology that kura yetu ni kusaidia mtu wetu ama kuokoa mtu fulani. Kura iwe ya kuokoa nchi na kusaidia nchi kusonga mbele. Hizo stories of corruption, they have to come to an end completely and within the shortest time possible. And the pessimists who are saying it will take long before corruption is arrested, it doesn't need to take long. It just needs to take the right moves. All those, the data is available. The people connected to that data are available. Wakamatwe, pesa zirudi, watoto wetu wasome bila kusumbuliwa. Watoto wamelishwa kidheri na cabbages all through. Not because we don't have milk, we don't have the meat. We have all these things available, but wrong people who are twisted can't allow our country to take off. We can't tolerate that any longer. Let's do the right thing.
Bernard, samahani, nimesahau kitu kimoja kidogo tu, dakika 30. Nataka kusema, nimesahau kitu. Nilikuwa nataka kusema hivi. Jamani, mimi naomba wa Kenya tukatae viongozi kama Mutua na Kingi. Hawa ni viongozi ambao wanakuja mbele yetu wanatuambia hawakujua kitu gani wamesai. Na wao wawili out of 26, wao wawili ndio hawajui walichosaini. Wanasema hawajui walichosaini. Na vile vile ni viongozi ambao hawafuati sheria. Unajua jambo la muhimu kufuata sheria. Walisaini ile mkataba wa Azimio wakijua kwamba ukisha saini hiyo ni lazima uwe hapo, ukitaka kutoka ni 6 months na baada ya uchaguzi ni 3, lakini wanataka yani wanaharibu. Lazima ukifanya kitu ufuate sheria. Ndio kusema hawa watu ukiwachagua ni watu ambao hawatafuata sheria. Kama hawezi kufuata sheria ya kile ambao wao wenyewe wamesaini, tunataka watu wajue kwamba viongozi kama hao ni viongozi ambao hawafai. Hawa ndio viongozi hawawezi kuzima mambo ya corruption, kwa sababu inatakiwa kama wewe ni kiongozi ukisaini kitu, Kingi ni lawyer, unawezaje kusaini kitu hujui? Na ukisha sign umesoma, unajua ukisaini. Hawa ni viongozi ambao hawana tija katika nchi yetu. Asante Bernard.
Thank you. We say in leadership that excuses are the crutches for the non-committed. mtu akishashindwa kujieleza kwa watu kwa nini amefanya kile anafanya, anajaribu kutafuta excuses. Kama mkataba umesign, ulisign. Kama unataka that's why I'm saying tusiangalie sera peke yake, tuangalie tabia. Okay, haijalishi umesign contract aina gani, kama tabia yako ni mbaya itaonekana tu. Kama ni mtu wa kurudi nyuma, utarudi nyuma tu. Wangapi wamebeba Biblia wakarudi nyuma? So does that mean the Bible has something wrong inside? No, it just means the people who are subscribing to the same are not up to the character that can sustain their commitment. And so that's why we have to choose our leaders rightly and be able to tell nani huyu anataka kututumia, nani huyu anataka mema ya inchi. Na tuendelee na debate. Tumlete bwana Duke. Duke vipi?
I'm good.
Roberto, umeinua mkono, kuna nini?
I just wanted to educate one Julius Olingira in the comment section on the Mutumba issue. Briefly, I just wanted to mention to him that what Baba said was that we need to promote our own textile industries, and so that the people who are importing the Mutumba get an opportunity to sell the Kenyan textiles. And if you can, he talks about quality also, that the quality is better. But I want to mention that some of the Mutumba that are imported to this country are actually manufactured in our export processing zones here in Kenya. They go abroad and they find their way back to the country. And if you look at the report of the textile export report of 2020-2021, Kenya exported 33 billion worth of textiles in that financial year. And some of even the best jeans that are sold in the West and in Europe come from our export processing zones. So it is not about quality. Quality, we can find it here. All we need to do is to ensure that there is production for the local market. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a good point. And also, we must put in consideration that there will be a transition period. You cannot just ban Mutumba by a stroke of a pen. What will people be wearing if we are yet to put up those enough industries to produce enough clothes for all Kenyans to buy their things locally? So Baba is not talking about an impromptu and thought out decision. It is something that is elaborate, and we know that Mutumba business, the people participating in that is a huge percentage of our population. It is not something that you can just strike off and it has no consequences. It has
hata alisema kwamba ana understand wale wanafanya biashara, si kwamba atawafungia biashara, lakini alisema itafanyiwa ukarabati polepole, ndio tuache kuvaa nguo ambazo zishavaliwa na watu wengine, tutengeneze zetu. No.
So thank you, Jakindu Bey, for that. And that is my point. It is not something that will happen suddenly. There will be a process towards the same, and it will be working both sides. We increase our production as we reduce our exports. We increase our production as we reduce our export until it balances smoothly without having to cause friction. So don't panic and jump around like the politicians would want to spin that to use it as a campaign tool. It's a normal thing. We have had so many transitions in this country. We transited from matatu carrying people like potatoes to now carrying one person on a seat. That was a huge undertaking. It was unimaginable. that we can now go in the matatu and we are all seated. It wasn't like that. We have had transition from one education system to another education system. We had transition from many things. So it is a process. It is not something that happens suddenly. And I'm sure it will be taken care of safely. Let us not perpetuate the aspect that we can't produce good quality. We can. We can produce the best teachers, the best doctors, the best nurses. What makes it impossible for us to produce the best garments? Tukubali Kenya iko mbele. Ni wakora tu wachache ambao wanataka kuturudisha nyuma. Hawa wakora ndio wanapaswa kukamatwa, wafungiwe mbali. Bwana Duke, take it.
I want to start by saying that we have been hearing promises for decades, and most Kenyans have given up. During the weekend, I was at my rural area and I was seeing there were several campaign activities. And you find that most people have given up to the extent they want politicians to give them money. They don't want to hear anything from them because they know once they will give them votes, they will go to root. So they were actually saying, we want you to give us money, and then that's what we can hear from you. We don't want to hear any promise. So in a country where we have been hearing promises for decades, for years, without much change, we expect a manifesto to be more accurate and to be really more implementable and to be a reality. To that, having that in mind, then I will start by scrutinizing the manifesto, which was unveiled today. And there are three sectors which were good, and I support them 100%. One is about corruption, the way the details on how corruption should be handled. For instance, ensuring that those who are working in the government are not involved in contracts and other business dealing with the government. Actually, almost all contracts across the counties and across the wards, you find that we have an MCA who has daughters and sons with accounts. So you find that people are giving contracts to relatives, actually to themselves, and then they are getting all the profits, and then they are overquoting the prices of those. So if we will be able to prevent that, I think corruption will be reduced to a large extent. Actually, I'm even adding, we should actually even do away with contracts. I actually said that. For instance, we can have a government employing workers who are paid salaries, and they can actually execute all the functions of the government. If you go to some counties, you find even there is a contract for supply of pens, supply of books, which can actually be bought directly from shops. And so that, I agree with that. Number two is about education, free education. That's actually implementable. And the problem we have in Kenya is that we don't have strong control from the central government. For instance, when Kibaki introduced free primary education, it was functioning very well across the nation. But now we find that most schools have freedom and they are setting their own school fees. If you go to other national schools, remedial fee is like, you pay remedial like 10,000 per term. That's the remedial fee, you see? So there are a lot of resources which are misused within the education sector. So that if the government, I propose the government to print the fee statements of all schools across the country, so that you don't find principals coming with some figures, and then you find that each student is funded to the tune of 30,000 per year, and still students are paying too much. So it's like those money is being routed by principals and many stakeholders across the nation. So that's one can also be. Also, manufacturing is, we spoke about manufacturing. Actually, that's like the backbone of any economy. You know, manufacturing creates a lot of employment opportunities, right from the resources, resourcing of materials, converting them to finished products. So in the manufacturing sectors where a lot of employment opportunity can be created. However, where I disagree, or where I still have questions around those specific agendas will be implemented when we talk about, for instance, Papa Care. So if I can read that agenda 10, it says Papa Care will primarily focus on social protection and transformation. All citizens should enjoy a right to access poor quality and affordable health care. So there is no much details on how that can be implemented. I expect to get more specific details. For instance, maybe you can say, for instance, in Kenya Kwanza, we are saying that those who are earning high will actually pay more for insurance. So we know that healthcare is an expensive sector. So there is resources, there is a lot of expensive resources. Doctors have to be paid. So you cannot just make it to be free without spending a lot of money. So in Kenya Kwanza, we are talking about those who are earning more will pay more. For instance, if you're earning 1 million, you can pay like 100,000 for NHIF. But when we have individuals who are not having any income, maybe they can pay like 200. So that in that way, we make healthcare more accessible to more people. But in this case, is saying that everyone will get access to healthcare, but it's not giving specifics on how. I expected to get more specifics on how that can be implemented. The same applies when we talk about water to every household. We read that's agenda point number 9. It says the commitment to make clean and safe water available to all Kenyans. So I expect, so those 3 parameters, that is the Papa Care and water supply, they are actually focusing more on what, but not how. So I expect to get more specific details on that. I think those are my brief comments today.
Okay, thank you.
Jiunge na Azimio bwana, jiunge na Azimio. Si unaona Azimio iko safi kabisa.
Question?
Okay. Question. Roberto, yes.
Yeah, I just wanted, either it is a question or a comment. I just wanted to enlighten Duke that the water, accessible water to every Kenyan, for me, I think it's possible. And the starting point we should have been the Kimwarer and the road dams. If you have been listening to your candidates' comments and utterances while on the campaign trail, he has been to especially the lower eastern, which has been having a problem with water for a long period, and he has talked about dams that have been built there. And the other days, the politicians in the lower eastern were asking, which dams are these? Because he has talked about almost 20, we was talking about 27 dams. Now, these dams, if they were to be actualized, I think that area should have been covered. And to give you an example of accessible water for all, there is a project that is being funded and is still on in the coast region that has been funded by the World Bank for the last, I think, almost 10-15 years. Slowly by slowly, water is more accessible to people in the coast region. The sewage system, especially in the towns of Malindi and Mombasa have been overhauled by this project. There is the Baricho water supply. There is Mzizima, which is now almost covering the whole of coasts. It is still not sufficient, but we can say that in the last 10 years, it has changed a lot. So there is a lot that, I mean, there is much that can be done, and it is possible. I don't think it is something next to or a mirage. Thank you.
Thank you. Where's Robert? Yes, Robert.
Okay, I give it to Roberto about the water thing. That one, it can be achieved. Hey, Duke, when you say those who want more should pay more on the insurance, how does it help now, the whole insurance thing? How does it help?
First of all, if, insurance is like a common fund which is used to, for instance, to pay for medical expenses. The way the NHIF works is that it depends on the amount it has. So if it has a lot of money, it can actually cover 100%. But if it does not have enough funds, it can cover, for instance, half of your expenses. So, for instance, if you find that a person is earning 100,000 and you are paying 500, another one is earning 10,000 and is saying 500. So that's not fair. So if, for example, we have a fixed percent, you say, let it be 10% of the income. So if 10% of 100,000 is around 10K. So if you are maybe 10K, it becomes 1K, you see? So that the NHIF will have a lot of funds, so it can cover more. So you can find that you have an NHIF coverage, but it cannot pay 100% because it does not have enough funds. So those who want more, if they pay more, it will have more funds, and those funds can cover more people and also cover all the expenses.
Okay. Yes, Wycliffe, see.
Thank you. Appreciate getting an opportunity on this panel. So Duke, I'm just curious. Okay, so basically what you're saying is that you're targeting those who make more money to put more funds into NHIF, right? So if that is the case, so what stops them from getting any other insurance that they need because they have the money to buy whatever insurance they need and not be part of that system that you're talking about? And the other question is, how many are they? How many are those people who are in that compared to the rest of the group? So sometimes I think when you're looking at a problem, you have to in this case, Baba is saying that if you cannot afford it, the government will pay for you, right? But then if you can, then you pay into that fund. You cannot make somebody get into the fund. I mean, even the US, they tried putting that mandate thing and it failed, right? So the mandate thing will not work. So and if I'm making a lot of money, most of the time those people don't use NHIF. So the NHIF is supposed to cater for mainly those in the middle and low income, and that's where the government really has to come in and put their stake on the ground for that.
Okay. Nyerere malizia ili Duke apeane one response, please.
Nilikuwa nasema hivi nilikuwa naulizia Duke ashawahi kuwa kwa payslip ile, kama ashawahi kwa payslip ni hao watu tunalipa kwa NHIF, pesa ni sawa kweli? Kwa sababu The least you are paying to the NHIF, it's 500 shillings. There's some people who are getting more salary. They are paying more. Even now, it's not them to implement. It's already in place. Hiyo ndio kitu kwa nataka kuambia, ndio hiyo kitu iko mpaka saa hii. Lakini baba care, it's a different thing. Wale ambao hawajiwezi, hiyo kitu iko, sio yeye anaanza saa hii. Okay?
Okay, Duke, give a response, please, so that we move forward.
Duke, let me just add something so that you give a response on the same. There's also, Baba talked about corruption and how he's going to overhaul the health system so that people are able to get that Baba care. You realize the problem with NHIF at the moment is that we have doctors who are not who are corrupt and who have clinics and have registered with NHIF. They are receiving payments for falsified bills, and it is actually taken a toll on the NHIF, and they are having problems with paying. So if we are to tackle corruption wholesomely, even in that sector, we will save a lot of money. Duke, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. First of all, I want to respond to Wycliffe. In Kenya, NHIF is compulsory. So if you are working for a company or the government and you want to buy your own private insurance, it's a must for you to pay NHIF. So if those who want more pay more, the fund will increase regardless whether you have your private insurance. NHIF is compulsory, so that one can increase. Number two, the maximum. There is a person who said that there is those who earn more pay more. That's not true. The maximum deduction for NHIF is 1,700 Kenya shillings. Every person who earns more than 100,000 in Kenya, you are deducted 1,700, and that's not fair. We have Kenyans who earn like 5 million. If you are earning 5 million, you are deducted 1,700. Another person is earning 100,000 and is deducted 1,700. So you have the minimum deduction is 500. You find another person earning 5,000 and is deducted 500. You see, that's not fair. So we want it to be like for instance, to be proportional to your income. It's not like we are targeting those who earn more. It's like we are making them to pay the fair share. So that's what I can say. Robert is talking about recovering about, yes, that I can agree with that. But what I was speaking is that the purple care was not adequate. For instance, if you say that every person will have health care coverage, you have to give more details about that. Maybe if you say it is for everybody, some people may stop paying, and then you find that there is no funds to sustain that, because health care is very expensive. Doctors have to be paid. We have to buy chemicals and equipment. So that's what I can respond.
Okay, thank you, Brother Duke. What I understand by Baba care or healthcare is not different from free education. The only thing you need to guarantee this free healthcare is you make sure that the caregivers are taken care of, and the resources for the medicine are available. We've had that before. When we are growing up, you just went to the dispensary, you get treated, you're given medicine, you go home. There was no even paying for the what they call card. When we were in lower primary, those things were not there. Just walked in the hospital, government hospital, you are taken care of, you go home. And the nurses are being paid, the hospitals are being paid, the staff, subordinate staff are being paid for by the government. So it is something that's viable as long as it has a budget for the same. It doesn't even have to rely on the revolving fund of NHF or the other. It just budgeted for, the money is resourced, and it is rolled out so that all public hospitals are 100% free, and anybody who walks in gets that care. It's something that is very viable. With all this money we are losing to corruption, we can have the best healthcare systems around in the world if we only had right people in rightful places. Our greatest problem and greatest challenge as a nation is people who want to be in office for wrong reasons. They want to be in the office to use it as an opportunity to enrich themselves, as an opportunity of taking advantage of the government to foot their bills. That is our number one main issue that has to be addressed conclusively. And if corruption becomes too expensive, everybody will run away from it. We'll get our country back, and we'll have our people get the care they need from their government. Good quality education, good quality healthcare, good quality whatever work environment, businesses will thrive. And you don't need to give people loans and give people money for them to thrive. We just need to make available a good environment for businesses to thrive. Kibaki did it. In less than 2 years, the economy was back on its feet. Why? Created an environment for people to do business. Na pesa ikajipata mfukoni yenyewe tu. There was no money. Kibaki was against Arambe. Kibaki was against handouts. He fought it ruthlessly, and it resulted into Kenyans having a comfortable life by reason of money revolving. Wale waenda sokoni, wanauza mboga zao, wanatengeneza pesa yao. Wale wameenda nini kununua nguo zao, wanauzia. You have buyers, we have suppliers, and everything revolves. That's how an economy becomes healthy, when it is self-reproducing, not when it has an extra source, a different source of money that is not part of the economy. When that becomes part of an economy, what happens is that economy gets bought away, because kuna hela ambayo inakuja haitoki kwenye economy yenyewe. Hii pesa inatoka nje. Hiyo pesa inatoka nje, ikiingia kwa hii economy inaharibu hiyo economy. It does not help the economy. For the economy to pick up, there must be the money we put in the farm produces the profit from the same, and then we plant again, we harvest, we sell, we plant, we sell. We are generating more capital from what we are producing. That's how an economy grows. But if we have an economy where our hands are stretched, money come in, we spend it. Then we stretch our hands, money come in, we spend it. That's the surest way of collapsing as a country. But let's ventilate further on the same. Rob, naomba tumpatie Mora kwanza ndio turudi kwa Mkururo. Mora, vipi?
Hey, Sema.
Salama, nashukuru.
I already submitted earlier. Hey, Wycliffe. Wycliffe, sasa?
Salama kabisa, long time.
A long time. Oh my God, how are you?
I am wonderful.
How is Atlanta?
Atlanta is okay.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Wow, I ran away from Minnesota too. I'm in Texas now.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Tatafutana.
I know.
All right.
Yeah, so I'd already submitted, Bernard. My big issue was education, like the manifesto on education. And I and Robert and whoever was on the panel, we actually went at it at length. And actually, that's why Alex played that clip of those ghost secondary schools that were created. He brought that up like to back up what he was saying. So that was my big thing about the manifesto. Otherwise, everything else, I mean, if it works, we're good. If it doesn't, 5 years will come and go, and then maybe we will revisit some things. So otherwise, I'll keep on listening. But one thing I need to talk to Duke about is about the insurance. You can't tell the government that people who earn more have to pay more for their insurance. One thing that you need to actually know is that the poor people even get more sick than the rich. Because if I earn more, maybe I know I eat well, I take care of myself, I go to the gym. But the poorer people, they have no resources to take care of their healthcare needs. So they'll be in the hospital more. So that's why Baba is suggesting like there should be government subsidies towards people that can't afford insurance. We can't tell people like to pay more because they earn more. I mean, it's not logical. It's unfair to them. So the free education that Baba is suggesting, like a 10-year-old right now, give it 10 years, this person should be in university. If you're poor and you want to change your status, then go to school. Free education is coming. Go to school, get out of poverty, and then we will forget about saying, okay, because you're poor, you need to pay less, or you know, that's what I'm gonna say. Otherwise, it's just not fair to make people, even here in the US, the only difference is that I pay more because I have family. If I'm single, I'm just the only person working in that hospital or in that organization, then I pay less than the person that has a family. It's just only fair that way. Maybe you can argue on that grounds, like if you're gonna cover your whole family, then it's gonna expense the government more, then maybe you need to pay more. But do not, I don't think it's fair to go at it like because I earn 100K, I need to pay more than someone that earns 20,000. So, but if they can redo the insurance thing, the NHIF thing, and say like, if you have a family, bring us the names of your family members, and your payment should be according to how many people are covered in your household. And then maybe then the government can jump in and I mean, truth be said, poorer people even have more kids than people that are middle class or rich people. So it shouldn't be like because I earn more, I need to pay more. It should be maybe like, since I have a family of 5, maybe I need to pay more than someone has a family of 2. I mean, that way, then it's going to be equitable. It's going to be fair. If that's your point of contention, Duke, then I'm with you. Thanks. I'm still hanging in here. I'll still submit some more.
Bernard, can I come in a little bit?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I think NHIF, the list is 500 for 3 months. Is it 3 months or 1? Yeah, because I see, and the IST is almost 1,000. So a lot of people are paying 500. It's not less than 500. So, and the IST is almost 1,000. So I don't think it is like, for majority, I'm saying about majority, they wanted to increase and the people refused and they settled it back to 500. I think that, yeah, I will ask my son. My son works with NHIF. I will ask him and then he will give me the breakdown. Then I may let you guys know. But I think the list is 500.
Yes, the list is 500. I'm told the highest is 1,500. And that's determined by the government. It can be revised based on the new government. Of course, it's not cast in stone, but the really matter here is on the implementation of the same, because even the card itself is limited to how much you have made, how much contribution you have made, and what kind of ailment you are suffering from. Right now, I have a nephew who is undergoing chemo, and we are told that the NHF pays this amount, and then it keeps fluctuating. They either pay 5,000 in a session, then another time they will pay 7. Then they say if the session is 7, when they pay 5, you will need to pay to top up with 2. It keeps fluctuating like that, and they say if the sessions are 30 sessions or 33 sessions, they will pay 21. The remaining 10 you will pay for yourself. So it is there, yes, functioning, but it's tailored differently in different circumstances. Yes, Wycliffe.
So I have in December. I mean, I was home in December, January, and February. My dad was very sick. But what I realized about NHIF, it is not the fund itself that is a problem. The problem are the doctors, the private doctors. Those people are sabotaging that system completely. And that's why I agree with Baba when he says that it is time that if you are a civil servant, work. If you want to do business, do business. Don't play around in the middle. Because my dad and my mom, they have a coverage, but together under my mom's social, whatever, my nan's ID. But when we took him to the doctor, they ran him through his ID and denied him the coverage, made us pay for the full service of the surgery. And then when I really complained, and I even went through to NHIF, then they said, no, you have coverage. Or then confronted the doctor. Then they reimbursed us, but just only half of it. So I still have more. So it is not just, the issue is not just with NHIF. The issue is with the doctors, especially people who have created their private clinics. They want their money up front. They don't want to wait, because I mean there's a wait time for them to receive the money from the insurance. So I support Baba 100% when he says by the time he gets in, well, if you want to be a civil servant, you be a civil servant. If you want to be a business person, be a business person. Then the other thing I think I'm going to contribute right now real quick before I get off is that I hear the excitement about Duke and his clan, about the Mutumbas. I mean, seriously, we have to think through. You're talking about building your economy. The way you build your economy is by create value addition. Mitumba is not the way for value addition. It is not. Yes, it's a short-term gap for us to get things that are cheap. But what you're forgetting is money has to leave the country first before you get the products into the country, and then you share the amount of money. There's something I saw, and I thought I wanted to share with you, Duke, because I look that you're ready to really hammer me on this. But there's a study that was done by the Slake Center of Economic Growth. What it found is it's not a study for Kenya, but I think you can get the gist of it. It says money circulates one time in the African American community. It circulates 6 times in the Latino community, 9 times in the Asian community, and unlimited times in the white community. Why is that? It is because they create value. They work from they take the raw material, whatever, and process each of those areas. So, for example, let's take the Mitumba thing that you guys are very happy about. If we decided to create a textile industry or whatever in Kenya, tailors are going to get jobs, farmers are going to get jobs, either manufacturers and stuff like that. There'll be a whole chain of people who are going to be benefiting because of that, you know. So we cannot be short-sighted and look at a shiny thing and say, oh, Mitumba is the easy way out. Yes, it is the easy way out. But how do you make sure that you circulate that money? You've already seen, even in the US, the only money circulates only one time within the African American community. How do we increase that circulation of that money? Because the way economy is built, it's built through the circulation of that money. The quicker the money circulates, the faster the economy grows. So that's why I want you to, Duke and company, think through things like those, not just worry about, getting free cheap points because of, Baba said something about Mitumbas.
Thank you, Wycliffe. Duke, you've been mentioned. Respond in a minute or so.
What I can say is this, you know, in an economy, individuals should grow on their own. So, for instance, if you want to, you cannot, for instance, say individuals should not purchase specific products. If their income increases, they afford maybe new clothes. But when you fix that you have to buy new clothes and they have they do not have much income, so it's like you are bringing a monopoly, or you are trying to do away with the forces of free market or free competition.
But Duke, that is not what we are talking about. You're conflicting issues. That is not what we're talking about. You're looking. You're doing the same thing you always do. You go into the micro aspect of it. You have to step back and look at the bigger picture, and look at how that money flows. You know, you can't just point a gun and say this is the target that you want to shoot, and then there's a tree and there's a forest. You have to make sure, give yourself time to see that forest, and don't focus on the tree.
But there is what you talk in trade. The key factor is what we have comparative advantage. And for instance, if producing clothes in Kenya is very expensive, and you compare individuals to buy new clothes, then it can be expensive for no good reason. We can focus on areas where we have comparative advantage.
So who made it expensive? So why are you discounting that out?
Order, thank you. Duke, you missed the point. You're looking at it from on the market, okay? Wycliffe is looking at it from the farm. We are talking of if the cotton is grown in Kenya, processed in Kenya, and made into clothes. There are many people have already eaten on that chain. The farmer has eaten, the factory has eaten, the tailor has eaten, okay? So that money is within the country. But if we buy Mtumba, the farmer of Mtumba is not in Kenya. That's money outside. The tailor is not in Kenya. That's money outside. The retailer, okay, the person selling has to buy that clothes. That's foreign exchange. He takes the dollars, sends out money, then he brings in the cloth. Those clothes are coming in as consumables. Consumables, you go and buy and wear. So no income generated on it except the 2 shillings or the 5 shillings that this retailer adds to make his own profit, which that profit, the highest percentage of it will be spent into buying another bale of Mutumba to come back, which that money goes to enrich the outside economy. So for us to be able to recover as an economy, we need to cut down on export on imports, okay, and increase on exports so that our income increases. Wale wanataka kununua nguo za Kenya wako Uganda, we earn from that. Wale wanataka kununua nguo za made in Kenya, wako Congo, we make money on that. That's an money coming in to boost our economy. But if money is leaving our economy to go to another economy, we're going down. And so you need to look at it holistically, not just from a retailer consumer relationship. There is much more behind here that can help recover our economy. And that is why we are talking about manufacturing, okay? So that hela yetu ibaki hapa, iende tu outside out of necessity. I'm told, is it in India where they banned import of cars? Everybody should buy local. In the process, you help the industries pick up. So hakutakuwa na sheria that everybody must dress in made in Kenya. If you want to dress in made in Turkey, no problem. We just make it made in Turkey will be too expensive, so you will spend more wearing Turkey as we wear Kenya. But wearing Kenya will help Kenya better than wearing Turkey while in Kenya. Staki kubadilisha iko economic class. Let us, I think we leave it there. Unless kuna swali lingine on the same.
Yeah, no, I think I'm next, so that's why I'm ready.
Okay, one word so that you can continue. You see the way our deputy president and the lady say were met in Kenya. And sometime when you see Baba were met in Kenya, it is better to wear met in Kenya than wear these suits. See the way women were so beautiful with their African, like met in Kenya, the blues. So I think that one could assist us anyway, not Mutumba.
Okay, Alex, your hand is up.
I want to point out two things and go back to the comment section. What you said is true. The cottage industry of India banned every imported goods from the British Empire. And what they did is that they made sure they started making their own salt, fixing their sugar industry, and they banned all their cars. That is the evolution of the tuk-tuk industry. If you could not have a car, they started using tuk-tuk, the ones that we are using today. If you wanted to buy a Mercedes-Benz, you had to pay 10 times the price of that Mercedes-Benz as it was from German. And then after paying 10 times, the tax was hiked according to the president that was sitting and the prime minister and the government of that time, which made sure that the Mahindra company and the Tata company became formidable and also competing car industries in the world. As we speak today, Tata company makes the Mercedes-Benz engines and alternators. From bootstrap, they built. So in India, what they did in the cottage industry is completely abolish even mattresses. If you will find Indians, they sit down and cross their legs. It's because if your chairs cannot be made in India, sit down. If your mattresses cannot be made in India, sleep on the floor. And that was it for a very long time. Until recently, when we saw the present prime minister, that is when he uplifted those sanctions against themselves. And you can see a thriving economy in India because they banned everything from Britain, because they realized the export and import were not balancing. Every time they were importing more than they could export. Given that their population was too much, you can imagine how much they were importing from Britain. They were just a consumer country. So when Duke comes here, he doesn't understand the value addition of cotton. When you see cotton in the shamba, don't look at it as something that is nothing. From that cotton, you will find Kikomi, you will find designers, you will find exports. And let me give you one classic example. Victoria's Secret, as we speak today, the company that makes the best bras and the best underwears for women, this is a company that imports products from Kenya. You buy underwears, the best for women, the best bras for women, come here. And what do? You say ile ya Kenya inatusukuma huku hatuwezi vaa vizuri. What happened? Then you buy second hand from here to Kenya because it is softer. Yet they are made in Kenya.
Alex,
Go
wacha
inside.
kuchoma.
Victoria's
Aki, wacha
Secret
kuchoma.
Company. Victoria's Secret Company makes 95% of its products, the bras and underwear, export processing zone in Nairobi. They bring them here. After watu wamevaa, then we take them because they are softer and better. Then you think they were made in America. My friend, they were made in export processing zone in Nairobi. So what we are doing is just you are taking your own things, munapea watu wanavaa, tena munanunua. Duke, what concept is that? Bottom ups.
Hey, nothing there to say. Lakini Mora amesema umechoma Alex. So kuna fine, utapigwa fine.
Actually, the other day I was at the store. I went to the store to look at clothing, and there was a whole section that had clothes with Kenyan made in Kenya tags. And I bought one just because it said made in Kenya. I bought one, you know. But so there is the opportunity is there for us to really grow those areas within our country. But as I said, you know, we are not saying that Mutumba can just need to be cut off. Yeah, I mean, we know that its price point is cheap, but that's where the government policies come in to create the environment that makes Kenyan made to be much more affordable, and then people will have to change their styles, buying styles at a later date. But that has to come by that effort where the government comes in and says that this is the policy we're going to pursue, and then follow through on that policy by putting money in there, subsidizing if they have to, and doing all sorts of things.
Okay, thank you very much. Kuna huyu anaitwa George Mudhua anasema thanks Alex, I am in the US and my company imports scrubs from Kenya. So Kenya is dependent upon by the international community, and we look like we are so dependent and so needy that if we are not supported from outside, we will collapse. Let's just manage our corruption. The moment we lay a grip on that, this country is a giant. It can stand in Africa within a short time. Let's just put together our resources, our political will, and people get angry enough. If there is any reason why I want to be on this platform, is to make Kenyans angry enough against the corrupt and corruption. If we get angry enough, we'll recover this country in less than 3 years. So let's give the support where it's required. Kuna huyu Geoffrey Ruto anasema the time when the government used to pay for medical services, the nurses had a bad attitude. You can't help people's attitudes. The government paying for your medication or you paying for your medication has nothing to do with the attitude of the nurse. If the nurse is bad, is bad. So let's not mix the two. Please, tende kwa Roba karibu.
Hey, thank you, Bernard Asante. Let me start where we left. Hey, Duke, I just want to tell you one thing. Mutumba is killing our jobs back home, and that's the truth. You have to take it. I just want to give you one example, simple example. Think about salt, chumvi. We have it in Magati. We do it locally. Which you have never had people complaining that the chumvi is expensive or what is. I mean, that's where we are. That's the level we want to do our economy. But the problem is we have an economy with the wrong people at the same time. You see, our economy, the economy of the world has changed. And now, I think a few weeks ago, we were talking about some places where, like somebody said, Minister of Lands. If you go Minister of Lands, because I had the opportunity to go Minister of Lands somewhere in Kisumu and in Kisii, you get them, they don't even have a computer. How do you operate? Why can't you get all those people out? Hire some people with computer skills. Hire people who have the knowledge, and the job will be done. That's why we are going wrong on that, is something like that. So when we are talking of a country, if we want to succeed, and I agree with some of the things, like you agreed with Baba and other things. I agree with you because you talked of a lot of wastage. We have a lot of wastage in our system where you get that there's a lot of turnovers, where you get contracts are being given to people, or some people are taking contracts. Some of them, they are fake contracts. And that's what makes me hungry. And that's what makes me mad about this government we have right now. So somebody was telling about you have to go to schools. And all this money has been wasted. And at this point, we don't have even anybody investigating. And we don't have anybody to tell us where the money went to. And nobody's being held accountable. And that's how stupid we have come as a country. That's how ignorant we are right now. That's how small our president and the vice president have come. That's how stupid they have done the country. I mean, the money is being lost to few individuals, and that's how we have come this stage where now they are saying, even Papa is saying we are going to pay money for until university. You guess what? This one could have not happened if we were a country where some of our kids, they finish even high school, they get even smaller jobs. They can do that. They can even support themselves. Intern jobs, where they can even work in the universities, even pay their own tuition and other things. We are a country now, we are becoming a consuming country, and that's not good for us. So here, some of the things I want to over, or some of the things I might put there, maybe some of you, if you think I'm wrong, I'm wrong. One of the things I want, maybe Baba, they can adapt, one of the things, I want them, if they like somebody, I think somebody was talking about money circulation. That has even changed our way of payroll. People cannot wait for a month. That's scary. If we had capable, like people who are working, every 2 weeks, they get a paycheck, or every 1 week if they can, or every 3 weeks, then we will have money circulating. Third one will create economy. That will create employment. Another thing is where we are failing as a country. Why somebody like me, I have like the approach, the good approach. Like the problem is, those approaches are like nothing because I don't have the title deeds. And that's what many Kenyans are facing. Most especially my people, the Kisii people in Nairobi, if they are given the opportunity right now, if we were to get title deeds, someone can get a soft loan with a title deed. But the problem is, we have bought some properties, some of them what we are given is a certificate. But if a government will come up, in fact, the whole country, they can give title deeds. People start taking loans. Those loans can create self-employment, and that self-employment can create even somebody having a bigger company. But the only thing I can disagree with you, Duke, you said, and I disagree with you very, very much, when you say those people are earning a lot of money, maybe the high earners, they should pay more on insurance. But if I can argue with you this way, okay, I've earned that money because these people employed under my company. And now if I want to pay all that money, you want to pay me to pay, then I want to lay off people. So it can go the other way around. So don't say if people are earning a lot of money, Then from there, you have to pay a lot of money for insurance. That one is going to kill jobs too. That's one thing I want to bring. The thing of water supply, there's somebody who talked about it. And let me give you a story here. How stupid we are in a country. And some of these people are representing us. I come from Kisii County. And most of you know Omingo Magara. Omingo Magara was my MP. So what happened was, when we were doing auditing, I mean, not auditing, right, but we were doing it as people from outside who were fighting him. Do you know how many projects they had in books saying he has all this piped water around the whole constituents, some places? And what they had in books, you go to the ground, there's nothing, zero. Zero. And there's nobody who is holding him accountable. So this water thing this thing could have been done long time ago. But because we had some people, some of them, they took the money. Some of them, they said, like now the Osoro person here, the Osoro guy, I'm telling you, already I know some people, a group of people where they were supposed to get, I think, how do you call the thing there for the electricity? And that thing's missing. So the problem here is not that we can do it. The problem here is, do we have the will to do it? Because Papa can say he wants to do all these things, but if they don't end the monster, and the monster I'm talking about is the corruption, nothing's going to happen. So for them to succeed, if he wants to succeed, the first thing on top, he should find a way, and that one with the help of government or from parliament, how to end corruption. But the one thing I can promise you, corruption will not end that country the way our system is set right now. It will not end. And I was here on this network a couple of months ago, and I suggested this. It is high time. It is a high time, I think, every county we should have a prosecutor. It should put a law, at least 1 or 2 prosecutors to check the county government. And that prosecutor also should be, we should have people from the national government who are doing the checks and balances. If it means that every 5 years we have somebody running to be a prosecutor of a county, then let it be. Because without prosecution, we cannot end corruption. So Papa can come in and say he's going to end corruption, just few days, few weeks. But if you don't have a group of people from the ground or the way from county coming up, it's not going to happen. It might happen a little bit. Then from there, things will go back the way it went with Kibaki before they came in 2002. That's what they did, corruption. After 1 month, everything went to normal and people started stealing. So I suggest that when this government comes to power, if they do wrong, that we just hold them accountable. That's not we will not back off. But the best way to go forward, this idea of corruption, we support them, but they have to find a way how to do it. Even if it means hiring some agents from outside for a couple of months to clean up the house, let it be. Because the much money we are losing is too much. It's too much. What we are losing is too much. If somebody like education, we can't even investigate where this money is going. KEMSA, we can't even investigate. It's horrible. It's horrible. So I support what the manifesto says and everything, but at the same time, they have to tackle corruption before everything's implemented the way they want to do it to succeed. And if there's no question, then I'll just leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Robert. Let's bring in, before Nyerere comes, let's listen out to this first.
Mambo yao Tunataka tuwatengenezee mshahara. Tangu Mwai Kibaki aliondoka pia wameumia. Tunataka tuwatengenezee mshahara na marupurupu na wasome, wapate degree, wapate kazi. Lakini pia wakuwe waangwana.
Nyerere, karibu, karibu. Okay, Nyerere, go ahead.
Hiya. Good morning.
Good morning from Nairobi. How are you?
Very well. Yangu, hiyo kitu ndio nilikuwa nataka nikuuliza kwanza wewe. Hata umeicheza. What does that one mean? Kusema ya kwamba polisi wapate degree ndio wapate kazi nzuri. What does it mean? Polisi wako na kazi tayari? Okay.
Kazi yao si nzuri. Gachagua anataka kuwapatia kazi nzuri.
Haya, kuna kitu kingine about corruption. Mzee wetu leo ameshindua manifesto yake, imekuwa nzuri. Hata ingawa imekuja kuchelewa, lakini at least tumeifuatilia, tumeona vile ilivyo. Imekuwa nzuri. Ameongea mambo mengi, lakini kitu kikubwa sana ni kitu amesema corruption. Hii corruption akiweza ndio itakuja kwa hii kitu Duke alikuwa amesema baba care. Ata implement vipi? Once corruption ameishika vizuri na hiyo amesema mwenyewe ya kwamba atajua vile anajua mahali pesa ziko. Bila amejua mahali pesa ziko, anajua hiyo corruption vile ilivyo. Hiyo milango yote ya corruption itafungwa. Once hiyo milango yote imefungwa, pesa zitapatikana. Pesa zikipatikana, baba care itawezekana. Baba care ikiwezekana, education, free education itakuwa mzuri as from nursery to university level. Once elimu imeendelea mzuri na tumekuwa na elimu nzuri, watu wamemaliza shule, kazi zitapatikana. Once tumepata watu wamesoma Kenya hii na wako very intellectual, wamekuwa ni wasoma professors, inji itakuwa na industries, watu watakuwa wabunifu, vitu vitapatikana na uchumi itakuwa mzuri. For all these things, most of the things here vile amesema atakuwa after 3 months ata implement. Na mzee huyu ashasema, baba amesema. He has done a lot. Let us look on history yake from the beginning. First liberation. Vile alisema na ikatendeka. Maneno ya ugatuzi. Is the one who advocated it. Na imekuwa na iko sahi, ndio tunafurahia. Na hii kitu vile amesema, the moment ya kichukua tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8. After 3 months, in fact wa Kenya mkubali msikubali, huyu mzee kila kitu itakuwa mzuri. I therefore say, msijali, mambo yatakuwa mzuri provided afunge milango ya corruption. That's where money are going. People are pocketing money. Kitu ngine. Na I think this guy, kuna jamaa hapa alikuwa anaitwa Stu Wycliffe. Amereporate sana vizuri sana juu ya mitumba. I think you got it clear, Mr. Duke. You have got it clear. Mitumba ni mzuri. Tunafurahia mitumba vizuri sana. But in the other way around, it does not bring anything to us economically. But kama tutakuwa tunatengeneza nguo hapa Kenya, bear in mind, hiyo nguo moja ikienda ng'ambo, ile pesa itakuwa inauzwa ng'ambo, hiyo nguo moja ikitoka EPZ hapo inaenda ng'ambo, na ile bei inaenda nayo, si ati ni bei ile utakuja kuuziwa ukiwa Kenya. Ukiuziwa kama Mkenya, itakuwa pesa yake ni kidogo. As well, hizo pesa zimekuwa zimezunguka within Kenya. Unajua pesa zikicirculate, once money circulates, that's the economy improves. Therefore, tuko pamoja, tuendelee. Wacha niwaachie wengine nao wachangie kidogo kina Selina.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Nyerere, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Tusonge mbele. Gachagua anasema polisi wapate kazi nzuri. Hiyo inamaanisha ile kazi wanafanya sio nzuri, ama unajua yalikuwa dio. Sasa sielewi kama anataka polisi wakwe kazi wapewe udio ama wapewe kazi gani. Lakini pia anasema wakwe na adabu, inamaanisha hawana. Na yeye ni deputy president, nani alituambia hapa anaitwa nani? Clint anasema tumuite deputy president designate, just like we are referring to other deputy president designate. Well, he's microphone happy, and he seemed to be doing a bad campaign for his team. But it's just what you get. Politicians have a way of running their mouths without thinking through what they are going to say for the moment of that particular situation. But as the Bible says, from the overflow of the heart, the mouth speaks. So that could be what is in his heart and what is in his plan. And that's why we need to look at it keenly, so that when we are beginning to decide who we give power to for 5 years, we are sure of what we decided, not because somebody offered themselves. Asante lakini kwa maoni yako. Tutasikiliza nani ameenda. There was somebody I was anticipating before Omanyi came in. Let's play out this video, and then Mama Selina has had sijui kama itacheza vizuri, hebu nione.
Wentora kujono kanweke nyombe na bonga ngara toeta akenya bande bonde barua president ni Raila Amolo Novista ni barua president ni Raila Amolo Mombasa barua president ni Raila Amolo Ekamba barua president ni Raila Amolo Baruya barua president ni Raila Amolo. Na nyinyi kama Wameru mtabaki kwetu, mtakubali kuingia serikali? Mtakubali kuingia serikali? Ndugu yangu hapa amesema mambo ya miraa. Mimi ndio president wa Nyambane Traders Association. Mnajua tulikuwa tunapeleka miraa London, ndio? Mnajua tulikuwa tunapeleka miraa Holland. Soko kubwa ilikuwa ni Somalia, kweli ama uongo? Sasa tarehe 15 mwezi uliopita, Raila Amolo Odinga amefinance president ambaye anaitwa Mohamed ameingia, na tarehe 9 mwezi huu huyo rais anaenda kuapishwa. Na akiapishwa hivi lazima tukue pale na Raila, tukue pale na Gachagua Kiraitu, tukue pale na Mheshimiwa Mboga Maura, tukue pale na Mheshimiwa Munya, tukue pale na viongozi wetu wote, tuhakikishe tumesaini soko ya miraa irudi. Mnapenda hiyo? Mnaunga hiyo mkono? Mnaunga hiyo mkono? Sasa sisi kama Wameru, si mnajua viongozi wetu wote wako nyuma ya Raila? Si mnajua Kiraitu ameungana na Munya? Si mnajua Mboga Maura ameungana na Munya? Ndio sisi tuimba wimbo moja kupeleka Raila Ikulu. Mnaunga hiyo mkono? Mnaunga hiyo mkono? Sasa mimi nataka niwaambie kwa nini tunataka tuchague Raila. Kitu ya kwanza, yeye ndiye ameleta multiparty. Kitu ya pili, ameleta ugatuzi. na wakati alikuwa analeta ugatuzi alikuwa anataka baada ya miaka 10 maendeleo yote yamemaliza kufanywa. Sasa kutoka hapo tukikuja kusoma ile budget tunauliza Wakenya ni wangapi, kila mtu anagawa yake, si ndio? Lakini kwa sababu wale ambao walikuwa wamechukua kuongeza ile uchumi hawakuwa na mambo yoyote. Mmoja alikuwa YK92, yeye ndiye anarudisha hii mambo ya
Okay, thank you. That is on the campaign trail in Meru. Not much a video, but I think we'll work on it so that we play it better. Before Marcelina comes in, let me respond to Black. And Black na Geoffrey Ruto anasema when healthcare is made free, nurses are going to behave badly. Anasema nurses wa kitambo walikuwa wanaongelesha watu vibaya. Black amesema specifically walikuwa wanadunga sindano mtu kwa nini bila kujali. Kumbe Black ulikuwa unaogopa sindano, na kile uelewi ni kwamba teknolojia hapa awali haikuwa kama leo. Hiyo syringe moja ilikuwa inatumika hospitali mzima, so sindano ilikuwa mpaka ichemshwe kwa gas ichemshwe kwa gas na pia Facebook uta so it is different now. The technology has advanced. You're using one needle, one person, one syringe. Everything has been made better, I think. And there is no free medical care. The government foots the bill, you enjoy the service. That is it. So yet it's free. It's free because the government pays the bill and you go and receive the service. And it's the responsibility of the government to take care of its people. So let us look at it holistically. Sio kuangalia tu from one angle. Hakuna tofauti ya wewe kuingia hospitali ulipe 1,000 ndio uhudumiwe, na kama serikali imelipa 1,000 wewe umekuja unahudumiwa kwa sababu serikali imelipa. Si eti ni bure. Nurses are not doing you a favor. They are doing that as on behalf of the government, which is paying them to do that particular service for you. So let's advocate for something that is good and not bring excuses that nurses walikuwa wanakudunga sindani bila kujali. Sindani ilikuanga moto, lakini lazima ujitahidi ndio upone. Na madawa hiyo siku ilikuwa unameza, ukimeza uko sawa. All the same, Mama Selina, 1, 2, 3 things to kisonga mbele, please. Thank you.
Asante sana Penat. Na hii pesa, wacha nirudi kwa hii mambo ya baba care. Hii pesa tunalipa NHIF Penat. Unaweza kaa hata 3 years, wengine wanakaa hata 5 years bila kwenda hata hospitali kununua Panadol. Na hiyo pesa lazima ulipe kila siku. So tunaweza sema hakuna pesa namna gani na Penat kwa watu 10 wenye wamelipa NHIF, maybe 3 people or even none wameenda hospitali. So tunataka kusema nchi yetu iko na pesa to support hiyo program ya baba na corruption hiyo yote. So hii yote ikisimwa Penat, pesa yenye inaingia NHIF ninalipa mara 3 kwa mwaka na sijaenda hospitali. Uko na family ya 10 umerecruit na none of them wameenda hospitali. So Kenya iko na pesa. Nimesikia mkiongea mambo ya mtumba. Nilikuwa nimeona nyumba. Kuna duka moja Nakuru imefunguliwa Penat. Sijui nafikiri wanatoka China ama ni wapi tena. Si mtumba lakini ni manguo ingine sijui. Inauzwa Monday ni kama 500, Wednesday ni 300, alafu Friday ni 100. Wacha nikwambie Penat, hii mtumba sasa hata maneno yake inaisha. Watu wanatoka mbali, but after 3 days imekuwa cleared. Nataka nyumba akirudi ataniambia kwa sababu sijui inaitwa nini na iko hapo karibu cafe. So na ni Wakenya wetu wanauza. So tunataka kusema mambo ya mtumba watu wanaongea, imekuwa tangu enzi ya Moi. Hiyo ni mambo tulifanya kitambo. Wenye wanayesafaa wanafaa, lakini hatuwezi chukua uchumi yetu ya Kenya tuende vitu kama hiyo. Watu wanapanda cotton, Baringo wako na quality. Kuna ile factory iko Kisumu ya kuuza ya pamba. Kuna pamba pale Coast. Quality vitu yetu ya Kenya, kama vile tuko na majani chai, vile tuko na kahawa. Mungu ametupatia nchi yenye iko na rutuba na iko na ukipanda vitu iko sawa. So sisi tunasema wacha tutengeneze, watu wapande pamba, wale wanapanda pyrethrum. Pena nakumbuka hata mambo ya silk, nguo za silk. Ile madudu ingine ilikuwa sijui ilikuwa ni miaka gani, kuna madudu watu walikuwa naletewa na serikali, watu ya agriculture, mnapanda ndio ilikuwa inatengeneza ile manguo ilikuwa inaitwa silk. Tunataka hizo vitu irudi tena kwa sababu ilikuwa na pesa sana, na kuna nchi kama semi-arid ndio walikuwa wanaletewa hiyo dudu ya kutengeneza nguo ya silk. So tafadhali, nafikiri baba, kuna watu wanajua mambo mingi, na ninashukuru kwa sababu hata vile alienda Kisumu wakatengeneza hiyo meli Nyayo, na walitumia wale watu walienda retire. So we have a lot of people walikuwa najua vile nchi yetu ya Kenya inaenda. Chenye tunataka Penat pamoja na technology ya vijana na wale watu walikuwa najua, tukikutanisha pamoja, I'm telling you in 1 year, hata kabla ya hiyo 5 years, tuta regret kwa nini hatukupatia baba nafasi wakati ya kutosha. Alikuwa na nguvu kutusaidia Kenya, but it is not too late. Kwa hii 5 years baba akitutengenezea nchi, Alex, lazima tupike kelele. Hatutaki tena atengeneze vile Kibaki alifanya, alafu sasa wakora wanaingia tena wanarutisha nchi yetu chini. So tunataka kusema kama baba atatengeneza, kama mambo ya corruption, mambo ya police, wakuwe kwa barabara, wafanye kazi ya maana. Hiyo yenye wanaambiwa ati wakuwe na degree ndio wapatiwe pesa, no. Tunataka, ningefikiria Vice President ama Deputy President ya Kenya Kwanza angesema polisi yetu wanaishi vibaya, hawana mshahara. Ile kitu tunataka kuomba baba ni kwamba kila mfanyikazi, kwa sababu wameambiwa wasifanye biashara, baba tunataka alipe wafanyikazi pesa mzuri, watu wasikue na tamaa Penat. Nafikiria polisi akilipwa vizuri, bibi yake afae vizuri vile mabibi senyu wanafaa, polisi hawezi kuwa na corruption, polisi hawezi shika mtu. Lakini imagine bibi ya polisi anataka enda saloon, vile bibi ya pasta anaenda saloon, ama bibi ya mtu mwingine anaenda saloon. Hapo ndiye mahali corruption inatoka. Hii mambo ya nurses mnaongea, tunataka kukaa chini na kusema mtu ya chini Kenya anatakikana kuwa na mshahara ya pesa ngapi. Hapo ndiye corruption tutamaliza Kenya. Walimu yetu walipwe vizuri. Hii pesa yote mumesema vitabu sijui inanunuliwa kwa sababu wanataka kukula Penat. Corruption. So tunataka kabisa kurudi ya kwamba mfanyikazi ya serikali kutoka kwanza, tuchunge walimu, tuchunge polisi, tuchunge wanajeshi wetu, wale watu wanafanya kazi ya kusaidia wananchi. Those are the people that we need to pay them enough money. Hili isikuwe na corruption Kenya. Unaenda kupatia charge karibu 1,000,000. Court clerk anapata karibu tu sijui pesa ngapi. Askari ule prosecutor unapatia peanuts. Kwani hiyo watu wataongana ache peanuts? Wewe unachukua pesa unapatia charge mnakaa chini. So kwanza mambo ya polisi wakuwe na manyumba mzuri, wasiishi mbili, wawache kukaa. Ukienda nyumba ya askari hawezi kukupeleka nyumba yake, hata kama ni brother yako Penat. Mnakutana nje, anamalizana na wewe kwa sababu ya aibu yenye askari wanalala nyumba moja, bibi unakuta wanaume wawili wako na watoto na bibi, usiku watoto wanawekwa chini ya kitanda. Ile maneno iko kwa polisi, mnaongea tu. I wish mngejua vile hiyo watu wanaishi. Na unatarajia akuja akuchunge, ana freedom ya familia. Mwingine analala juu, mwingine wanaweka watoto chini. Watoto ya polisi kwanza wameona maneno mingi sana. Can you say hiyo 50 sijui 50 by 100? Hiyo polisi anaishi na anastahili kuishi maisha, na jioni kuna kazi ingine inangojanga wa baba na wa mama. Can you compare hiyo polisi anafanya hiyo mambo namna gani? Kuna askari ingine bibi yake iko nyumbani. So kitu ya kwanza mimi ningesema polisi yote wakuwe na 2 bedroom houses. Ile watoto wako na room yao, wasasi wako na room yao. Ndio hii maneno iishe penat. I think serikali ya baba kuna mambo mingi sana, na nyinyi tu mwenye mko kwa hii Mtembei TV mtapeana maoni yenu, na najua wengine watachukua. Bila kuwalipa hiyo watu hakuna kazi tunafanya. Lakini si kusema degree pile mwingine anasema kuwa na degree. Yeye ameenda college, lipa yeye pesa ya kutosha penat. Kama mchumba anapata 1 million na hakuna, okay sawa. Naona mtu anaweka mkono, sijui ni nyamase ama ni malisie. Ya kwamba kama mtu anaitwa member of parliament ama MCA, anakula pesa mingi, amefanya kazi gani? Mwalimu ana mshahara, polisi ana mshahara, unampatia 30,000. Nafikiria polisi mkubwa anasikia anapata hata achafika 1 million hata 500. Mwalimu pesa mingi anapata ni 21,000. Kuna walimu wengine sijui anapata mpaka sijui 8,000 sijui ni penat. Tunataka mwalimu ile anaitwa P3 akuwe pesa ya chini ni 1,100 ili aweze kusomesha watoto wetu. Lakini tukitaka quality education na walimu hawana mshahara, hakuna kitu tunasema. Asante sana penat.
Okay, thank you Marcelina, we appreciate it. Mikono ilikuwa imeinuliwa, ni kuchangia ama kusupport?
Ni 2 issues. One ni kuchangia kidogo, very short and brief. The biggest problem yenye dadangu amesema, the problem of wage bill. We need to have a serious discussion on the wage bill, because if you look at when you wanafanya nje, people who are working outside Kenya, chenye inatusaidia ni wage bill. Umejua ukienda kazi every hour inaleta hiyo uniformity, na inafanya hata kama ukifanya kazi unaona jasho yako. Ya pili, story yenye amebonga ya story yenye amesema ya nini ya polisi. Mimi polisi naye sina, mimi I can't feel for polisi au sina huruma nao, because these are the same people when watu wakienda kwa street demanding their rights, when people are fighting for freedom, justice or inequalities. These are the same people wenye unasema wamenyanyaswa, wanakuja kuwapiga na nyinyi mnapigania nchi. You are fighting to liberate even this police, but wow, the same people yenye saizi tunaongea maneno yao, wao ndio wanakuja kutupa tear gas, wanapiga watu bunduki. These are the same people. Maybe polisi sina huruma nao, au wateseke, because another issue, they have the instrument of power.
Hey, Moses,
you know,
Moses,
the instrument of power ni finance na bunduki. Kama watu wanalia na wako na bunduki, na hao the same people wenye wana bunduki wakienda barabara wanatetea haki ya wananchi, wao ndio wanawapiga. So hao watu siwezi watetea. Wameua watu wengi innocently. We have Baby Pendo and the rest.
No,
the list.
my brother,
Moses,
police,
take it easy.
Police ni watu wanafuata wakubwa yao. Kama kuna watu tungesema wasilipwe ni kutoka OCBD mpaka sijui mnaitanga inspector of police, lakini ule askari mdogo anatumwa aende kwa barabara anafanya kazi yake, hata anawahurumia, anasema tumetumwa. What do you want them
Sasa
to do? Najua
ukitumwa uue mama yako utaua. Umetumwa.
Moses, that line of thinking is not allowed here. Please, let's do this. Let's remain sober. Policing is a responsibility that each government undertakes, and the maintenance of law and order, it's a whole system in itself. So we shouldn't trivialize it and make it an individual issue and a sentimental matter. Left the country without policing, it will not be a country anymore. So the police have a responsibility of keeping law and order. The demonstrations, yes. Are they part of the constitution provision? Yes. But when there is lawlessness, I've told you here, I was in Uhuru Park when we were swearing in Baba. After Uhuru Park, we were all walking home. And then we met with the Nairobi community. They came to stop us. And I didn't know that the group I was working with, it's an whole army. So when they threw one stone, I'm in the midst of a group of people. I saw stones arranged in a systematic flying towards the Nairobi community. Then the police come now in between. There are two groups exchanging stones. The police are in between. So they're the first people to receive stones from any direction. So they put up the tear gas thing wherever, they blew it up. So what happens? We all scatter. It's Campbell in the shop and all that. And you know, to get that done is not as easy as you people think. So tusichukulie kazi ya watu kwamba ni kazi bure. Law and order is necessary and is a very vital part of governance. So is those your civil rights, and so are all those you are agitating for. People being killed, I don't advocate for it. Brutality, I don't advocate for it. But law and order is something we cannot undermine. Na tusichukulie kama ni mzaha. Tafadhali. Bwana Mmanyi, it was your turn. Twende directly kwa Mmanyi, tafadhali. Fred Momanyi, he has gone for a walk. Publican. You are mute. Unmute kwanza.
Okay, nashukuru kwa kuingia kwa show. Now, one thing I want to talk about, I don't want to talk about Gachagua. I think you're wasting time. We have important issues right now. We're gonna, as from today, we need to go back to work. We need to talk about Manifesto. Gachagua, Malala, whatever. Please, you're wasting time. One thing I wanna talk about Manifesto. Kitu imenifurahisha ni moja. If Raila Odinga wants to leave the legacy, yenye hata saulika milele, he should deal with agriculture. The way Munya mongeju agriculture, the way Munya mongeju agriculture ame elaborate mzuri sana. You know, we need to have production, new technology, and mambo na industrialization. Each and every county should have an industry, you see. Each and every county should have a new technology. When it comes to especially these youths ambao wanamaliza form 4, lazima wakue na this KFC, whatever, these agricultural farms, whatever, ambazo zinawafunza new technology venye wanafanya production ya vyakula tofauti, whereby itawasaidia watu wenyewe wakitegemea instead ya kutegemea kazi ya serikali, you see. Then kama Meru, Raila should make sure that Meru, when it comes to issue ya miraa, ishughulikiwe tu kabisa. Hiyo issue imekuwa like forever. Each and every government ikikuja inaongelea juu ya miraa na hata suluhu haipatikana, you see. wakienda Ukambani, maembe ni mingi, wa make sure kwamba factory ya maembe iko huko hivyo, na teknolojia mpya imekuja ama mashine mpya zimekuja ambazo zinafanya production ya juice na vitu zingine. You see, hii ndio kitu itatusaidia. Alafu the other thing ni mambo na when it comes to mambo na corruption. Corruption, hakuna njia corruption itakuwa termed kama the right procedure ijafuatwa. Sinaona? Lazima kila kitu ambacho serikali inajua kwamba kimechukuliwa na mtu fulani lazima kirudishwe. After kurudishwa, hiyo kitu kiwekwe into use, whereby hiyo pesa ambayo itakuwa obtained itaenda into health service, itaenda into security. Utapata kwamba at least every department itakuwa itakuwa inafanya kazi, na itaenda kusaidia sana. I'm really having hope ya kwamba Martha Karua and Raila Odinga, they are going to make Kenya a new in fact sijui hata nitaita namna gani, I'm seeing a new Magufuli. Na hata tusipochunga Raila might be walking into offices na hata kama amezeeka na huyo mama si mchezo, kazi inaenda kufanyika. So let's support these guys, let's pray for them, let's tell our family members ya kwamba right now venye Kalonzo amesema hii tukifanya tu makosa kidogo hivi Kenya imeisha. Yaani sasa hizi Kenya in fact ni kama on 9th ndio tuna gain independence ya Kenya. So we need to be I don't know, and in fact we need to be so serious. Let's try to campaign hard at least to toy Kenya kwa mikono ya huyu jamaa. Huyu jamaa kuchukua serikali, just imagine Gachagua ni deputy president. Anakuambia kwamba wewe nyinyi tupigie nini, alafu sisi tunajua tutawapeleka kwa jeshi, utakuja tu mimi na kusainia nini unaingia kwa jeshi. Huyo ni deputy president anaongea vitu kama hizo. Najua kama kuna procedure ya mtu kuchukuliwa kwa jeshi. Yeye anataka kutumia ile Moi era, you see. So let's try to market this manifesto. Let's talk about manifesto kabisa, watu wasikie mambo ya Gachagua, Malala, what and what. Hiyo tuachane nao for now. Thank you so much. Nawafuata sana. Tuendelee na debate.
Okay, asante bwana Fred Mumanyi, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako na mchango wako. Thank you very much. Let's keep moving. Bwana John, karibu.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Bernard. I say hey to Mama Serena, Mr. Fred, Moses, Mr. Duke, Robert, Peter, and Bernard. That's the first point. Let me go straight to Gachagua. That's an and void point. That's somebody who doesn't even need to appear in a national figure like he's a leader. It needs to be like a complete. There is something that you usually go somewhere on erase completely. You need to erase that thing from there because we don't expect a leader to alter such things. Everybody in the society has a big role that he or she is playing. If it were not those policemen, angekuwa na that security ya kusimama in front of people and whatever. Awangekuwa na that peace ya kwenda somewhere. I even noticed that where they were today, if it were not those guys who usually sacrifice and put their lives in danger so that they can ensure that the place is secure, they don't need to do that. Go direct to Baba's Manifesto. I'm really very happy today. Hata kazi sikufanya. I've been in the house, started watching the event since it started from 0 to the last minute. If they do something with agriculture, that's the best thing that Munya said. When it comes to the mechanize and give technology to agriculture, farming puts their prices zikae chini. I know Kenya, the production of even the farm produces, whatever the product's gonna be good. And another thing, corruption. This is a question I may ask the whole panel. Can we get all those things? Because we have so many people, they have some properties that they are questionable. Like you have a total of 10 billion, even your salary can't add up to 500 million. So can we get those properties back so that we need to make those money to the other things to use it so that we can assist other people who are dying somewhere? And mambo na maji, the way Baba alisema, if it were not Kimarera and all the money was used in another way, tungekuwa tumesave. There are some people who could be getting the significance of those dams there. They could be like wanafaidika kutoka kwa hizo dams, but they are not there. They are ghost projects. Secondly, they need to know this one. That is a suggestion. I know Mama Serena is here, and I know Mr. Alex is at the background. Maybe atanikosoa kwenye nitasema. We have this thing. If you are going to spend more than $2,000, $3,000, $5,000 in buying something, those guys you are doing business with, those are the guys who will set you up. You know what? They just call to the police. They say, so and so came here. The ID number is this one. He came here. He spent 5,000. He bought a car of 45,000 cash. So be on the outlook of that person. Which activities that person doing? So if we have that intelligence in all the offices of the public, I guess this thing what we call corruption, this thing what we call money laundering will come to an end. Somebody will never risk to go with 10 million in cash, buying a car exactly the second day he goes to a certain place, he buys a property of 200 million in cash. Where are you getting the money from? So if we get this intelligence within the offices, the public offices, the private sector, I guess corruption would attempt that kwenda kununua kitu. Lastly, it is out of the thing that happened today, the manifesto. I guess everybody now knows that we have a government. It's only that we are waiting for the last whistle. Mpira uishe, we have the top scorers, we know them. And I hope, if I may ask anybody who is supporting UDA, how can you compare Martha Karua and Gachagua? Hata ingawa ni watoto wako unaambia, how do you tell your kids that this is my deputy president who is speaking this way and this is another person whom I'm opposing? Sorry, Queen. Thank you so much, Mr. Bernard.
A good question, Brother John. We appreciate it. Interesting times in Kenya when comparing the incomparable is on the ballot. Is on the ballot that you where you don't have a choice. I mean, where you shouldn't be. You should have second thoughts in terms of what choice to make. It's as clear as day and night, and then you're told to choose. That is even a choice for you. They have chosen for you. You are no longer having that right to choose because the options you are being given is and they are not on the same scale, and that's one place that every Kenyan needs to come to, a place whereby you understand that this is the future, this is doom, this is heaven, this is hell, this is good only, this is evil. We shouldn't even play. We shouldn't even look at it as a tough choice. This is not a tough choice. It's the simplest elections ever. It's the simplest choice ever. And anybody who has any interest for this country knows what to do. The rest who are being confused, they have also chosen to be confused because you cannot be talking about a promise made on the mouth that has broken many promises with somebody who has the track record of keeping promise and making sure that things are executed even when they were not in the government. They lobbied from outside, pushed from the street until things got done. I think that gives a very good indication that this person given power, he can execute the plans accordingly. There is Dalahau. Dalahau has resurfaced after he ran away from bottom-up debate. 3 months ago. Is it 3 months ago or 4 months ago? We made a UDA debate that was to be exclusively for UDA to break down bottom-up technology, and Dalahu was to be the chairman. He did not show up for the show, neither did he send anybody to come and defend that. We had to change the debate in between because nobody from UDA came to tell us what bottom-up is. So Dalahu, you are back. I hope you now know what is bottom-up, and you could come to the panel and tell us what it is. But hiyo story yako meanza madharau sijui nini ndio, yani miaka yote umekaa Somalia, hiyo ndio umejifunza kurudi kwa platform nayo. Jisaidie tafadhali, wacha story mrefu. The choice between Raila ticket and William Ruto's ticket is the simplest choice Kenyans have ever had on any ballot ever, from even independence. The Kanu, the other NAC, and it was a little bit tough. This is the simplest, and I believe Kenyans are going to make the right choice and to be able to ratify the government in waiting, and so that we move forward. Richie, karibu, namna gani leo?
Salama sana Bernard. Paul, nimeona leo umehangaishwa na spyware.
Hao watu wa spy, hebu muambie waachane na mimi. Nitawatumia malaika mmoja wachape.
Inaonekana iko watu hawataki uendelee na show hapa, lakini tutapambana tu.
I think you should make your submission, alafu nikuachie wewe uendelee. Roberto alikuwa ameinua mkono lakini asubiri.
Okay, sasa Bernard, thank you so much. I say hi to all the panelists. Leo sitakuwa na mambo mingi kwa sababu there's a lot that people have been talking about today, and I believe most issues have been exhausted. I was listening tangu anze show, nilikuwa tu nasikiza lakini ni vile singeweza kuingia. Issue ya kwanza nilikuwa nataka kuongea juu yake ni presidential aspirants. I think there was a time tulikuwa na concern hapa sana, tulikuwa naulizana 55 aspirants watachungwa namna gani, you know, for the incidents and something happening to a presidential aspirant and you have to postpone the elections. So finally nimeona baada ya kuchuja na kupitisha kwa kichungi, watu 8 peke yake ndio wameibuka washindi na watu 4 peke yake ndio watakuwa kwa ballot paper. So which is a good thing. I think that one is manageable. Hata kazi ya IBC itakuwa ni rahisi sana. Unfortunately, it was very, very concerning to me wakati niliona presidential aspirants wakienda kusumbua Chebukati na makaratasi pale. I think the constitution is very clear on what the educational requirements for you to be running for president are, and it was so unfortunate to see Jimmy Wanjigi trying to have a back and forth with Wafula Chebukati. I think hii kazi ya Wafula Chebukati sisi tunafikirianga ni rahisi. Sioni kama inakuwa rahisi vile sisi tunafikiria, because the other day tuliona William Ruto alienda hapo kaanza kuambia Chebukati, sisi tumepigana na system tumemaliza, tumepigana na deep state tumemaliza. Chebukati kabidi asimame amwambie mzee malizia. Jana amekutana na 10 points kutoka kwa Raila Odinga. He has to answer those questions. Leo amekutana na kina drama ya kina Wanjigi na makaratasi, wanasema watagraduate December, lakini wanataka run for president mwezi wa 8. Sasa nashangaa hiyo walisomea wapi? Kabla hata amalize siku amekutana na mwingine anachoma ID. I think Chebukati mahali anaenda, mahali atalala leo, kama anatumia zile vitu zingine labda itabidi akunywe kidogo, kama anakunywa maji ya chumvi itabidi akunywe kidogo ndio apate usingizi. So it was funny also because I also realized that even I was discussing with a friend of mine here, Jimmy Wanjigi alitumia ile wisdom yenye ilikuwa inatumika wakati wa wale wanawake wawili. Napenda kutumia mfano ile ya mfalme alikuwa anataka kutatua kesi kati ya wale wa mama wawili wenye mmoja alikuwa amelalia mtoto wake akafa, na huyo mwingine akasurvive. So mama mmoja akakuja akasema kama sitapata afadhali mtoto apasuliwe katikati. So Jimmy Wanjigi wakati aligundua hata kwa ballot akasema, unajua nini, hata Walter Mung'ari ulimpitisha na hakuwa na hizi makaratasi, kwa hivyo kama ulimpitisha hata mimi basi lazima nipite. Chebukati kabidi ametuma barua haraka haraka, anambia this guy Walter Mung'ari kuja kwa ofisi tumalize hii maneno. Walter Mung'ari akaona hapa sasa hakuna kitu ya kwenda kufanya, because hata mimi najua makaratasi yangu si up to date, so wakatupa nje. But finally at least we have a list. Nimeona the same issue inaenda mpaka kwa governors. Governors leo wamekimbia all over the place. Irungu Kang'ata PhD holder in law akuambia deputy governor wake ya kwamba lazima uresign mapema, according to the laws. Resign mapema ndio kuje tuende kupeleka hii makaratasi on time. I think alisahau, na for that reason I don't know how much leeway he has to get back to the ballot, lakini things might not be rosy for him, because before you submit your papers to IEBC, you should have done your own research, find out if there's anything that might cause any one of you, if you are running, if it's you and you're running it, find out if there's something that might make you ineligible. Na ukague hizo vitu mapema. That's why you've been seeing governors dropping their running mates and picking others. So that's something that he should have thought about. But I think alilalia masikio. Na pia umeona another issue na our guy anaitwa the deputy governor wa nini, deputy governor candidate wa Kakamega, sijui kama unamjua, anaitwa nani Bernard, this guy jina yake inanipotea, sijui ni kwa nini. What's his name, Bernard? The guy that was supposed to run for governor DAP, and then he stepped down for Fernando. Safula. Ayub nimeona leo ametoa jasho. Sijui alikuwa anatafuta makaratasi yake ama ni nini, lakini amekimbia all over the place. Nimemwona huko kwa institutions, sijui ni Moi University ama ni wapi huko, alikuwa anajaribu ku clear paperwork yake ndio waweze kusaidika pia. So hii akina Sakaja sijui ni kesho ama ni lini, nangojea Sakaja na Malala. Koti imesema hawezi endelea na maneno ya kunini ya registration ya kupeleka makaratasi yake mpaka wa decide, koti yamue kama hiyo makaratasi yake ni ya ukweli ama ni ya uongo. So we are going to have a very entertaining season. Now let me go to Raila's manifesto. I think Raila is one of the people that visioned the famous Vision 2030, and I think Vision 2030 was a good idea, and it was modeled in a way that we call SMART, with the SMART goals. If most of you understand that, because the SMART goals, where you have goals are specific, they're measurable, they're achievable, they are relevant, and also time-based. I think Raila did an overall good job, but nimesikia hata watu wakiongea hapa. I would have wished at least on aspects like education, ajaribu kuweka kitu inaitwa the dollar aspect, jaribu kuweka pia time, so that at least akiambia watu, because everybody right now anasema it is not possible in Kenya. People used to say it's not possible to have free education in Kenya, primary education, and it happened. So I believe he has done his research properly, but kama angeongeza at least a little bit of explanation with how much it is going to cost and how much it's going to take, like let's say 2 years, tutakuwa tumeweza ku enable full transition from secondary education to the university. So a bit hapo, it was a little bit of lack of information kidogo, lakini I believe moving forward watatengeneza hapo. And then the other issue ya mitumba, hiyo unajua ndio UDA walikuwa nangoja, because they looked at that function, everybody was watching that function, na walikuwa natafuta mahali ya kutoa makosa. So issue ya mitumba, I think akina Black walikuwa wamengojea sana ndio wakuje kupiga hapa kelele. I think it was a bit of a goof, but unajua mitumba, mimi nimeuza mitumba na ninajua kazi ya kuuza mtumba ndio kazi rahisi sana, because you don't even need a stall. ile kitu unahitaji tu ni 1,000 kama uko nayo. Hizo siku tulikuwa tunachukua, ukiwa na 1,000 unakimbia Gikomba, unanunua mashati, kama ni mashati unanunua, ama unanunua dresses za ladies, unakuja unapiga pasi and you just text your friends, unawaambia nimeleta nguo mpya. So mtumba industry is a very very crucial industry in Kenya. And I would have loved at least Baba to try and explain how he's going to transition from the second-hand clothes into supporting the manufacturing industry in Kenya, so that opponents wetu, the people in Kenya Kwanza, don't get further, because that is something that will keep on singing moving forward. Finally, let me just talk about the issue of Rigathi. I think Rigathi, sijui ni kwa nini mnataka Rigathi ya nyamaze. Wacheni Rigathi apewe microphone. Cheni Rigathi apewe microphone. Umesikia leo amesema ataenda kutrain polisi wapate degree ndio wapate kazi. Asifu hiyo kazi wanafanya si kazi. And mark you, police officers, there are police officers who are graduates. There are so many police officers who are graduates. So demeaning that job of police officers is the same thing that we saw with Malala. It's a trend that we are seeing, the condescending talk of people in Kenya Kwanza. You even heard what Osoro spoke about today towards ladies. And I think they are wanatuonyesha their true colors, and which is good because as we move forward, sasa watu wataona Kenya Kwanza Alliance for who they are. And I think that is a good idea. That's a good thing, because at least when you show yourself like this before the election, people are able to judge you and make a decision on if they think you are fit to hold a public office or not. So Bernard, wacha niachie hapo so that I give others an opportunity. Thank you so much for holding the studio.
Okay, asante Richie, we appreciate it. We'll be looking at it detailed. Baba alisema the manifesto was not imagined. It was not written by imagination. It was something that the experts have gone through, and each item has been looked at conclusively, and it has a backed up practical approach to its implementation. So it's not just a good paper written to be read so that people get excited about it. It has, time has gone through it to look at each item to its conclusion, the funding, the implementation, the viability of the same. And so whatever that is rising up from there, I trust it is not just something to make Kenyans happy or make Kenyans, talk about it. And Mtumba being phased out is not something that will take place in 1 or 2 years. It is progressive, because at the risk of sounding like a preacher that I am, God told Israel, when you go to the promised land, don't kill everybody the day you arrive. He said you occupy the land bit by bit. He said if you kill everybody you found in the land the same day you arrive, he said the beasts of the land will multiply against you and eat you out of it. So that means the phasing out of the Mtumba will have to take a period of time, because there are families that depend on it, there are individuals that depend on it, and also the government depends on it. It's an income for generating project for the government. And so you can't do away with the tax from Mtumba when you don't have a replacement for the same. You will soon become a begging government in the process. So Baba, with his experience and his know-how of how to go about things, I'm sure he knows what to do about the whole thing. But the safest way to leave this country under governance is when we get our industries back, our productivity back, and our self-reliance back. Lakini kuiacha nchi inategemea kununua na kuuza, that is selling the country without even committing yourself for it. Now, watu wa comments, tafadhali Dalahu, while you are away tulikuwa na adabu hapa. Tafadhali maintain your adabu, ama uende kule ulikuwa. Tafadhali, let us not have that fierce exchange that in my opinion is not called for, and it is pointless. Because kutuambia Ruto ni farasi, what have you told us? How has that helped the debate? Or Baba ni farasi? It's nothing. Kuja hapo tuambie kwa nini unashabikia Ruto, sababu ipi, why should we believe you? Not just throwing around stripping statements. Say Raila hata certificate za kutosha, hana certificate za kutosha. How? So Chebukati alimclear kivipi? And he's not going for clearance for the first time. This is the 5th time. How can he be having certificates za kutosha and he's been cleared 5 times? Mwache mchezo. So kama uko na la kusema useme, lakini kama ni mchezo, naomba tumalizane tu na wewe mapema hivyo kabla niondoke.
Niko na swali before utoke Bernard. Sijui kama uko na ile clip ya Rigathi Gachagua akiwa sijui ni Central Today campaign akisema walete debate between Vice President, Deputy President yeye na Martha Karua. Sijui kama umeipata hiyo.
Sijaipata. Kama uko nayo
I would have loved to see that. Sijui niliona wapi. Let me see kama niko nayo nikutumie. Nataka tupate mtu kutoka Mount Kenya tuambie hiyo msemo inamaanisha nini. Sijui let me look for that video. Is there anybody that has a video?
Expert hapa. Bwana Stony PK, huyo ni linguist atatuambia hata kama wengine wanataka kutwist. But all the same, I would love to attend that debate. I will even love to moderate that debate. I would love to ask one question or two in that debate. As long as I can be in the same platform with Mother this way, Gachagua this way, I just want to be part of that debate and how it will go. But I am too sure that debate cannot go to its conclusion. Mikutano itaisha mahali. Mikutano itaisha mahali. But all the same, so if you get it in time, let's have it. But if not, Roba, iko nini wewe?
Mimi kuna kitu moja imenikera na mwenye alianzisha alitoroka, lakini najua yuko pahali anasikiza. Nilikuwa nataka kumweleza ya kwamba I wanted to ask him a question whether he has been brutalized by the police, because anybody who has seen the police excesses of the 90s and the 80s should appreciate where the police are right now, because you can be arrested and in 24 hours or probably 24 to 48 hours you have been produced in court. There were times when we were being put in the police station for a week and nobody knows where you are. And police brutality and excesses are not anything new, but they are a legacy. For me, they are a legacy of the colonial rule, which the police served at the behest of the administration and not the interest of the people. And if you are to look at the progress that the police have made, even with the Ruto government, there is a lot of progress that has been made. It might not be as fast as it is, as the expectations of the citizens, but there is a lot of progress, and we must appreciate their input. And their input, it is not just about the streets. These are fellows, if they are to disclose what they have done for this country, and especially with terrorism. Some of us here in places which are prone to attacks, like the coast, we know what these people do. Because with the war in Somalia, nothing has ever, you cannot be safe anywhere. But they have done a lot. So we should not belittle the police the way Gachagua and Malala and the gentleman who just left a few minutes ago. We must appreciate them. And I'm sure, like Baba said, we turn them into a service. We must make them understand what the constitution entails. And slowly, that culture will change. But if we continue seeing them as enemies, we are going to be fighting and losing battles, because they have the instruments of oppression. So I want to appreciate the role of the police, and the narrative against the police must change. Yes, they can make mistakes, but we can change that behavior if we support them and educate them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. A good way to look at it is important that we appreciate the progress we have made. You're right. We have made very huge progress as far as policing is concerned. Nowadays, you can meet police, shake his hand, and have a conversation. In the 90s, you meet police, you are under arrest. They will be finding the reason you are arrested after you are at the police station. And there is no mobile phone. Your mother will not know where you are. Your father doesn't know where you are. Your community begin to arrange your funeral. You young tax, relaxing tafadhali. Don't you ever want to go back where the police was the law and the law was the police. And no, let's make progress. Let's make progress. Delahu, I don't know what's the matter with you. Kuja kwa panel. Tunajua wewe ni Wariahe. Wale watu wamesahau. Wariahe, unakumbuka Wariahe ile kwa kupigia kelele hapa kwa panel? Ndio huyo ndio Delahu. Amejificha hapo, anaanza kupost vitu za kwake. Aje hapa apige kelele yake tuone kama ako na point. Alafu tujadili. Otherwise, I want to appreciate you guys for keeping it up here at Mtembei TV. Just beware, we have hackers in our midst, and those hackers are out to wreak havoc. Please don't share your names, don't share your personal details with anybody you don't know. Don't use Mtembei TV as a platform for doing evil, but we can't help being a public platform. We can't help admitting some evil people probably that we don't know among ourselves. So let's beware. Let's be careful. We are fortifying ourselves as much as possible. We will be here even after the swearing in of the new government to keep the government in check. Mtembei TV does more than this open forum. This is only one show. There are so many shows that take place on Mtembei TV, those of you who follow. And that's why we encourage you to subscribe and keep following all that is happening. We have facilitated people to go and work abroad, know how to work abroad. If you want to be a nurse abroad, you want to be a teacher abroad, all those avenues are available on this platform. So whoever that is fighting us for politics only, it is not politics we do as Mtembei TV. It's just one segment of what we do. And we want to go a step further as we develop as a media house to do different things. There is Mtembei Foundation, and there is much more humanitarian activities that we undertake. Usione tu hapa kachannel ukasema haka ni kachannel tu kamoja utakafinya, akawezi kufinywa. We have been here for long enough to know that, and as long as we are here for the public good, I'm sure God is for us and he will keep us safe and secure. So let's keep the conversation going, keep it civil, and let's do this again later on in the day. I leave you in the safe hands of Makiadi as he navigates us through. Mkurulo ni hivi, umefika pamoja na Black na Stony PK. Alex, unasemaje? You're on mute. Alex, you're still mute.
Yeah, I wanted to repeat what Makiadi said in his submission. And I will be quick. Makiadi, during the Moi era, Moi refused to deal with the Matatu hooliganism for a very long time. It became apparent that every time Moi wanted to deal with it, the Matatu Association ambayo ilikuanga railways there was a guy who was a Kalenjin called Kimutai who used to be appointee. He will garner all these people and come and threaten Moi. And what happens? The Matatu sector will stop working the whole week and Moi will succumb to that threat and people will continue. When the late Michuki came, he gave a deadline. He gave the protocols and every aspect of what the matatu sector will do. He gave out circulars, and by the way, he did everything protocolly, what the court requires. When the day came, he did not fault or do anything beyond his powers. He left it to us. And the rest is history. The matatu sector, as we used to know it, a little bit was streamlined. When Matiang'i came in, he said, we need to do something called digital immigration. Wakina SK Macharia, the Media Association, wakakuja wakapiga kelele, news wakakataa kufanya usiku, bulletin usiku. Matiang'i stuck his feet to the cement and it dried. That is history today. Kenya media right now, we are doing this. Other countries are not able to do what we are doing today because Matiang'i stuck to what was progressive in our country because he foresaw the fruits were better than what we had. So is the Mutumba sector. The fact that you worked there cannot mean you will agitate something that is retrogressive. That something that we need to abolish. Makiadi, we cannot export underwears and bras to the US. Watu wanaweka, wakishamaliza, they re-export to us, and then you try to tell me it is important. Makiadi bwana. I thought exposure hiyo ndio tumeshaambiwa, that exposure tumepata, ndio baba amesema inaweza wekwa tukue certification, tuambiwe Makiadi uko na exposure, ile exposure yako ya America tunaweza weka accreditation, alafu sasa wewe tutakupea diploma ya Mutumba. Na sasa wewe unataka kutoa hiyo masomo tena?
Okay.
Your exposure is to tell people the truth. You go to Walmart here, you go to Sam's Club, a whole section made in Kenya. Everywhere made in Kenya. Caps made in Kenya. Makiadi, you cannot say that that's a very important sector. It has overdone, it has overlived, and I think we must say no to it. It should be cut. The jobs that will come out of it, designers, all these things, go to Surat. Go to Turkey. You know, Captain was here, and Captain will tell you. He's a UDA guy, but I speak with him sometimes. You go to Turkey where we are taking our clothes from so that we can sell secondhand. 60% of the material is coming again from Kenya. We export materials, zinatengeneza hizo nguo, we re-export them back to Kenya. There is no value addition in that, Makiadi. If I was you and I worked in that sector, I would say abolish that thing as soon as possible because the value addition supersedes what we are getting right now. We should not have a conversation about Mutumba anymore in Kenya. That is a past thing. For me, that is what I'm saying, because the more you postpone it, the more difficult it's going to be for that country to realize that our cotton industry is more important than the Mutumba industry. Thank you.
Okay, Bernard, let me just respond to Alex here. I think, Alex, we are going to the same rooms, but through different doors. I'm going through the back door, you're going through the front door. The destination is just the same room. My argument is this.
That's a very dangerous statement. You are going through what?
No. Don't worry. Don't read it don't read too much on that. Anyway, so my argument is this. I agree with what you're saying. We have cotton farmers in Kenya. We have industries. We have Rivertex, the likes of Rivertex that we would have wanted them to produce as much, textile as possible. But we are in a campaign period. And in a campaign period, there are areas you don't try to hutaki uchune. Kuna areas in the economy ambazo ni very sensitive kuanza kuchuna kwa campaign period. Moja hapo ni matatu industry, ya pili ni ile uliona ya bodaboda sahi, ya tatu ni hiyo ya Mutumba. And I can tell you for sure, if these people that we are running against have the guts to pick that as a campaign tool wakupige na hiyo story ya kukata nini mtumba, you lose a lot of votes. So even if you want to do this thing, you have to find a way of navigating. Ultimately, you would have to push out the Mutumba industry and try to support the local industry, the local cotton industry. But I would believe it would have been said in a better way. My argument is not the throwing out of the Mutumba industry. My argument is the language in which it was said. Unajua ukisema Mutumba ni ya watu wamekufa, sometimes your opponent will take that and run away with it. So the language is a bit sketchy, but I also believe in the idea of trying to support the local industry.
Okay, thank you. Both of you have a point, and I would say that we wouldn't also want to campaign on woodwinking Kenyans by giving them vain promises. If we are truthful campaign platform, let it be on truth, and that has to do with telling people. By the way, I'm researching on the history of Mutumba in Kenya. My suspicion is Mutumba took off on a higher scale during Moi's time, when industries died under his watch. It was a mitigation measure. It wasn't to be a permanent business venture. It was an issue of now that Caltex is gone and the other ones are gone and this one are gone, Kenyans have to dress. We must have clothes. So it was a survival. And if you remember, the Moi government went on for a long time under sanctions after sanctions. And so it was just a mitigation. It shouldn't be converted into a monument that has to be retained at all cost. But like we have said, there is always a way to go about it. Whoever wants to spin that and use it as a propaganda tool to win votes for themselves, I don't think we can give them enough votes to tilt the scales at this point in time. No Kenyan who is their right senses would want to say we vote in this, although we know that they are this and that because of Mutumba. Mutumba has.
Bernard, on that note, Pole kukukatizia, on that note, I want to remind you, I think it was in 2017 when Raila made a statement saying he would want to regulate the rent, the prices of the rents in, I don't know, the major cities in the country. And it was spun around and people say the Raila anataka kuanza kufanya watu waishi kwa nyumba za watu bure. Sijui kama unakumbuka hiyo story. I don't know if you remember that.
I know that. I was in the forefront of the campaigns for Raila in terms of blogging. But the really issue was watu wajalo watalipa rent Raila akiwa president. That's what was pinned around. But I also want to bring to your knowledge that despite all that, Raila still won the elections. It had to be rigged. So that means that there is what I've always insisted here, that there is the voting because of a cause and there is a voting because of just an ideology. When we go to vote for a cause, like we did in 2002, these other things don't count. The main focus is, where is Kenya now? What can make Kenya go forward? If that messaging is made clear, na kila mama mshosho ashikilie kwamba we are voting to end corruption. Okay? Corruption imetuibia mashamba, imetuibia shule, imetuibia madawa, imetuibia nini, then that is the cause. When that messaging is made very clear, hakuna mtu atafikiria kuhusu maneno ya rent na nyumba na mtumba, wata vote because of that cause. But if we bring it to a lower scale where now it goes into those individual items, those multiple choices, referendum issues, when we get there, that's when we dig ourselves in a hole that we may never come out politically. But from the look of things, the way the NASA people have portrayed themselves on a national scale, a national image, and now the women constituents. That's a serious cause at this point in time, that the woman will be the first deputy president. hiyo ni kitu huwezi kuja na story ya mtumba ukanyamazisha wakina mama. And so I just want to keep it clear that way, so that we don't look like one loose mistake, one loose talk from Baba, and we know him with his joking can turn back the nini. Ile ungesema ungesite kabisa ni ile ya Kalonzo. Unakumbuka Kalonzo Uhuru Park? He got so excited akasema hii vote tunaenda kuvote na Wakikuyu mtalala kama bahasha. Hiyo ndio ilikuwa ngoma. Hiyo there was no way you could spin it otherwise, because it was specific, it was direct, and it was said in broad daylight. So there was no explanation that hiyo ilitushinda hata to help on the matter. Lakini ya mtumba, progression is necessary. Thank you. So naomba Bwana Richie, you'll whatever. I think you bring in Black, Stony PK, mkiendelea namna hiyo.
Black, you have to. Oh, sorry Bernard. Naona Alex ana request. Naona yuko kwa nini ana request a make submission. So if you can give him a few minutes, then we have Black.
It is all in your control now. Thank you very much. See you later. Except Alex, you demand that I be here when you make your submission.
You don't have to. I didn't demand. I was just saying.
No, I said if you demand. So if you demand, you know that I'm going to do a fine for the same because you demanded.
When not if, when I make.
Zawa, thank you very much.
So I wanted to, because Duke is still here, before he goes, I wanted to make a submission based again on the argument we had before. Baba said one thing that was important, and I think we might be able to neglect it. He was not able to cogently persuade the people in that room to understand how important it was. He said, never again are we going to drink Nescafe from outside the country. I have worked with Nescafe. At some point, it was owned by Unilever. Nescafe, the history of Nescafe is, in the 1938, there was an overflow of coffee beans, and they wanted to preserve them because the Second World War had started. And in Britain and other European countries, it was mandatory to drink coffee in the morning. And therefore, they wanted to preserve it because they didn't know how long the war is going to be. So there's a company in Switzerland that came and made the Nescafe. You can go and Google and understand how it came about. But as we speak today, Nescafe makes over 5,000 products out of our coffee. 5,000 products out of our coffee. Now, when you Google in Jamii, if you're doing, you can go to Google right now, that 200 grams of coffee, of Nescafe in Kenya, costs 425 Kenyan shillings. You take that Nescafe, you bring it to Walmart, it is costing $12.99. You take it from Walmart, you take it to Amazon, it is being sold at $24.99. That touched my heart. The coffee beans, in the morning, when you wake up, you will realize people are clogged together in coffee shops in Britain, in other countries, especially in winter in the morning. 1 cup of Karibu coffee or chai, or an ounce like this one from Panera Bread, just from Panera Bread, 1 coffee cup goes for a whopping $6.99. And the amount of coffee you used to put here. So, Bernard, if that Graham, like this one, is costing 425 Kenyan shillings, you bring it from there, it gets here to America, it is changed the name to Nescafe, and branding and everything, all of a sudden, same product, it goes for $24. So Baba was saying our coffee will be produced and processed and exported from here to Walmart direct. And therefore the value addition must go more than 1,000%. Now, how much are we saving and how much are we bringing? Kenyan coffee is one of the best in the world, both Arabica and Robusta. You realize that if you go, for example, in truck stops like Pilot, you will see they say Brazil coffee, ABCD, but where there is Kenyan coffee, it is distinct, it is more elegant, and even the cups that are next to it are more fancy. And you pay more for that. Why is it so? Because people love Kenyan coffee. If truly Baba is going to do what he said, for this cup of coffee in Kenya to turn from 425 when we are exporting them to a whopping $25, it means that Kenyan farmers, so far, I think this one is Eric who told us, Kinywa, last time, how the coffee prices have changed all of a sudden, and he gave us the prices, and we Googled that. It means, again, we are going to multiply that times 10. And therefore, farmers are in a better position. And that for that one, I echoed Baba and I said, if you are saying that no more Nescafe coming from, even the Nescafe that we are drinking in Kenya, you will find down there it's written Unilever. Our tea in Kericho, now it's written Brookside. If you are not careful, you go Ketepa, Brookside. Those are the things that we must stop, because we are taking money out of the country, and that money should be the one that we go back again, borrow the same money that we are taking out of the country. That one touched my heart, and that is what we call true value addition to our products that we already have. Thank you, Bernard.
Very, very, very excellent, very excellent. And that is the way to go. That is how to build an economy. Hii ingine tuanzie hapa chini, hapa katikati kwanza ndio tupande. Hiyo mtaimbia mtu mwingine tafadhali. Wacha mimi niende. Makiadi.
Sawa Bernard. Asubuhi njema. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. Black, karibu.
Halo, mjambo, mnanisikia huko? Mjambo wale ambao mko kwenye studio and the guys that are out there watching us. I hope mko salama. Now, I want to say that first of all, that was a very impressive launch by the Azimio faction. I mean, it was well planned, well orchestrated. I must give it to them. And equally resonated a lot with what the manifesto had in regards to its contents, because I saw a lot of similarities with what we propagate as KKA, though I'll be really looking forward to the details of manifesto once it's launched. Most of all, I mean, just a minute.
Black, can you hold your mic away from your mouth? Black, when you start talking, hold your mic away from your mouth.
Okay. Am I clear now? Yeah, as I was saying, I mean, that was a very impressive launch, and I liked the way it was delivered. I mean, the way it was planned. It came out very well. And as for the manifesto, a lot of things there, I mean, I liked the mind that were put into coming up with that manifesto. I mean, it was a great one. Though the challenges will come later as we proceed with this show. And the best part that I liked is where they spoke about the border. I mean, at least for once, just as the UDA team, where we've been always propagating for the borders and the mama burgers, I saw that they were also, I mean, addressing me a manifesto. By the way, I made a copy for myself. I printed it, whereby they would establish a 1 billion shillings revolving loan fund at a rest. I mean, when you look at this, it's similar to the plans where DP Ruto was talking about, whereby he'll be bringing loans, affordable loans to the boda guys down, waweza kuinvest kwa hizo. So all in all, in a nutshell, I mean, I liked whatever was put into this. Now, but one thing that stood out where Makiadi was trying to bring across to sound kujaribu kuifanya kiti kama lighter note is the issue of calling them Mutumba people. I mean, just saying wanauza nguo za watu ambao wamekufa. I mean, in utmost honesty, I mean, this is an industry ambayo imelea watu bana. The people ambao wamesomeshwa kwa hii biashara ya mitumba. Kuna watu ambao wanalipa kodi kwa hii biashara ya mitumba. Kuna watu wamechukua loans kwa hizi biashara ya mitumba and they still have pending loans to pay. I mean, there's a lot that has been invested in this. I myself nimevaa mitumba sana, just like you Gadi said uliuza. Mimi nimezivaa sana miaka nyingi sana when I was in Kenya. So to address it the way he addressed it, I mean, it just goes to show, it gives a very wrong impression of Baba, like a very negative impression about how he views these people. I believe he could have spoken with a lot of respect in regards to the Mtumba. Yes, I do agree perhaps at some point we need to move away from this practice of selling the second-hand clothes and maybe perhaps come up with cheaper alternatives like the clothes that come from the EPZ, whereby probably the Mtumba guys could be given access to buy these clothes from the EPZ at a far much cheaper rates to almost equally match the cost of purchasing the Mtumba bells. Then perhaps that would go a long way, I mean, into gradually phasing out the Mtumba. But in the way it was put across, I mean, inaonyesha tu madharau sana kwa watu wa chini, you know. And when you look at the manifesto, yes, it does well in regards to manufacturing because they may realize it has a lot to do with manufacturing, which is a good thing. But kwa watu wa chini, yani, they've put very little, I mean, focus onto them. When you just look, it's just a one-page document here where they've addressed the issues of the micro, small business enterprises. And then you have all these other pages that talk about manufacturing. I mean, equally, if they could have put emphasis on the people at the bottom, na biashara zao ndogo, then perhaps I could call it a perfect manifesto. Though, just to finish, yes, nimekubali ni kitu mzuri, but I think they could have gone, I mean, a little bit more far, especially kwa watu wa chini. Thank you. Now, before I go, Makiadi, you mentioned something about Mungare, which ambao nimekumbuka sahihi. IBC is showing some inconsistencies in the way they handle people, and it gives me the jitters, I mean the shivers of whether they're gonna give us a credible, verifiable election outcome, because the way they're applying their, I mean they're applying their decisions on presidential candidates, it's scary. Kama unaona hii issue ya Jimmy WANJIGI, he came with transcripts and a letter from the commission at the university. He was walikataa. Mongare came with the same previously and alikuwa cleared. It's just that after that, baada ile nini kina WANJIGI kuleta issue, then it was cancelled. Now this inconsistency gives me the shivers. Perhaps we need to have a deep talk in regards to IEBC. I don't know if there's someone who's pulling strings at the back, tells them, I mean, you can either select this one, tupa huyu, kubali huyu, kataa huyu. I don't know. There's something wrong that's happening at the IBC. It's like Chebukati is not in control of what is happening there. Perhaps we should start questioning IBC. This is for the good of you as Azimio and the good of us as KKA, because you never know. The sword could inaweza lemea upande wote. Then at the end, these are the very things that we're going to be coming back here and start complaining about. So perhaps we should start a conversation kuhusu hii nini IBC. Thank you.
Wacha kwanza nisikuulize swali. Roba, I think not Roba Abuye. Azimio, Roberto Azimio. You know, you are confusing me now. I'm used to saying Roba, and I know Roba is a different Roba. Sasa Roberto, Roba, wait, just hold on. Let's take Roberto because he lifted his hand as Black was speaking. So just 1 minute, and then we go to Roba. 1 minute, please.
Black, I just have two comments. One quickly. One is that Raila clarified about the Mtumba thing, and we don't need to try and amplify it where it is not, because he said ni nguo za watu wamekufa, of which there is every possibility that hizi Mtumba ni za watu wamekufa. Hakuna kushuka koti. Hata ukienda Kikomba, hata huku Kongowea, Mombasa, watu wanaongeanga hii pesa hii ni nguo za watu wamekufa bana. So hii mambo ya kujaribu kuspin hiyo wachana nayo, usahau. Number 2, hii ya bwana Chebukati. Number 1, Chebukati recalled Mungare. Mungare never appeared. It's not that he was disqualified in the first place. He had been already been okayed, but he was called to clarify. We don't know what documents that Mungare gave, but when there was a complaint from another presidential candidate in the name of WANJIGI, he was called to come and clarify. And if he did not go, then there's no way it was going to be accepted. And finally, you know, the Black, sometimes you need to be serious about some of these presidential candidates, because these are resources we are trying to save. Some putting them there at the expense of the taxpayer, yet they are jokers, and we very well know that the qualifications of being a presidential candidate are A, B, C, D. So we don't need to give them a lot of audience. You know, that is a waste of taxpayers' money, me and you. So, and even that Mama Mboga, which you are supporting. Kwa hivyo tusijaribu kusugarcoat na kutafutia IBC. Kama mmeshindwa kazi, hamtaki kukua pale kwa ballot, museme mapema.
So, Roberto, you know, let's try to make the comments and the questions brief so that at least we can
respond?
take. Hold on, Black. You'll have your time. Let's go to Roba and then Mama Selina. Just 1 minute, please. 1 minute.
Hey, Black, nice to see you, man. Thank you. Yeah, so I'm smiling because, wait a minute. You know me, I'm not a fan of IBC. I'm not a fan of Chebukati. But let's talk of the truth. A transcript is not a degree. If you right now you go where I graduated from American Military University, you ask a transcript, the transcript will say graduated. But you got a transcript which says on the other side he has not graduated, he will graduate in the end of the year. That's not a graduate. He's disqualified. About Mongale, to tell you the truth, I don't know. I also have a question. Why should somebody be given a certificate and after that they provoked it? That's being inconsistent. I agree with that one there. Comes to Mitumba thing. I think you guys are making a story out of a non-story. When what Baba said was this, he wants to have a big picture. And the truth of the matter, Mitumba is killing manufacturing in our country. So if you guys were talking of Mamamboga and raising the map, then that's what Baba is doing. Stop the Mitumba, that's start manufacturing. Mitumba will not pay more money like people if we manufacture these things and they get exported outside the country. So if you are saying Baba is not for small person, instead is against the Mitumba people, again, Prak, you know that very well. That one cannot, you know very well. You know what it meant. But you know what? I'll just give you, you're my friend. Sometimes you have come a long way. Welcome to Azimio. I think by 2 months from now, I think if somebody gives you might vote for Raila. I'm telling you that. Even Tilk himself. Thank you.
Okay, was it me?
Yeah, it's you. It's you.
Thank you so much. Goodwill, tukienda mambo ya Mutumba. Goodwill ile tunaona hapa ni wale watu tunasema wamekufa ama wakukaa wamekufa. Nani ajui mambo ya goodwill ni ile for real 90% or 80% ni ile watu wameenda, lakini sile siko kuna senye watu wanachukua design na hizo haiko kwa Mutumba. Kuna watu hapa, kuna ile maduka hapa, mtu unasema ya kwamba Pika Stone anafaa nguo yake mara moja alafu anairutisha. So there are two different things. Mambo ya Mutumba ni ya ile watu wameenda, especially sasa vile hata tunaokopa huku kwa sababu watu wengi walienda na COVID. So watu wanaenda kwa goodwill, lakini unasikia uoga kwa sababu na unaona wakilete, unajua wasungu ni wasuri, wanasema my mom died and I'm coming to give out these clothes. They don't, ni sawa, if you want it. Anakwambia mama yangu amekufa, wamekilia, wanalete. So hapo vitu ni ya ile watu wameenda for real. Hiyo tu nilitaka kusema kwa sababu tunaona kwa goodwill stores.
Okay, thank you, John.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Makiadi. I have a simple question to my friend Black. Let me go straight to the point and ask you. Between Mitumba and that guy who Marara was intimidating, he's wearing a police uniform, he's providing security to him direct where he was. He was intimidating that guy. He was downgrading his job. Who should be? What will we consider most important? Is it the Mitumba or the security guys you are degrading that they are not educated? And another thing that I need to tell you, we should abolish Mitumba completely because we are expecting the East African federal government. So we need to bring those industries to be part of the producing chain of all the supplying people who are gonna be supplying that federal. That is what I had, by the way. Can you answer that thing? Who should we be considering? Is it the Mitumba or the police guys that you are intimidating even in front of your political platforms? Thank you.
Back to you, Black.
Okay. As for the Bible, it says the first shall be the last and the last shall be the first. So I'll start with you, John. That is kwa ukumbusho wangu, I may be wrong. Now, in regards to Malala intimidating the police or Raila's comment on the Mitumba, which is worse, you should understand one thing. A sin is a sin. There's no bigger sin or a smaller sin. Kosa ni kosa. Now, in this case, this is a presidential aspirant versus a governor, a man aspiring to be a governor. One is going to be leading a nation. The other one is just going to lead a county. So far much more is expected of who is given more responsibilities, right? So I would expect Raila Odinga, in his capacity as a presidential candidate, ought to know better as to how he would address the masses. In this regards, I would say Raila's comments were bad. No matter how much you try to sugarcoat it, It reminds me of the day that Ruto made the comments of the 7 billion. He may have only wanted to say that the amount
7 million was
quoted,
the money that was stolen. Don't come and compare things that for people who died
Mama Selena.
and somebody who stole money. No.
Okay, Mama
Selena.
Selena. We will give him a chance to finish and then we can jump in. Sawa, endelea Black to scare.
The problem is
Like when he was saying
speak the truth. We
that
don't compare
when he
things.
was trying to say, man, when he was trying to say that to refute the claims whereby it was only 20 instead of 23 billion that was quoted, the amount was 7 billion. He was maybe trying to say that the amount was less than the amount quoted. But the way it sounded, it was as if the 7 billion was little, which 7 billion is a lot. I mean, first of all, hiyo pesa kupotea, I was not for it. I mean, trust you me. And if at all, indeed, if it is found that he took that money, he should go to jail, even if he's my presidential candidate. Because I believe in the rule of law. If at all is ever found guilty for having being part of that scandal, then aende jela. Hata kama namsupport kama presidential candidate wangu. Nevertheless, back to you, John. In regards to Malala and Raila, this is a presidential candidate. So I would have expected more out of him. So you cannot compare Raila and Malala. Now, in regards to when you say, John, hii mambo ya kuleta industries na kutoa mitumba, I said, yes, I agree. But it would have to be done in phases. And even went ahead and said, perhaps from these EPZs that are currently making clothes, maybe there could have been a way, or there could be a way such that zile nguo ambazo wanatengeneza kule kwa ma EPZ zinaweza kuuziwa watu wa mitumba kwa bei rahisi, almost close to the amount they spend in purchasing the mtumba bells, such that they can be able to venture to continue with the selling of clothes, but no longer mtumba clothes, but sasa made in Kenya clothes, but which they have purchased at a far much cheaper rate. That's what I said, and which I agree. Ndio nikasema hata pale mwanzo, I totally agree with a huge percentage of the manifesto that was launched today, because it addresses the Kenyan mwananchi, and that is great. So hii mambo ya kutengeneza factories za nguo, I have nothing against that. It's good, but it's the way that it was articulated. It came out in the wrong way, and I went ahead to say that it gave a negative impression of your presidential candidate, regardless of whether he may have wanted to give a positive, but it's the negative that came out of it. Now, moving forward.
Okay, Black, hold on. Usitoroke leo tafadhali. Naona kuna watu wataku. There are people who want to give you some hard questions. So usitoroke. We will give you an opportunity also to respond. I don't know how you guys want us to do this, because I don't know how you want us to do this, because I think we can ask questions and then the next person will not have enough time to make his submission, or sijui kama itakuwa imepoa tukienda kwa the next person, because naona queue inaendelea kwa mrefu. So I don't know, munataka namna gani, Robert? Do you want to ask more questions? No, I'm just, because I saw Mama Selina ameinua mkono, John ameinua mkono, Roba ameinua mkono, Stone PK ameinua mkono na hajafanya submission. Sasa sijui tuende kwa the next person afanye submission, then we ask Black questions or what?
Tuende kwa submission.
If I may speak.
30 seconds alafu tumalize hiyo maneno.
Makiadi.
Okay, let's do this.
They cannot say 1 minute. Okay.
So let's do this. I think people have questions. You've spoken, about a lot of things that people would want to repute, and I think it's also in order to have at least some people ask you questions, at least 30 seconds, then we can go to Stone PK. But don't usitoroke kwa hii nini, usitoroke. The things umeongea ni mingi sana na usitoroke. Nataka kwanza nianze na Roba. 30 seconds. Let's make it short.
Yeah, that's seconds. Okay.
You know, Makiadi, it's sad, sorry to say, that you're giving people a chance to rotate again. They've just asked me questions which I've just listed them here.
No, what
They're
I'm
coming
saying
for
is
the
this.
second time to ask
Hold
questions again.
Hold on. Black. What I'm saying is this. Have you finished your submission? No. So what I think you finished your submission. Am I wrong? No. So what I'm
Yes, he
saying is
did.
this. I think you finished. I might be
He
wrong,
did.
but I think you finished your submission. That's why we had the chance to ask you a question. I want to give only 2 people 30 seconds to ask you questions, and then you can address that within 1 minute, and then we go to the next person who's supposed to give a submission. Then we can still have time to go around. That's how we'll move faster. So Roba, just 30 seconds. Make it brief.
Yeah, first of all, those who say mambo ya mitumba ni watu ambao wamekufa, that's wrong. Mitumba ni ile nguo imepakia from stores which can't sell, they go out. So it's not dead people. So Mr. Brack, the thing is, I want to remind you, Marara is a loser, Raila is a winner. That's the difference right there. Don't make something out of nothing.
Sasa John, ulikuwa na 30 seconds. John.
Okay, so the first thing, Mr. Brack, you never answered me the question that I asked you. Let me go straight to the point. Let's score a spade, not a big spoon. Marara, whatever Marara and your deputy president said, they were null and void. You can't compare a human being and material. So that's what I had.
Okay, so I'll do this. I don't think there's any other hand unless nimefungia mtu. Let's do this. Black, just take one and a half minutes. Address those 2 issues so that we go to Stone PK. 1.5 minutes, please.
Okay, first of all, as always, and I'm always grateful for Roba. I mean, you are a very honest man. In the Azimio panel here, you are someone that usually cuts across, even whether if it's something that is wrong on your side, you always mention it. And if it's something is wrong on my side, I always take it from you as a correction. And I appreciate that. And I'm glad we also agreed to the fact about the inconsistency with IBC. Thank you for that. And in response to Robert Abuya, I think Roba has already addressed that when you were talking about zile nguo za watu ambao wamekufa. I think Roba has addressed that. I think the same was said by Seli, Mama Selina. Roba has gracefully addressed that. Thank you. Then Abuya kuhusu kusema that hawa watu wengine ambao wanakuja kuvie for the presidency, they are jokers. I mean, each and every person, Kenyan citizen, they have a right. And this is a conversation that we already had here. I was not present in the panel, but I watched it. So it would be very sad for you to come and bring the same sentiments again, kwanza kusema eti kwamba eti they are jokers. As long as they meet the requirements set by the IBC, they should run. Do not just dismiss people just by the fact that you believe maybe your presidential candidate stands a better chance of winning. And so because these other people in your perception or in your belief, they do not stand a chance of winning, they should not buy. That is wrong.
Okay.
Let's have a Kenya for all, whereby each and everyone is given a chance
all right,
to
Black.
practice and exercise their right.
Okay. Roberto, mute your mic.
You didn't understand me.
Mute your mic,
You didn't
please.
understand me.
Yeah. So at least if we want to make progress, at least let's make the questions brief so that at least more people can submit, and then we can have a chance to ask questions. Because Stone PK has been here for a while. I don't want to keep him any longer. And Stone PK, as you come in, please, I saw your hand up. So can you also ask a question ambayo Black ataandika alafu ndio upaene submission yako?
Thank you. Actually, mine was not a question for Black. I just wanted to help you, Bwana Makiadi, and Black, because what we are doing now inakuwa ni question and answer session for Black, as if Black ndio, and ameleta a very petty topic, very small topic. Mention to Mutumba, and then all of us now are on that Mutumba. Some of these things we know Mutumba ni Mutumba kuna from the stores, from the factories, zile zimeraruka, default, defect, they are all that, okay? and there is no big deal about it. Personally, I started wearing mtumba when Moi came in. Mimi nilikuwa nanunua nguo za mnara, tulikuwa tunaita mnara, but they were new clothes, but new, cheaper quality. Okay, so I just wanted to say, let's not dwell on that, on bashing Black, kujibu Black na kumuuliza because of the mtumba thing. Yeah, then of course from there I wanted to submit. Can I go on? Yeah, so let's spare Black with that the mtumba thing. Baba means well, Bwana Black, my good friend. Baba wants this country to reach where Korea is, and we are going to get there. It is he has given it the track. He has given the way. The way has been spelled. And remember, before he started and opened the manifesto, he talked of that document having been developed by the best brains on earth, based in Kenya. Okay, and that's why, thank you, Black, you have recommended. You could see the choreography, the presentation is actually the sons and daughters of this country, our country, and we are so proud about it. Number two, I'm on the manifesto. Number two, this manifesto is real. You know, when you are talking about a reality, hata utafuti kizungu mingi, you know, when you start talking about some non-existent thing, bottoms up, that's when you confuse yourself. But when you start talking about reality is, ule mama tulionyesha pale kwa video, akiuza kaimati. You cannot talk of at vile utakuja umsaidia uze kaimati mingi. You want her to remain there selling kaimati? You can't think of something else that she can do to fix her rent. She talked about rent. She talked about school. She talked about clothes. So Baba or Azimio is looking at a very huge picture whereby we don't want to have this kind of street vending, you know, living hand to mouth. That's why he talks of manufacturing, because manufacturing will translate into a very huge step forward. Okay, you can imagine if a factory is set up in the village, rural area. I come from Bere. Similar to our climatic conditions are like those ones of Ngilu, all the way coming to part of Kalonzo's area. You can imagine if you set a factory at the heart, like what Ngilu did with the Kikotex, what it did, employing almost 500 people in all those 3 shifts in a village. You know, you stopped seeing wale wamama wanauzia hawa watu wa kazi wamejenga what we would call to hoteli tudogo, something decent. Yeah, anyway, so I'm saying this manifesto imechanganya watu wa KK kwanza because ni ukweli, hata imewapiga. In fact, what you guys will do from tomorrow, you'll just talk about that mtumba thing, nothing else. Yeah, because it has hit the nail on the head. We need to do factory. We need kumaliza umaskini kwa njia ya haraka. Tunaweza malizaje? And he highlighted his 100 years in office. All the points he highlighted are doable. Mother Karua, when she was interviewed on the side there by, I think, this citizen guy, the citizen guy wanted to push her that what we have given is a fabulous manifesto, ni words tu, ni maneno tu tumesema, nothing can happen. And she hit that guy straight away, akakosa words. She first of all said, number one, we will stop the stealing. Why are you guys avoiding that? Kenya kwanza hawataki kusikia tukisema, hiyo stealing we will stop in 100 days. And that's why we have announced that wale waizi wanaona ambao hataweza kuishi Kenya, muanze kuhama saa hii. Mutafute visa ya kuenda mahali ingine. Because it is true, with the combination of that team you saw there, Mother Karua, Baba, akina Kivutha, akina that team, Kenya will not be a place to live wale ambao ni waizi. Waizi hawataweza kuishi hapa. The cartels will not be able to live here. Because these guys have nothing to lose. Just but the country, and they cannot lose the country because of few people. So once we stop, even for a day, you stop the stealing she mentioned, procurement departments in the government. Waizi wakubwa, those hiyo ndio mashimo ile kubwa. Somebody say, in fact, I think she fell short of saying those are departments that should even be abolished and restarted afresh. People should be vetted afresh, because that is where we lose money. Unasikia at pending bills. What is this nonsense about pending bills? That we are going to kill, and it's the petty thing ya KK. Kenya Kwanza wanapenda hiyo maneno ya pending bills sana. They are the ones who budget for pesa. Una budget pesa ya kuiba. Project is 7 billion, unaweka 14 billion. Then you create them in terms of spending a lot of this. Okay, so this manifesto is practical, very doable, very achievable. Deni sisi, we will manage deni, because we will not have deni to steal. Atukopi pesa kwa bank, alafu tena tunaiba. Ukikopa loan kwa bank ya kuenda kuanzisha kusupport jua kali, kuchoma milango na gates, unachoma milango na gates, unauza, unalipa bank, una expand your business. Simple. Wale wamefanya economics, they know it is very simple. You steal the money, 1 million, you borrow 1 million to go and do business. Instead of doing business, you steal, so you don't do business. Umeiba, umeenda umefanya maneno ingine. Where will you get the money to repay back? The loan becomes very, very dangerous for you. You get auctioned. So the manifesto is one of the best manifestos, very consistent with Raila Amolo Odinga. You can refer from even 2007 when he started contesting. This man has been talking of those things that touch mwananchi, very practical. What you can see is, of course, there is a lot of Kizungu improvement and all based on the current situation. But you can see the consistent of this guy. Yeah, you can see the consistent from beginning to the end. So that tells you that this guy is not a liar. This is what he envisages for this country. And he engages with the people who have like minds. That's why they end up doing such a superb document. Then let me comment about IBC. I agree with Black. IBC is sending shit out to everybody who cares. Personally, I have no confidence. I've never seen IBC ready for any election in this country. Kutoka siku za ule mzee alikuwa anaitwa Mungu amlaze pema. What was his name? The who made Kenya ban.
Kifetu.
Yeah. In fact, Kenya is not ripe for any election. Unfortunately, we've not matured to that. Why? Because of corruption. Corruption, which now when you hear Azimio talking about corruption, which has to be dealt with. Otherwise, if we don't deal with it, finished. Because why is it that there is infighting right now in IBC? Kuna watu wa Ruto, wale hawataki mambo iendelee. Right now, there is a clip going around and is describing in details the infighting that is going on there. It is also said that Chebukati and Ruto are buddies and accomplices from Kitambo. There are things they do together. Yeah. So maybe Chebukati could perform very well, but he has never been left independent. Yeye mwenyewe amekataa kuwa independent because he wants to favor some side, whichever side, I don't know which. Once you don't want to really practice independently, as the name suggests, then you'll have problems because you have people pulling you this side. You don't want to be senior on this side. Ni kama msichana akiwa anatongozwa na anakaa na watu wawili. Black na Stone PK. Sasa saa zile ako na Black, ataki Stone PK ajui, anaumia. Alafu anapigiwa simu na Stone PK na wako na Black. Black anamuuliza huyo ni nani. So the lady is always very cornered and very unsteady. Kila unamwambia hata asikii. That's just an example I'm giving. So Chebukati is like that. He doesn't want to stand like this. Conducting elections can be very easy if you just say, let it be. Let the best candidate win. But unfortunately, that is not the case, which is very bad because Chebukati can set this country on fire very easily. This is the worst election. Watch at 2007. Anything going wrong on this election, take my word. This country will burn. I'm telling you the truth. So Chebukati, wherever he is, he should listen to us. We are citizens. We don't want that. In fact, he's free to resign even today. And we will organize IBC. Instead of him sending us into that hole, ambayo itakuwa ngumu sana kutoka. Either side, I'm not saying Azimio or this other side. Whichever side will be aggravated, if especially we see like he's messing, which are the indicators. He was asked 10 very simple questions by Baba. He couldn't answer them. CEO. I mean, he's the chairman. The chairman of that, he should be having all those simple answers at his fingertips. The 1 million names that Ruto was talking about, he should come out and answer. Baba also has an issue with 1 million. Although I know it's Ruto, Ruto does some reverse psychology. Yeah, he started talking about 1 million because he knew Baba got to know about 1 million. So there is kizungumkuti hapo kwa 1 million, which Chebukati should come and stand, so that we don't accuse Ruto and we don't accuse Baba. He's the one to come and clear, because now these two people are pointing fingers at each other. Baba is saying this, Ruto is saying this. So this man, who is the referee, he has to be very careful if he is listening. To conclude, because I know we will come back, let me also talk about this the issue of degrees, masomo. For me, as Stone PK, I would advise IBC and the country in general, don't put rules which you cannot follow. Mara Nyambane amepita or we amepita, then you start, you look very confused. Why don't you say Kenya, anybody can contest? Kama siku za Mulu Mutisia. That makes it easier. Because if you don't know how to regulate the education, these papers are confusing you. Sema, let wananchi choose. Then we will choose. Mwananchi will know. It reaches a time when mwananchi says, sasa tunataka MCAs wa degree. Mwananchi atanini? Kama kuna watu 5 wana degree, mmoja hana degree, they look at who is really practically good for us, who is the one likely to provide us with services. Let mwananchi choose. Instead of you saying hii degree ni ya River Road, hii ni ya ukweli, hii si ya ukweli. That gives a bad picture. If they are not able to regulate that, let it be free for all, and then mwananchi will regulate. I think this comment of police is very unfortunate. It's demeaning. Rigathi Gachagua also goes and says that watasomesha polisi ndio wapate pesa, watafute kazi. Kwa hivyo ni kumaanisha kazi ya polisi si kazi, Bwana Black. Tell your DP to be, in quotes, God forbid. let them revise and review their speeches. Kwanza Rigathi Gachagua has to do his speeches pale chooni, asikizwe ndio aende akiongea, because anaropokwa sana. You can't tell police ati watasoma wapate degree watafute kazi, na tumewapatia kazi ya kulinda nchi. Yeah, with us we are saying we will improve them like we did during Kibaki time. We will make sure they don't sleep in those spots. We make sure they are well paid, which they will, because remember, we are stopping corruption. Thank you very much for now, Bwana Makiadi. I know I have a lot, but let me give space to others. Thank you.
Okay, before I give Roba, hey, I'm getting confused with, I'm used to calling Roberto, Roba. Hold on, just one thing, PK, that you mentioned. I beg to differ with the idea that we should try to, get rid of the qualification issues in terms of education, because I don't think IBC has a reason to try and bend rules to qualify people who are not qualified, because the constitution is very clear. It says, and it is very clear that it says that person must hold a degree from a public or a university that is recognized in Kenya. So the issue about the IEBC clearing Walter Mungari, I think that is what we are agreeing here. That was a goof. I think Chebukati realized that he had been cornered. And that is why that afternoon he had to call Walter Mungari and tell him, hey, can you come here and clarify your papers? He realized that he had done a mistake. And if at all he would have let Mungari go free and run for presidency, I'm very sure the next day, this guy, WANJIGI, would have gone to court and challenged why he was set aside. So this thing is like, if you have a degree and the constitution says you need a degree, then present the degree. Mambo ya transcript na siju intergraduate December. I don't think that thing holds water.
How about Sudi?
No, for the MP it's different. For the MP it's very different, because I think anybody can run for MP, unless I'm wrong. You can correct me. I think the MP
no, executive, governor and assistant governor or president, anybody who's going to be to make a decision, you need a degree.
But even even those others, you have diplomas, fake diplomas. You guys, there are people who are faking diplomas and all that, because they are saying other levels, they are talking of tertiary certificates or diplomas, and people are faking. That's what I mean. You know, the law is good.
Let me read you here. It says, Article 22.2, it says, notwithstanding subsection 1B, a person may be nominated as a candidate for election as president, deputy president, county governor, or deputy county governor only if the person is a holder of a degree from a university recognized in Kenya. Full stop. Hii mambo ingine ya tertiary, sijui diploma, sijui ni hakuna mahali imetajwa. So if you don't have a degree, then don't go, usiende kusumbuana na IEBC. It's as simple as that. And I think Chebukati kuchanganyikiwa yake ndio inafanya watu wanamtumia namna hiyo. Kama hangekubali ya kwamba kama umeambiwa ukuje na degree, kama huna degree usije, at least atungekuwa na hii debate sahi. Robert, you had a question?
Yeah. So just say what you just says. I mean, let me ask you, you talked about the police and about the corruption. I disagree with you. I think the people who are the problems to end corruption in our country are the police. They are the most corrupt people. And in fact, I'm telling you, if these police people, they could have stand for what's right, we could have ended corruption. But the problem is, they are the people who are supposed to enforce the law, but on the other hand, they are the most corrupt people. Let's call a spade what a spade is. We have the most corrupt police force. We cannot run from reality. Whatever Gachagua, whatever his name is, he said, I get it. But at the same time, we have a corrupt police force which needs to be turned around. And I'm sick and tired of them. And also what I don't like, in fact, why should a policeman stop me that I have a cracked window, then they want to take my car to a police station? That's stupid. Yeah? So why could a police also come? He said, oh, what you have is your right is not working. Okay, if you don't pay this money, why should you pay money hapo? That's nonsense. They should have a system where, kuna vitu ambayo at police anaingia on your car, he wants to drive my car. In fact, the last time I told the police was, you get in my car, you will get yourself where I'm headed to. That time I was going to Kisumu. And I told him you cannot get in. And when I take a drive or something like that. We have a corrupt police force. Let's be sincere. But also what I want to remind the presidential candidate, the running mate, some of our police officers are graduates. We know that some of them have graduated, and some of them, they are also going to school when they are still on the police force. Let's give them credit where credit is. That's what I wanted to say.
Makiadi, you are mute. Makiadi.
Oh, Roberto Azimio, make your comment, Pole. Make your comment.
I just wanted to second what Stone PK was talking about, and this I want Black to note. Black in in 2002 when the NAC government came in, there was something that was eating the previous regime of Moi in the name of pending bills. And that those people are the people that with Raila, especially in the roads sector, Raila named them, gave them a name, cowboy contractors. Among them were people like Kirinyaga Construction, Euphrem Minor. There were bills that if they were not perused, the NAC government would have paid some contractors who never existed. Now, what Martha Karua was talking about, dealing and sealing those loopholes, one of the reasons, and I have no doubt about this, that your side of the divide is trying to ensure that they get back to power, is that there are people who are going to lose a lot of money that they imagined they would have earned, because this government has got a lot of pending bills. And once you seal that loophole and audit those bills, you will find that we are paying for hot air. Like, especially things you'll find not even in the transport sector alone, even the Ministry of Water, the dams and the boreholes your candidate has been talking about, especially in Ukambani 35. He was talking about 35 dams, which the leaders there were asking, where are these dams? The other day, when he was in a Western, he was talking about
Amekwama ama ni mimi nime Roberto, can you hear us?
I'm a freeze.
Okay, Julia, your time. Go on, take it.
I think you froze him, Makiadi.
I have no power to do that. I have no power to do that on my side. Go ahead, Julia.
Asante, it's good he froze so that I can talk. Now, I just want to go straight to Baba Manifesto, and I tried to analyze this manifesto, and I looked at that Baba was addressing at least 3-4 basic things, that is food, shelter, clothing, and health. So how did he do this? Now, he said, first things first, first things first. If I do not have food for tomorrow, wezi kaniambia tanijengea biashara ama upeleke watoto wangu shule ndio kesho yake nipate chakula. You need to do first things first. So he addressed this through social protection. First things first. Look at the vulnerable Kenyans. Do what you need to do with immediate. I mean, it's a matter of urgency. With a matter of urgency, you got to do it. You got to do it. You got to do something about it. You can't tell Julia that she's been going hungry, she's gonna eat next year after putting up a business. So first things first. Then clean water. It's the right of every Kenyan to access clean water. It's a right. So the government got to do something. Got to do what will take them, do something with the budget, even create a budget that within the next 100 days, Kenyans should access clean water. Now the next thing is our health. Baba Care. Those are first things first. We got to do them. We can't postpone them for the next 1 month. We cannot postpone them to next year. We got to do something about it. So I loved this, that he talked about Baba Care, that is concerns education. Now, then we got the next things. He was addressing job creation, women empowerment, the youth and all that. And how do we do that? We do that. The next thing we need to do, he talked about education. Education for all. Now, as we talk about education for all, we got to look at the skills that we are imparting our young people. So we got to impart them with skills that enable them to participate in not only in white-collar jobs, but also in blue-collar jobs. So I believe that is what Baba is talking about, women empowerment and the youth empowerment. We got to make sure that people can work in white-collar jobs as well as blue-collar jobs. So where are the jobs? So where are these jobs? So how do we get these jobs? So he talked about one county, one product. That is how we get the jobs. So we look at Nyandarua County. We see Nyandarua County produces Irish potatoes. So we decide that we're going to sell our Irish potatoes to KFC, but we're going to process our Irish potatoes in what Kenyans call potato crisps, but here in the US it's called chips. We're going to process that and sell the chips to the Western world. We're going to sell all our potatoes to KFC, and KFC is exploiting our farmers from Nyandarua County. Now, I want to talk about what Alex was talking about here, about coffee, about our tea. We're going to sell raw product. We are going to move from primary production or subsistence production to secondary production and manufacturing industry. So we are going to process our products. Now, talking about our products, now we remember, Baba remembered that Kenya is an agricultural-based country. So what do we do this? How do we do this? We need to boost our agriculture. So what do we need? We need dams, okay? So we're going to allow Ruto and his friends to root from Kimorel Dam. Look at Kimorel Dam. Kimorel Dam is non-existent. And Mr. Black, one annoying thing that you do here is to come back and tell us about it was only 7 billion that was in question. That is a very painful conversation. Don't even smile about it because I might say something bad. It's a very painful conversation. To discuss that somebody is telling us that the money in question is 7 billion is a very painful conversation. Now, we talked about Aral and Kimorel Dam. They are not in existence. I was talking about this in Mount Kenya Forum and telling them about what's happening in Mwea. In Mwea, we even have canals. We have artificial canals. We have rivers that have been created by people irrigating Mwea irrigation scheme. And because of that, we have the production of rice in Kenya is increasing. So the people from Mwea have a cash crop, while the people who are around Kimorel have nothing to talk about because some gangsters went and stole that money. So Baba was talking about production in Kenya, and he thought about, what do we need? We need dams. We don't even need to make boreholes. We can harvest our water. We can harvest our rainwater. We do not need our water to drain our soil to the ocean. We can stop that by harvesting our rainwater. We can irrigate Northeastern Province. We can irrigate part of Tana River Province. We can irrigate many parts. We can stop River Nzoia from drowning people. We can stop River Tana from drowning people. We can store that water. So when we do that, we boost our agricultural production. After boosting our agricultural production, we move from subsistence production to manufacturing to processed products. And if we export those processed products, that's what we talk about, what Alex was talking about here. He was giving us an example of coffee going for 400 something, and here going for $24, that is 2,400 in the US. So if you look at what Baba said, he organized everything to climax an economy that is going to be so powerful with good structures. See economy, your handouts. He didn't talk about the economy of handouts, and we all know here who are talking about the economy of handouts. And to succeed in all that, Mr. Black, we only need to do one thing. Number one, like Mother Karowa said, stop any further corruption. Number one, let every cabinet secretary be held responsible and answerable for any single coin that disappears from her ministry or his ministry. And I look forward to seeing this. Kwamba cabinet secretary akitoka na hadithi ndefu, atakuwa mara sijui kulifanyika nini, mara sijui yote ndio ilienda, he should be sacked. That day, that morning, that person should be sacked to serve as a lesson to others. Then after that, we can go after our charge sheet, our existing charge sheet. Most of them, I'm using the word most of them in Kenya Kwanza because others are also in Azimio. We can go after the people who are appearing in our charge sheet and we can tell them to pay back our money. So all these things that Baba said, all of them are doable if only we seal any further corruption. Now, I want to talk about what PK said. I am sorry he has left. He's here. PK two wrongs cannot make a right. The fact that Julia hajashikwa, sasa ukishikwa usianze kusema ati IBC na kuonea. I read that as an attitude of complacency. Ati juu watu wanatafuta vitu River Road, ati ni sawa. That is what I read from you, Mr. PK. I'm sorry to say that, but I got to say it because we got to stop this. The fact that Chebukati didn't catch Black. Sasa akishika Julia, ati Chebukati yako na double standards. It means both of us are wrong, me and Black. PK, many Kenyans have documents from River Road. Mimi nimependa market vile amesema ati mtu anasema kuna transcript. Kwani alisoma. I am surprised that Wanjigi na vile akona kimbelembele mingi na mdomo kubwa, and he brags a lot of money. He has not done one degree, first degree. When you people, do you know how many Kenyans have a first degree? Do you know you cannot, there are places in Kenya you cannot even say that mimi niko na degree. Juu kila mtu akona degree. Either alisoma akalipwa na help, but somehow even if you go to the villages, people have these degrees. Lakini Wanjigi na mdomo yake kubwa na pesa yake, I need to know how he has earned his money. He never sat down to read his books and just earn a first degree. I mean, a first degree, that's a shame. So we should not stand here na tuseme ati IBC ati rudishe standard chini, ati kuna jamaa hapa mmoja ameonewa, mmoja alishikwa na mwingine hakushikwa. Even this ridiculous guy that he doesn't have a first degree. Who the heck do they think they are going to lead without reading their books? Who the heck do they think they are that they want to lead this?
Now,
yes, Roberto. Now, Roberto, you keep on disappearing.
You are muting yourself and unmuting. Yeah.
I'm saying, Jimmy Wanjigi, there was something that was written in the papers. His kids are studying in Switzerland, where he's paying 2 million shillings per semester. Yet he cannot get himself a degree.
Yani, you people, let me tell you something. I don't want someone to stand here and say, ati masomo haina maana. Wacha tu niwaambie. Even if you go to college and study a Bachelor of Art, we used to call it Bachelor of anything. I'm a BSc Wildlife. I'm a BSc Environment or something. Your life is never the same again. Even the way you reason. You change the way you look at people, because the first thing you do, you interact with people, interact with the dons. That level of interaction, even when you go to college, your first year, you learn something called communication skills. You learn how to talk with people. You don't. Sometimes I wonder, Makiadi, kama Gachagua alisoma. Mimi nashangaa alisomea wapi. No wonder PK says that Gachagua andike speech aende kwa choo ama aite Black amsomee kwanza kabla hajasoma hiyo speech, because he behaves like a very semi-literate person. I'm telling you, because when you go to college, we expect your culture to change. We expect the way you talk to people. Si kuropoko na kutukana watu kwa street. Ukiona mtu anatukana watu kwa street, find out which schools he went to.
But Julia, just to cut you short, I think we are being unfair to Wanjigi, because Wanjigi alisema we have all the academic qualification. Sasa mimi sijui kama alikuwa na maanisha yeye ama alikuwa na maanisha supporters wake. Labda unaweza tuambia, because there is no way ambaye alisema yeye ako na degree. If you listen to his statement, he did not even mention I have a bachelor's degree or I have a degree. Alisema we. Sasa mimi sikuwa najua ni nani. Maybe we uliona kitu tofauti na mimi.
I don't know whom he meant, but actually, Makiadi, I was not surprised at what the Chebukatis did. I was more surprised to discover that Wanjigi doesn't have a degree. I was more shocked with that. That was my shock today. I'm telling you, gentlemen, what I was surprised by is that Wanjigi doesn't have a degree. I want to tell Kenyans, we are not going to lower our standards here. And those who walk around saying that lazima usome ndio uongoze, when you go to school, whether you study a BA, you not the same again. Kama ulikaa ukasikiza mwalimu wako, if you sat and did those tests and you got your credits right, you cannot be the same again. Even the way you reason. That is why even when you come here, you not call people names. You will not cast them out. I'm telling you, you change. You become a changed person. So that is what Kenyans is looking for. They are not just saying a degree for the sake of a degree, because going to school changes people. But however, there are people who go to school and they appear learned, but they are not educated. Those are the people who refuse to change and learn from the people they interact with. So me, I will agree with Chebukati, and if he made mistakes by not scrutinizing all those documents, I can say first it could be carelessness. Secondly, maybe he was not thinking this thing was going to be serious, or his inadequacy or his inefficiency. Sitatetea Chebukati, but my stand is degree watu wasome, pelekeni watoto shule, wacheni hapa kutuambia si lazima mtu atusome. Take them and then put up a business for them. They'll not be the same again. Their lives will not be the same. Their culture will be changed. Everything will change around them. They will begin to see the world from a totally different point of view. That is the exposure you get when you go to school. I'm not trying to say that people who don't have degrees are not exposed, but I'm still trying to say that when you go to school and acquire a degree, you become a better person. So for hiyo ya Chebukati, aendelee hapo atushikie wale wengine. I'm sure, like PK said, there are many crooks who have papers from River Road, na tunataka kujua ni akina nani, tuaibishe na wakinyang'anywe makaratasi, to serve as a lesson to all Kenyans who have papers from River Road. Asante Makiadi.
Julia, I think hata kuna wengine watakuambia degree wazikuliwi. You know, I listened to, there's a joke that is going on the social media that says Jimmy Wanjigi anaishi karibu na University of Nairobi na jai kanyaga huko ajue ni nini inafanyikanga huko. It was very funny because hii kizungu mingi alikuwa anatupigia kila wakati. And remember there was a time wakina Black walikuwa anatuambia we are very undemocratic because we did not allow Jimmy Wanjigi to run for ODM as our presidential candidate. Tukasema mtu tunamshuku na tumemuonea mbali sana. Kumbe walikuwa najua. This was actually a total setup. Kwa sababu sasa saa hii tungesema tumesema Raila weka kando, acha Jimmy Wanjigi akuwe flag bearer wetu. Angalia mahali tungekuwa.
Nakwambia angengolewa.
Exactly. Atungekuwa na flag bearer.
I love this thing, Makiadi. I forgot to say this. People are saying that that somebody was trying to tetea when you are Fukuza. We had 4 people finally, and then we are calling the other jokers. Okay, I won't call them jokers, but I'm just asking myself. I myself, Julia, I want to vie for presidency. I know the expectations according to the law. I think those are the first things I need to do. See, what were they? You know, Kenyans, you got to change. You know, you got to change. Do things right. Do things right. Alafu useme nimekataliwa, Wakenya ndio wamenikata. I did things right. Hii maneno, it's just the same culture, Mr. Makiadi, that Kenyans think that shortcuts are ending with mother and baba. Ati ninaenda kwa passport, ninaitishwa picha yenye masikio yangu inaonekana, then I decide that hapa ni Kenya, my ears do not have to be seen, I got just to go there. Ama naitishwa passport na ID yangu, I say I'll buy my way through. It is a bad attitude. It is a very bad attitude that should just end. Let us do things right. So all these under candidates that were kicked by the IBC, that was good. So that next time you think very hard before you want to vie for presidency, you make sure you have everything, so that it is Kenyans who are going to reject you, not IBC. It is a shame if IBC rejects you because you didn't do simple things right. Simple things right. Just because najisikia wewe ni Mkenya, unang'ang'ana, unakausha, umejipika kifua, that you can get away with this or you can get away with that. From today hence, I want to promise you Kenyans, with Baba and Mama, you will not get away with it. I am telling you. Hata nyinyi wote mumedanganya mkaenda kufanya masters na hamna degree. I'm telling you, you're going back to school to do your first degree first. Things are changing, Makiadi. I'm promising them. Things are changing.
Thank you, Julia. I made my own 2 conclusions. Number 1, I think this Jimmy Wanjigi guy was actually William Ruto's project. And also the second guy, Ekuru Okot anaenda huko bila signatures. Anaenda anaambiwa hauna signatures, alafu anasema kesho asubuhi ninaamkia kotini kwenda kusema baba ni state project, and I saw the whatever ambaye anaenda kupeleka kotini huko anasema baba ni state project, kwa hivyo is not supposed to. These people are there to actually destabilize the whole ndio waweke page mingi like Alex said last time, ndio tukue na 50 pages so that people can get confused. Ningeenda kutafuta jina ya Julia pale iko page 6, by the time nafika mahali ameandikiwa hapo nimechoka, I can give anybody my vote na nitoke hapo, but I'm really happy. Sasa hii tumebaki na watu wanne peke yake. Black, 1 minute tuende kwa the next person.
Okay.
Black, 1 minute. Nimeona umeinua mkono. 1 minute.
Okay. Sawa, yeah. Kwanza Makiadi, on that issue about Ekuru, it was not only that. I mean, he went beyond that, and to some extent, I would have some questions also on that, because alisema aje that in the BBI case, the IEBC wali established that they have no capacity to verify whether the signatures that were put, that were given, or rather that were made, were either, as in they were authenticated, I mean whether they are original. No. So with the same regard, akawa anasema now wakiwa watu wameleta hizo ninio, how can they also equally verify that indeed those ID copies that have been brought there that are indeed genuine, when they don't have the capacity to do that? So maybe on those grounds, maybe he can have some leeway into which maybe he can argue his case.
Let me ask you, how do you know if an ID is genuine or it's not?
You have to just check.
What are you checking on the ID?
You are being pulled into an argument,
No, hold on, Alex. Nipatie tu dakika moja because you're moving to the next guy. Yeah. Just tell me, how do you identify a fake ID?
What the issue was this, The issue is this, kulingana na Ekuru venye alisema, na ndio maana nikakwambia aje, kesi ile ambayo naenda kuwasilisha kesho is not only because kwamba ati Raila is a state project, along with what he states in his case is that kulingana na ile kesi ya BBI, the IEBC, they established that they have no capacity to verify whether the signatures or the ID numbers that were stated there were indeed genuine. So equally so, he says that zile vote zote ambazo zimekuwa pale, zile copies ni copies, not original copies, ambazo zimebandikwa pale katika as part of the documents being given to the IEBC, that in the same regards they will be in no capacity to do so, because in the BBI case watu wanasemekana walisign na wakaandika ID numbers.
Okay.
So IEBC could have equally used the same structures.
I'll send you a copy.
Now,
I'll send you a copy of. Hold on, Black. I'll send you a copy of what Ekuru Court is raising. I'll send you a copy of what Ekuru Court. Can you hear me, Black? Hold on. I'm saying because of time. Now, not time, Amanda. Let me do this. I'll send you a copy of what issues Ekuru Court is raising. Then you can look at them, and then maybe tomorrow we'll argue on that. Lawrence, karibu.
Question for Juliet.
Lawrence.
Thank you so much, Richie. Yeah, good morning and good evening, panel. I want to make my submission about Gachagua remarks. I don't think this man he really think before he talk. I can advise him, it is good to record himself before he address the public or address people, because what he has said ni kitu ambacho hata akifai, he is discouraging some generations who want to be part of civil servants like those police. Then Gachagua anasahau kwamba mikutano yao wamezungukwa na polisi ndio wanawekea security, kisha anakuja kutuambia they want to train them, to educate them so that they may have degree, to have a good job, meaning that what they are doing is unhealthy. That is not really. I think this man is spreading his agitprop, and he should find another agitprop which looks like a truth, at least to perfidious Kenyans. We know him. They have been perfidious us every day and then, giving us a lot of promises, and they are not going anywhere. Yesterday, I said their promises is like tears in the rain. They will disappear, of course. So I don't agree with him. He should revisit his speech before he addressed to Kenyans. About Baba's manifesto, I agree with him. He gave us his manifesto. They are quite realistic. Most of them, they are like fighting corruptions. If our country will be corruption-free country, I think we will grow. We will have opportunity to make our economy better than what we are now. So he is doing a good job, and we appreciate him, and we are with him. About Chebukati is doing amazing job. At least we are getting to know who have no degrees in our country, like those WANJIGI. We usually knew that WANJIGI has a degree, but I congratulate Chebukati. So we are understanding our leaders in our country, and I wonder, I don't know what they are doing, these leaders. I don't know whether they know about our constitution. Constitution is very clear. If we want to fight as those higher seats like presidential and whatever governors, you should have a degree. I don't know whether why do they go to visit or to take their papers, yet they don't have a degree. They are wasting a lot of time. They are giving Chebukati a lot of a hard time, and Chebukati, he has a lot to do. Kuna kitu kingine nimeona hapa. Yeah. Wacha nifika hapo kwa sai. Thank you so much.
Asante. So, Lawrence, I love your submission. Brief and to the point. Alex, you want to make a comment before you go to Adams?
Yeah, there's something Julia said I want to put into addition. Depending on how the court is going to handle the case for Sudi, Malala and Sakaja should be worried people, because the penalty that Sudi will pay for forgery, I think is the same that Malala and Sakaja are going to pay, because we want to know in 2013 and 2017, what kind of papers did these people present? It is worrying. And if it's so that the circular that came from Nairobi University, that's saying that, and you know, Robert Alaya has been very vocal, writing it openly, and I haven't seen Sakaja refute anything of the sort. And as we were discussing earlier, you know, Sakaja was in the border, not able even to make his way back to Kenya, because he didn't want to use the plane according to what was circulating in the media. So let them pray that Sudi's case does not incriminate him with a felony, because it will come to haunt many, many other people. That is the addition that I'm making in regard to these papers that people presented in 2013 and 2017. Jimmy Wanjigi is lucky because, as you said, for him, he said we have academic qualification. He didn't say he have a degree, so he's off the hook. But those who presented for forged papers 2013, 2017, like Sudi, will have to pay the price.
Yeah, thanks.
Question Makiadi and Alex.
Yes, please. Yes.
Is Sudi Vine? I mean, what papers is using to Vine? That's my question.
Sudi, first of all, presented an index number for class 8 to vie for his parliamentary seat. and Black knows where they got the index number from, because that teacher came the other day, Teacher Julia, and the guy said he never attended. That index number was for a Luo guy from somewhere in Nyanza. So the papers that Sudi presented, we don't know where they came from. I don't think they came even from River Road. They must have come from Sugoi.
Yeah.
So has he been given his papers? That's my question. Is he
What
valid?
papers, Julia? What papers are you waiting for Sudi to be given? He has no papers.
So
The guy.
he's not on the list of
He had
the...
an index number.
Or what papers are you asking? The IBC clearance or the?
Yeah, IBC clearance.
I have no idea. But what I know with regards to his academic papers, if you do an analysis, it looks like he sat for the KCAC and KCP on the same year. So I don't know where he's going to get the papers from. Black, 1 minute. 1 minute. Let's move on.
Okay. In regards to Alex, naweza kosa kutetea Sudi, but at least let me tetea Sakaja. I mean, I'll give you a quick homework. Open the UAN website. You will see Sakaja as one of the alumni that made it to become leaders of our nation, among them Saitoti, in the Faculty of Science and Technology. Just go about that website, then come back and tell me what you saw. Thank you.
You bloggers. Hey, you
Wait,
can
Alex,
lie without blinking your eye.
Alex, usijibu hiyo story ya nini. Tumekuwa na hii discussion hapa na hatutamaliza ya Sakaja. Adams, karibu. Alafu Roberto ujiandae, utatupatia remarks.
Thank you so much, Bona Chairman, and the rest of you panelists. Good evening. Mr. Yes, Black, how are you? Before I put my submission, my friend Black, I think you're a very enlightened guy. You know the meaning of being an alumni of something. It means you must have gone through that school or that institution. Having gone through that certain institution and you attended some classes there makes you alumni. It has nothing to do with your degree or no. So of course, yes, Sakaji is alumni of the UON. So that's true, but doesn't make him have a paper. Anyhow, let me go to the topic. The topic of today, so I don't know who said this. Kenyan cops should go to school and get a degree. My friend, hiyo ni madhara kubwa sana. The police officers are qualified. These people are learned. They went to school. The only problem is during recruitment of the police force, when they recruit, there is a minimum qualification. I don't know whether it is a D or a C. It's somewhere there. So these people are being judged by the minimum qualification. But I know all of you here, at least there is a police officer from your village. You can't tell me that that particular person went to the police force with a minimum qualification. A lot of people graduate, but because in our country we don't have jobs, they settle for what is available. But by the way, for you to rise in the ranks of the police, there's somewhere that you cannot go beyond without a bachelor degree. You have to get it. So a lot of these people went to school, but they're being victimized based on the lowest qualification to join the force. So, and it is really, really bad to talk about them like that. I know in the past we've had bad experiences with the police. They've maimed people, they've brutalized people, depending on whoever is controlling them in the government, because this is a department that uses that go with the orders. They go, it's a yes, it's forward, ever forward, like that. You know, I'm not a police officer, but I know how that's how they work. So leave the police alone. They are learned. I know a lot of cops are watching here. You people, you have families who are police officers. You don't feel good when such that kind of things are being told about them. That is not their story. It is not true. There are some of them who have gone to school, some of them have not, but at least they are somewhere. Anyhow, Mr. Black's best friend, Jimmy Wanjigi. You know, in life, my friend, you need to be humble. If there is one person who is not humble in the political life in Kenya, it's Mr. Wanjigi. Very arrogant, rude. The money got into his head. I know he's rich. He's a tycoon. We don't deny. His father plus himself, they worked for it. I don't know whether, I've never heard where they stole anyway. They've worked for it. They've done business. They are business moguls. We don't deny. But they're not humble. The man is not humble. In this life, the only lesson that we can learn from the case of Jimmy Wanjigi as a case study today is be humble. You never know what tomorrow holds. And you know what? Like they normally say, Raila Odinga is mostly right. He knew very well the person he was dealing with. So when he said nay, a lot of us could not realize. But I've said in this channel before that what Raila sees when he's seated down in a three-legged stool, one William Samoei Ruto and his surrogates cannot see, even if they climb on top of a mugumo tree. They won't and they can't. That's a fact. Chebukati and the law telling people you have a degree, you don't have, you're not qualified. Guys, we need to set the record straight. It is not Chebukati. It is the law. The law says that for you to vie as a member of parliament, not member, but as a governor and president, office of the governor and the office of the president, those two seats, you must have a minimum qualification of bachelor's degree. It is the law. Chebukati did not participate in making that law. He is just following the law. He's an implementer. He's just implementing it. So we don't need to victimize him. He's just following the law. Nyambane, the comedian, did not come back. He was summoned to appear. He did not appear because he knew. I like Nyambane because Nyambane had come out publicly. People didn't even know about his academic qualification, even though he used to do ridiculous when they were in campus in KU. After that, people didn't know whether he dropped, but he came out publicly. He was here in New Jersey like 3 months ago. The guy said publicly, even in the media, that he did not complete school. Though he went to very good school. He went to Lanana High School. From there, he went to campus. He was a brilliant student, but he did not complete it. He said it. So that's why he decided not to appear. But going to Chebukati, before Chebukati and arguing that we are qualified. I think what Jimmy Wanjigi meant when he was saying that we have, what did he say again? We have academic papers or something. We went to school. I think he was saying we to mean himself plus the people who are following him, his followers or his supporters. That is what he meant by when he said we. Our manifesto, the Azimio Manifesto, the greatest manifesto ever seen in Africa, was launched today. It is a true copy of Vision 2030. That is how it looks like. You may like it, you may dislike it, but it is what it is. It was so authentic, so real, to the letter, true to the letter, achievable. These are things which are achievable, real. That is the way it is supposed to be done. The 10-point agenda, the way it was articulated, the way it, the way people feel it, that is what is going to propel this country called Kenya. And I believe the 10-point agenda that they read, they are humans. Martha and Raila are human beings. If anything go wrong, maybe they may only, maybe they may miss only one, but they will achieve 9 of them, which is still good enough. That is still an A. But I believe they are going to achieve it. And the Wananchi, me and you, we are going to be happy, right? So from today, moving forward, I'm really waiting for my friend from the other side of the aisle, being led by Mr. Black. If you can come to the public today on this podium or on this media and tell me a formula and convince everybody with a formula on how Raila Odinga and Martha Karua ticket can fail, how they can lose the election, which formula, can you tell us the formula in which these people can lose the election? I don't see it, but I know what, I can tell you all the formulas and the algorithm and the tactics on how William Ruto and the loose mouth Rigathi can lose elections. They're losing this thing. It is not going to be a close race. It's going to be a landslide. Man, Raila Odinga is going to win this thing big. Thank you. God bless.
Okay, thank you, Adams. Roberto, just a few remarks before we move to Mise. I think we are running out of time.
Hold on. One more thing, Mr. Sakaja.
Yeah.
Mr. Makiadi, sorry. I wanted to say something a little about Sakaja. I saw something in the running on internet going viral that Sakaja, having realized that he don't have a degree from the UN, he crossed the border to Uganda and he managed to procure a degree successfully. So maybe he's bringing it, but I understand that he procured one successfully. I don't know in what. Thank you.
Yeah, there's something I just wanted to point out, and this has got to do with the labor market. I think there's something Baba left out in the Azimio manifesto, and that is to do with the labor policy. Why I'm talking about the labor policy is that we have very qualified Kenyans, very many qualified Kenyans in different fields, and with the influx of the Chinese, we acquiring services from the Chinese or investments from the Chinese. The Chinese have often, they have often come with a lot of personnel, and the country should have a very strong labor policy, because one of the things that propel some of the Asian nations is that they have a very strong labor policy. They do not import labor as long as they have qualified staff. For instance, in India, Coca-Cola went to India in 1976, but they disagreed with the government of the day then, and they came back. They went back to India in 1997, and the reason was that Coca-Cola wanted to employ the top CEOs who were foreigners. But the Indian government insisted that if there is anybody to remain, it would be somebody who's handling the finances. Any other workforce should come from the Indian population. So their jobs, we cannot be crying about unemployment, and yet we are allowing too many foreigners to come in. I'll give you an example of this. This can be in the manufacturing industry. It can be in the construction of roads, hospitality industry, because you'll visit some of the restaurants you'll find that you have a Chinese chef. Yes, yet you have very qualified chefs who are Kenyans. You'll go to the road construction. You have very qualified engineers in Kenya, and yet they'll bring in some Chinese will bring in some probably jailbird from their place and give him the same job. So I think the labor policy, I didn't hear anything in that manifesto, and for me, we should seize one job seized is a step forward. So I think the Azimio should maybe expand on that. I'll leave it at that and then contribute more later. Thank you.
I think you brought up a very important issue, but I don't think those laws are not there, as you say. I worked for a company and I know that there were 3 positions that were specifically left for the investor. Of course, this investor was a foreigner. I think there was a finance director, there was a CEO, and one other position that I can't remember. But unfortunately, these people just go and bring every other person that they know. And I think that goes back to how our labor organization functions. And I think it also goes back to how these investors have infiltrated the Ministry of Labor. You know, these laws are there, Roberto, but no one is following up to find out if they are being enforced or not. So, like you said, you see somebody is an investor, they come there with the CEO, the CFO, the financial director, or whatever, and then they bring all these other bosses, from the managers to the supervisor to even the cleaners. The only position now that they leave because they know they cannot touch that position is the HR, because that one, at least, you know, it's a hiring position, so it's a very sensitive position, and the company does not want to get in trouble, so they put a Kenyan there, so that when there's an issue with the employees, that Kenyan has to go to court and answer that. But these laws are there. It's only that we have no people who are serious to follow up and make sure that these laws are being enforced. Mise, karibu.
Asante sana. Julia, how are you?
Fine, Mise, umepotea sana.
Niko, najua nakuja wakati huko. So, Alex, pia nawasalimia nyinyi wote, akina Makiadi, Adams, na wengine kama Robert. I think what we are having here, the discussion today is very, very good. And I think this, like I've always said, I think this is a very good electioneering year for Kenyans. A lot of things are being revealed. We never knew that some people never had degrees. But now it's coming to the public that these people don't have yet. They are the people that we entrust to manage our resources. And yet they are the people that legislate, come up with legislation about education and so on. No wonder the Kenyan education is dwindling to the extent that our children are now suffering from ulcers because it's too much on them, because we don't have qualified people who come up with proper policies, because themselves don't understand how that education is and the stress that people go through to acquire or get those degrees. But that being said, I have been struggling on the same degree, on the same measure that we are evaluating or assessing people like Sakaja, people like, Oscar Sudi and the rest. And don't get me wrong, I just want to understand. I've been trying to read the biography of the Prime Minister, Right Honorable Raila Odinga. But every time that I look at his biography, all I see is the diploma in mechanical engineering and the honorarium degrees. So I've been struggling to know if any of you know what is Raila's undergraduate degree. I would want to be enlightened, and Alex, you can help me with this so that I can understand. Because when I look at his biography, I don't see the degree. I do see the mechanical engineering. In 1965, when he was transferred to Germany, he studied Germany as a language, and then proceeded to university to study mechanical engineering. So, and then when I looked at the list of honorarium degrees that he's gotten, they are not, they're honorary degrees. So I just wanted, maybe before we proceed, someone to help me so that I can also know.
Yeah, can I come in?
Go ahead, Adams.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mise. You know, there was a time people did not know, Kenyans didn't know anything to do with the academic background of Raila Odinga until Miguna came from Canada, where you are, and he went to Kenya and worked for Raila, and then they disagreed, and then he came up with something called peeling back the masks, if you remember. That is when Miguna started saying so many things about Raila. The first version, I know he's talking trash now. So that is when he came up and said, like, oh, Raila didn't go to school, he have a diploma in welding and blah, blah. So this thing has been going on, people say it, but let me tell you, Raila Odinga went to school, he's a mechanical engineer by profession. His father, Jaramogi Odinga, was a teacher at the University of Maseno, Maseno University in Kisumu. He went to school, he studied mechanical engineering because, number one, at some point, Raila was a teacher at the University of Nairobi. UIN being what it is, with the procedure that it is, you cannot go and teach or lecture students who are studying engineering at degree level, and you only have a diploma. It doesn't really add up. It's like a class 7 dropout going to high school to teach Form 4 candidates. It can't really work. And it is in that teaching profession that he met his wife, Ida Odinga. So all these other things are just politics. But this guy went to school because, you know what, even today, I mean, yesterday, Chebukati and his team would have kicked him out. Why is it that they didn't kick him out? They didn't kick him out. He presented his papers. Even today, at the manifesto launch, he said that we presented our papers and we were cleared. He wasn't favored. So according to me, all these other things are just hearsays and politics. People say politics and the rest. Even DP Ruto, people have said even this channel that they doubt is a PhD. Personally, when it comes to academics, something that somebody has gone to school and achieved, I don't doubt it, not until something extraordinary happened. I don't support Ruto, but I don't doubt his PhD. He did it, he achieved it. So that's my take on that.
Makiadi, I have something. I just read something. I don't know why I didn't see this. I don't know how to read this thing, but I'll try and read because I kind of German or something. Now, Raila holds a German qualification called Deep Link something from Magdeburg in then East Germany. The institution has since come together with others to form Otto von University since 1993. Now, Raila's name is listed among the prominent alumni of this university. Now, previously, Magdeburg offered technical programs in engineering and related disciplines. DeepLink or Deep, however they are calling it, is a short form of diploma engineer. It is a typical qualification given to graduates of engineering after completing 5 years of university training in a technical field of study. That's what I have discovered. So,
where are you reading from? I would love to get that information.
I just went. There's something that I'm seeing, Lisa. It's called Raila's academic background, shocking details from the University of Nairobi. That's what I'm seeing. So I wanted to add this, Mise. There's a way you can, I think you're also aware of that, there are people who do diplomas that at times are equated to a degree, depending on the number of years they spent in the university and the credits, the number of credit hours they have. Okay, I want to give an illustration of somebody who has done something in education, a BA, Bachelor of Arts, and then they go to the university and do a postgraduate diploma in education. Now that study is now equated to a degree in education. Is equated to a degree in education, though that person has only gone to do a postgraduate diploma in education. So they look at the number of credit hours that person has done, the credit hours that person has, and I think the credits that person has. So that's what I'm seeing. I was just trying to find out this college that Raila went to school. So I think it's on that basis that Raila's study is equated to a degree because he spent 5 years. I mean, I think, Misa, you're aware that when you're doing something like you're looking at your papers, someone would like to find out how many years did you spend in college? What credit hours, how many credit hours do you have? Because there are times even we can say you have a degree and your credit hours do not add up. And even though you graduated the degree, your degree is disqualified. That's what I'm trying to say.
I have a question for you, Mise, before you proceed. Have you ever heard about a professional body in Kenya called engineers? Is it what do you call this? There's a professional body that regulates.
It's called, I'm a member of that of that body. It's called Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineering.
No, not that one. Not that one.
Which one?
There's a body in Kenya that regulates registration of engineers. I'm looking for the name. I can't find the name, but I'll give you the name. So for people,
So it will be Institute of Engineers.
No, IEE is different. IEE is international. I know something about IEE.
IPRA.
There's another IPRA. Can you say it in full,
Is
Roberto?
it IPRA? Energy regulatory.
No.
Yeah, I think it's
not that one. So let's not sweat on the name. I'll find the name and I'll put it in the chat for you. So there's a professional body that actually regulates and it also licenses engineers in Kenya. EBK, that's it. It's engineers or something. Board of Kenya. That's it. It's in the comment section. Thank you, Moses. So EBK looks at the qualifications. If you want to be a member of EBK, you must have graduated with a bachelor's degree from a known university. And then I don't know the process. If I don't know if they use an exam or something, but they go through your qualifications and then they will license you to be a professional engineer so that you can do anything that pertains to your line of study. And if you go to that body, I mean to their website, go there and type registration number A620. When you get time, go type registration number A620 and look at the name of the person that is credited to that number. It's Engineer Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. His discipline is mechanical engineering, and then he has the address and gender there. Just at your own time, go and check that. That body cannot give you, cannot certify you as a professional engineer if you have failed to meet the standard qualifications that they set. So that's just an overview of what they do. So if you get time, just go check that and make sure that you look at that number A620. That number is Raila Odinga's. That is just to show you that the diploma that people keep on saying every day here, that's just a political statement.
Okay,
and I think you know it.
It's not a diploma, Mr. Makiadi. In the Western world, they call a university degree a university diploma. They ask you, can you give us your university diploma? They don't use a degree.
You know, Julia, they say that he has a diploma in welding. That's why I'm telling Mise to go and check. That's what Mise was trying to allude to. Alex.
You know, if people don't know basic English, we should not start defining a few things to them. For example, Julia, she's a teacher here. When people graduate in a high school, it's called a high school diploma. I mean, very simple, a high school diploma. I mean, there are terms that do not correlate with what Americans always, or other German countries like the East Communist and other countries, always went reverse on how they called they defined their own. For example, Abuya, you are an alumni from India. You know very well, before you could do even bachelor's in commerce, in India, in a place maybe let's say like Punjab, where Waititu Laizi went to, you had to do a degree prior before you can be allowed to do a degree in commerce, accounting option. You had to do a degree before you are allowed to do an engineering degree. So some competitive places like East Germany and other communist countries, if you go Google, you realize something that was very common. In fact, you had to go something called +2 again when you come out of Kenya, because even if you did Form 5 and Form 6, you still had to go to their Form 5 and Form 6. It was called +2 before you are admitted to their own education system. And first of all, you have to remember, when Raila went there, he had to relearn a German language and the Russian language before he could be integrated, first of all, in their universities. So all these Messi is saying, I don't understand. Messi, the man even taught...
Which university? Alex, I studied Juris Doctor as a second degree. I understand what you're saying, and I'm well versed with what Julia is trying to explain. All I want you to tell me is very simple. Raila is a public figure. What I read is what you just said is that he spent the next 2 years in head institution, which would train foreign students on German language, and was part of the philosophical faculty at the University of Leipzig in East Germany. So he went ahead and studied mechanical engineering, a diploma in mechanical engineering. So if you study diploma, if you go for diploma 3 years, there's something that would make sense that Julia was trying to explain. If you study diploma as in an engineering course, let's say civil engineering, when you graduate, you can't be called, you can't be, I mean, you are also an engineer, but you are an engineer at the level of a diploma, not a degree level. So the fact that Makiadi was trying to say, go and check this number, even those who have graduated with the 3 years diploma also have a number, an engineering number, just like us.
Mise, let me cut you off, Mise, hold on, just hold on. Mise, I just heard you saying that you have a law background, like you studied some law, right? Yeah, JD. So
my undergrad is electrical and electronics engineering.
Relax. I've understood you. But let me ask you, if you go to Kenya now, there is a school called Kenya School of Law. For you to go to Kenya School of Law, you must first of all graduate with a law degree, is when you go there. So when you go to Kenya School of Law for 2 to 3 years, what you get, you graduate with a diploma. You understand? So I don't want you to be confused. It's like you're confusing something, but I think I'm
not. That's why I'm asking you this question to help me.
Lisa, I already explained to you. I don't know why you're not paying attention. I read for you about this university.
Which university, Julia, let me ask you, which university did Raila graduate from with an undergrad degree?
It is called the University of Magdeburg. And they were not calling them degree. They are calling them deepling or something. And they are saying that if you studied 5 years, then you are a graduate of engineering if you studied 5 years. So can you read that? I just posted the link there, and you read that. I explained to you, and I think Lisa, you are learned, that what qualifies you for a degree or whatever is the number of credit hours that you have gone through. So if somebody studies engineering for five years,
Julia can buy your story, not Adam. Adam, what you were explaining was a regulatory.
As I said before, we are here in the tussle of definitions, and Misa thinks we are in court. And yes, Mise, when you say you can buy that argument, simply you are putting my friend Adams in a jury. That's a language of court. You're the one who have used it. Don't touch your head like that.
So Alex, let's ask Mise. Let's ask Mise this question. Mise, your question is: you don't believe that Raila Odinga has a degree? You believe that he has just a ordinary diploma? Is that your issue?
I don't believe. I wanted clarity. I don't believe.
So you don't think he has a bachelor's degree, right?
I can't confirm neither deny what you're saying. I just wanted to know if he has or not. But you said he has. But let me.
We are still going to the definitions, Mr. Makiadi. You say he's denying, but he's saying he can't confirm. We are still tussling with definitions here. And if you don't see, this is a lawyer putting us on trial.
No,
we are in a panel. We are in a panel.
Let me give my contribution tonight.
No, hold on. Let me give guidance. Alex, you've made your point. Adams, you've made your point. Mute your mics.
No, I haven't finished. He's interrupting me.
Because both of you are speaking, so we can't hear what you're saying.
Mr. has a problem. Mr. has a problem with the university too. He wants an institution to use the word university. My friend, let me school you a little bit, even though you call yourself a lawyer, which I doubt. In the United States, if you go to Massachusetts, in Boston, it's a state called Massachusetts, okay? There's a college, maybe one of the best, top 3 in the world, called Massachusetts Institutes of Technology, MIT. They don't even use the word university. You have a problem, you want Raila to go to school with the tag university. Massachusetts Institute of Technology is one of the best. Okay, there is no school in Canada like that, by the way. That's where you are.
Yeah.
So,
but Kenya, Adams, there is one called Kenya Kenya Polytechnic. Kenya Polytechnic is offering degrees.
Thank you.
Kenya, even the Mombasa Polytechnic. I agree with Alex.
To university rank. So, but let's not go there. Adams, you are wrong, absolutely wrong. I am aware of what you're saying, but let's go to the contribution. My contribution tonight. What I wanted.
But Mr. I was speaking, Alex, then you interrupted me.
Okay, Alex, go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to yield my time to Mercy because he's an engineer. And I think he's going to help us on this once and for all. I'm going to yield my time to Mercy, who is an engineer, who can help you maybe interpret those words better than us. Maybe we are social scientists.
Actually, I'm not an engineer. I did economics and an MBA. But I think Alex is right about. We are just tussling about definition. Different countries have different. Some diploma is equivalent to a degree. That's just what it is. So the argument about Raila's year to go graduate, that's neither here or there. Unless if someone come along and let an argument about. What was his primary school education or secondary school education? Maybe to get there, the beginning is a question. But Julia is right. It's all about the credit hours you've earned and everything else. In the United States, I think Julia knows about 120. Kenya because I did mine here. But I think the argument is just about to try and say, oh, Raila unajua kusoma sijui nini, but the guys, you can tell a person who was, like Julia said, you can tell the way a person talks, vile mtu ana present his ideas na kila kitu, ni kama mtu ameenda shule. You cannot compare Raila Odinga na kama Sonko or kama Waititu ama washenzi wengine ambao tuko nao nyumbani. So the issue about qualifications, the man is qualified. I mean, I've heard him making so many speeches, and there's some things he has said that I look at and I say, wow, this guy, he knows. Like I remember one time he went to Kisii. I think that was during when they were launching the BBI, and he was talking about, which I never thought about it, being a person who has done, management and economics. He said Kisii has been turned to become a rural slum. Nobody has ever thought about how Kenya is really being turned into a rural slum. Not even talking, we talk about Kibra and everything else. But so when I saw that, I said, this guy, economically and whatever, he has the mind. I might disagree with him with some things, but the guy knows what he's talking about. And secondly, Okay, sawa.
Okay, Mercy, mute. I want us to put this to arrest. Missy, let me just give you the qualifications for one to be an engineer in the United States. You go for your bachelor's, you finish your bachelor's, it takes about 4 or 5 years, depending on how fast you can take your classes. After you finish your bachelor's degree, towards the end, you sit for an exam called FE, which is a fundamentals in engineering. If you pass that class, you're not actually recognized as an engineer first. You have to be under somebody for about 3 years practice, and then you can do a PE. So now when you do the PE, after your name, you can put the title Mise LMPE. So you are practicing engineer. In Kenya, it's a bit different. In Kenya, you finish your degree and then you have to register. I don't know if there's an exam with the ERB, but then you have to register and produce your certificate, the degree certificate. Now, when you talked about technicians,
there is an
and
exam.
there's an
There
exam,
is an
yeah?
exam that.
Okay.
Yeah, and there is a project you also do.
Okay, so well guided. So there is an exam, like Roberto said. I'm not sure about that, but Roberto has an idea. After you do that, you have at least to pay an amount, and then you'll do the exam, which is saying, and then you'll be registered. But that body does not recognize. I just read here that they have an act that does not recognize technicians and technologists. So if your argument is Raila Odinga has a diploma, which we can say is a technician diploma, then you might be wrong.
Thank you. I think this is a very complicated matter. That's why all of you didn't have straightforward answer. But Alex, I hope you yielded your time. So I hope you're going to give me humble time so that I can make my submission. But I like what Raila was introducing today. And I think because he's a beneficiary of that. I think what Raila in his manifesto, he talked about Jua Kali sector and how he is intending to recognize the Jua Kali sector, or the people, the artisans and all that, make sure that they're issued with certificates to recognize them. We all know that here in the United States, we do have something called apprenticeship, whereby people learn on the job. And if a degree takes you about 1,000 hours to graduate with a degree, then you go to class you learn at work about 800 hours, and then you go to class 200 hours. At the end of the day, you also are awarded a degree, an equivalent degree like anybody else who went to university and graduated. So basically, my argument here is I like that approach, and maybe because he's a beneficiary of that. Because when I look at our country, we are more of worshipping degrees, people who have PhDs, but who cannot deliver when they are called upon. I've had the privilege to work with people who have doctorate degrees, and yet they cannot even think on their feet. So I think learning on the job and being able to deliver and being recognized, it's a good way to go. Kenyans are very talented, and I think that's one area that Raila will tap into and empower a lot of Kenyans. That's why someone who comes from Kenya with a diploma in plumbing is recognized in Canada as under the class of trades, because anyone who has done diploma in plumbing, electrical, they are recognized as and they have competitive edge than someone who did business or but someone who did business studies, diploma in business studies, doesn't get the same privilege like someone who studied in plumbing here. So I think that is a good class for the manifesto. So that is really good. In terms of empowering women, women are keepers. In terms of giving them finances, women hawana mipango ya kando sana. I think this is going to make our economy flourish. Otherwise, wanaume, when they're empowered economically, wanatoroka nyumbani. I think it's a time that Raila is going to help us grow. And one thing that really struck my attention is utilizing the idle land. I think that is something that we have not really used. Because if you look at if you look at Libya, Look at how they got where they got their water and the irrigation system and the food security in Libya. One will quickly learn that Kenya has a lot of water sources. We've got rain, we've got lakes, rivers, yet we have never utilized that. I think if we go by things like the great river that Muammar Gaddafi made in Libya, I think agriculturally, we're going to grow and become better. Now, in terms of police having degrees, I think that is I think we shouldn't. The manner in which it was presented is what is kind of demeaning the police force. But in actual sense, there is nothing wrong for us to have police that are educated. I think once, if you go back, Eric Owino, sometimes back when they were being interviewed, they said they are looking for police with the degrees because a lot of police don't have, they're hiring civilians with the degrees because a lot of people or police within the police force don't have those qualifications. And so they're bringing people from outside the force to hire them in various skilled areas. And so I think by hiring from within and having people to grow within their workplace, it's kind of helps people to love their job and feel more appreciated because now they know their growth in their career because they can grow within and apply to other areas, specialized areas. So there's nothing wrong with having that. You could also quickly learn the difference.
Mr. Can you wind up in a minute now?
Yeah,
Please?
you could also learn the difference when we used to have people who never went to school who were heading the police force in the ranks of OSPDs, and on, that we were struggling. We were struggling with the leadership because they did not understand the basic tenets of good leadership. But now that we have that, whenever you go to a police, sometimes you are handled with decorum, and I think we should have more police educated. I know there are more, and they're making that effort because they have to get the ranks and good salary. I think we should encourage our police force to be educated. There's nothing wrong with that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's move it on to Alex. I think he has a remark to make, and then we can hear from Messi.
I mean, all we were discussing was put aside for Mr. to sneak in what he wanted to say all along and say that, yes, I like what Raila said because he's a beneficiary of a Juakali sector. I mean, that's being petty. Mr. Mise, we can challenge your education. It's not a laughing matter, my friend. And I think I've seen this kind of disrespect keep going on. And if we interrogate even your own parents, who are the age of probably even younger than Raila Amolo Odinga, they may not have the qualification, even the merits to speak the way you speak, that Raila is a beneficiary of Juakali sector. And that is why he's propagating it. Mr. Mise, I mean, of all things, and then you come here masquerading, having a doctoral. Is that what you want to tell us here? I mean, be kind a person who respects the education of the 60s and the 70s and the kind of light we have now. You have to go back and forth and understand, for somebody to have been an engineer, a professional, people who went and became doctors in the 60s and the 70s did not have the present education that we have. You can't sneak that and we leave you like that Raila is a beneficiary of the Juakali sector. That's why he was propagating that. That's very wrong of you. You need to withdraw that.
Am I required to?
Yeah, just 1 minute. 1 minute. Just 1 minute.
Alex, I mean, I would just your interpretation is right. My interpretation was different. So if by any chance I would have had the same interpretation such as yours, I would have unequivocally withdrawn. Unfortunately, what I was saying is not what you've just explained.
Okay. He has denied whatever you said, Alex. So I want to give these two gentlemen that are here.
Mr. Gal says he's a beneficiary of the Juakali sector. Openly, we had it. He's running away. Wow. It's okay, Mr. You are a lawyer. You get away with it.
You can run away with that today, Missy. I want to give two people that have come here at least an opportunity to talk. Roberto and Adams, you've spoken today. Can we just give to okay, 30 seconds each. Just 30 seconds each.
Okay, mine is just I just want to remind Mise that Mise, I don't know whether you have been to Mombasa in your lifetime, but in Mombasa there is a famous bridge called Nyali Bridge. That Nyali Bridge was designed by an engineer called Engineer Adia, who was working with the public works. Right now in Kenya, we are importing expertise from the Chinese to come and build bridges, like the one that the Likoni Bridge. You know, you should appreciate education, please. Thank you.
Yeah, Mise, I don't know why where you've taken your face. That's an act of cowardly. But let me tell you, this tendency of this character of I know it all, it doesn't add up in this century. Be humble. This mentality of I know it all, I know it better than you. You don't know people here. Relax. Just hold on your horses. Relax, man. Because sometimes what you think you know, you don't know it better. And if you know it, we would see in your argument and your behavior. I doubt if you know anything in law. Thank you.
Alex, that's the meaning, actually. Alex, there are many things we say and I don't come back and I think I made my argument, I made my point, and I supported Raila Odinga. I did not come to say that I know than now I have said that I know than Raila. So your argument is misplaced.
Let's do this. I can see where this conversation is going. So let's stop it there. I would urge us to move forward at least because we have hit the 9th hour. I would urge us to give Mercy just 2 minutes to make your remarks because at least you came in late, and then we go to Koseo 2 minutes. Then we can do the closing now.
Anyways, yeah, thanks for having me. I have two things that I wanted to say. First of all, you know, I know people spoke about your speech here regarding Gachagua and everything else. What we are failing in Kenya is, you know, places like, like the way the military, if you got the military, I think even the accountants, it's them. The engineers is them. The doctors is them. I think the same thing should be encouraged within the police force. Mtu akitaka kwenda shule, you see, I know Regardie talked about waenda kutafuta kazi ingine. That's my interpretation. But why not encourage these people within the police ranks? They have all these you don't have to go to the civil service or whatever. You work there, you become a doctor for the police, you become an accountant for the police, you can become an engineer, you can become whatever. But you can go to college, but still come and you don't have to quit. Because I think that's one of the problems that I saw. Walsema Owino, and there's someone who said one time he was running for governor of CI and then he kind of dropped out. When he said, I think Alsema in a way, unajua tukielimisha watu watawacha kazi ya polisi. So yeah, it needs to be encouraged. Charles Owino. Yeah, we need the force, within the force. Encourage the people waende wanazakwata. I mean, the force have their own issues, and their own challenge, just like the military. The military is all, if we go, any military in the world, even the Ukraine war the war in Ukraine, ukienda kupata Russians, wako na doctor wao, who are military, engineers, magari ki break down the military, encourage within the force so people can be able, not just the basic training, but be able to advance themselves, not to leave, but it's kind of like an investment within the force. Secondly, watch na hiyo story, and then I'm going to be done. Coming to about corruption, both Kenya Kwanza and Azimio. I know even Baba talked about corruption and everything today. I know Alex knows this. I know people, maybe Adams, people have lived abroad. the basic thing about not eliminating corruption. I'm talking about financial corruption because, even tribalism is corruption. So just financial corruption in terms of accountability. We need, first of all, in Kenya, we live in a country where hata tujui watu ni wangapi. We don't know who they are. Maybe we might know, maybe we know somewhere they are, majority, but not the whole country. In the United States, when they established the Social Security, whatever, which I think in Kenya, Uhuru, I want to give him credit. I disagree with him in some things, but the Huduma number, I think that was the idea. Everybody needs to get that Huduma number. The Huduma number should be able to cover everything. If you own land, if you own shares, if you own whatever you own. So that mtu hawezi enda kuandikia hata ati anaandikia mboch ama ati mfanyakazi wa shamba anamwandikia milioni 5 ama shamba kitu yote, because at that point that person can be able to be asked, okay, sawa, uko na eka 10 in your name, how did you get it? So what I'm saying is basically, whether Kenya Kwanza comes in or whether Azimio comes in, we need to have that accountability. Sio kama wakati I saw someone had written somewhere when they were changing the money, from the old 1,000, now kadhalika, some person went and bought houses worth 400 million apartments in Nairobi. Because after that, mtu anatakana kuulizwa, okay, so this is your job. You earn this. How were you able to get 400 million without a loan to buy all these apartments? If that one is done, this money that's being, gulped by either governors, or whoever is in corrupt business na kila kitu, will be able to trickle down because a person will know that this money they cannot be able to hide. Ukiangalia hapa America, the few corruption cases have happened, mtu anakuwa bribed because they cannot go to the bank because you have to deposit $10,000, which in Kenya they did that, about $1 million, utaulizwa imetoka wapi. Hapa unapata mtu inabidi afiche pesa wapi? Kwa fridge ama kwa freezer. But then at the end of the day, if you buy cars, you buy whatever, even if you put in other people's names, someone can be able to track down and ask you, how were you able to afford that? In Kenya, we have a lot of money floating, but that money is not trickling down to the mwananchi because mtu anaenda na grab, anapora county, anafanya chochote, ananua mashamba na kila kitu. And then at the end of the day, nobody is able to ask, hey, how were you able to get it? How were you able to, get this contract with this or whatever, So we need to have a system where everybody unaulizwa. I know in our country, we have this thing. Ukienda kuuza mtu na wewe unafanya nini? Unajua mimi na hustle tu kivyangu. That's the language. Because nobody, even people cannot even tell their children, oh, this is what I own and whatever. That's why you find some families. Mtu anakufa, the kids don't know anything. When they come and find what the father had, eventually they squander. But we need to have an accountability system in Kenya. I hope both teams are going to do it, whoever wins. But the problem is, when I look at Azimio, and I'm sorry, I know some people are supporting Azimio, we have those people that have written the checks, the big guys. The reason why they wrote the checks to support whichever side, let me say both sides, whichever side, there's a reason they don't want to give the advantages they've been having. In Kenya, the reason why poverty is all over the place is because some people are not being held to account, either in terms of taxes. And, we are all guilty of that. Even us living abroad, unatafuta mtu anakuexportia gari ama anasukuma kitu nyumbani and you're trying to find someone there who's going to what? Scat away about you paying taxes so vitu ifike kwenyu home. So we are all guilty of that. But if Baba establishes an accountability system from the port, KRA is the main culprit. If someone can be able to, to kind of get that to be accountable, I'm telling you, everything else will be fine. Because huwezi iba pesa and utaulizwa hii pesa ilitoka wapi. Hata uhide namna gani because you have to spend it. So you cannot steal something if you cannot be able to spend it. So that's my, submission. Asante sana. And thank you for everything.
Thank you so much, Mercy. Because of time, Kosea, I'll just give it to you directly, and then we can take the closing remarks. Be brief. You're muted.
Well, yes, good evening, everyone. I was here earlier, but due to some other issues, challenges, I think I got knocked out on and again. I've tried to come. In fact, I was just trying my luck now, and I'm happy to be in. If I was to start with the manifesto launch, I think it was more of a celebration. What I saw, for me, I think it was more of a celebration than a lounge. And I think, as I said earlier, the more some of these things happen, the more this team behaves so presidential that it was like, I think they were over celebrating just being cleared to run. They are like celebrating having gone the full length, all over to State House. Well, anyway, time will come. I hope they will not get overconfident, because, as some of them say, sometimes when things go like that, you behave as if you have reached. Kumbe, surprises are on the way. So anyway, it's good to be overconfident, and I really, personally, I enjoyed what went on there, and I think it was a good ceremony, let me say. Now, I'm going to limit myself to a few issues that took place there. So I'll not talk about everything on the topics. Now, something else, I think I want to say that I'm quite happy with the fact that, is it true that there are only 4 candidates? Can somebody confirm? Hey, I think that's the best thing that
Yes, it is, I think.
It is the best thing that ever happened. In fact, if you remember earlier on, I think some few days ago, I was saying that some of these laws needs to be tuned so that you end up with a way of not having 50 or 100 candidates on the ballot box or ballot paper. So I think whatever happened, maybe there may be no need, but I've seen that some of the people who are disqualified are very bitter, and they are not talking, they are talking badly. So maybe it might still mean that in future, you need to have in some acts of parliament that would at least help to streamline, to ensure that if possible, the total number of candidates should never go beyond 10. If need be, maybe people should do like some kind of shortlisting laws can be put in place to ensure that we never have presidential candidate. After all, only one person can be president. So you can introduce issues, ways to shortlist the presidential candidate. If there are 200, the way you apply for a job, and they do some preliminaries and end up with a short list. That would, I think, work in. But already, what's happening is I think we should learn from what has happened, that the number of candidates can easily become uncontrollable. So for that, I think I really appreciate it. I don't know what magic Chebukati used, but I think it was a good thing. Now, I'll still go back to my issue about corruption. I'm happy that Roberto is there. I keep talking about corruption, and he keeps responding that it is a question of goodwill. No, it is not. And I'm happy that Madam Karua had an interview, and she actually did indicate that in the first 100 days, they are going to have to do some reforms to ensure that the corruption laws are properly streamlined, and if possible, if they could give the investigating authority the power to prosecute, it would be a good thing, so that they do the job from A to Z. Now, she also did indicate, I was concerned about when it comes to tightening the laws. In fact, I was about to suggest here, because I noticed she indicated that it is going to be a collective effort. So I think it's like they are going to be inviting for some views to find out how to tune things, especially Chapter 6 and the integrity laws, so that at least there should be some stage whereby public officers, and call it the state officers, when things are at reach a certain level, you should be able to step aside and give room for investigations. This idea of innocent until proven guilty is taking Kenya the wrong way. As I said yesterday, Kenya is a very special country when it comes to corruption. They use the same laws, you wonder, they use the same laws to get free. And sometimes you realize the judges also say that what do they do? That's what the law says. The law demands that they give injunctions. They grant all manner of injunctions, even see cases which leaves the public just wondering what's going on. Now, I listened to the interview again by Madame Karu, and she did refer to something about the diaspora. This population in the diaspora, it is taking shape as a constituency, which in terms of back home investments and investment activities, they could, I think, do some, introduce some laws which will encourage people, especially if there are some tax graces, would really help and encourage people to step up, to also enhance investment back home. Now, I do not know, but I tend to think that for us who are actually in the diaspora, that is, maybe there is an opportunity for us to come up with some wish lists, and if possible, make it formal, and let that constituency be known. I'm not so sure that everybody may want, but personally, I don't mind being declaring that I'm in that constituency, and if there are some formal guidelines and procedures to be followed, maybe it would be a good thing. And in fact, she was almost referring to a department where all issues diaspora would be handled. And if you have challenges, like I know some of our colleagues in the Middle East have been having a lot of work-related issues which may need attention from the home government. As much as you are responsible for the government in the foreign countries where you are, it will be better, or it will be good if they were coordinated from home, and where they can have some input. So let it be. Now, the issue about the police and
I'll say I'll wind up in a minute.
I think the one on the police is the last one.
Okay.
The issue about the police and the armed forces, I think there is a quiet behind the scenes reference to uniformed forces. Now, you realize these uniformed forces, some time back, I think during the Moi regime, even schools, the uniformed forces normally have specific schools where their children go. I believe they also have specific health centers where their children go, their families and themselves. And they also, I think it is almost there. They also have designated recreational centers or areas, and even in terms of utilities, they are separate from the other publics. So I think the idea is already there, and I don't know how it is managed, but I think it is already in place. And the police, maybe like in places like in the US or what have you, it should be possible to have police doctors. I know. If I remember well, I used to have an uncle who was an engineer, and was in charge of servicing planes at the armed forces. So I'm sure they have those other professions within the so-called uniformed forces themselves. So I think it's just a matter of maybe a matter of streamlining, and everything should be okay. I would want to end there, but I wish to appeal to, maybe we can start from Mutembe here. Let's have what we think, because as I say, I noticed that Madam Martha is like, where are the ideas so that we can know how do we want, what do we wish people in the diaspora, what are the challenges and what do we wish to have that be done? More or less, like, you remember, Baba went around the country soliciting for ideas and ways to do things. So maybe if we can do ourselves and make it as a wish list kind of thing and present it, or what we see the improvements can be done.
Thank you, Jose. Now we've hit we've hit the 9th hour. I think we've gone past that, so I would want us to at least take 1.5 minutes each to give our closing statements and tujaribu kufunga show ndio kesho pia tuweze kupata nafasi ya kuja hapa. Osia, kwa sababu umetoa submission yako, I don't think you need any more time. I'll start with Alex. Yeah.
No, I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Alex, 1.5 minutes.
Yeah, I want to say today was a happy day for me. I guess it was a success. And even my man Steve-O was there. He gave a very good speech. And Steve-O gave a very good speech from the heart. Looks like he was not influenced by anybody, and he put his country first. And he even remembered the diaspora actually in that podium, and he remembered Uhuru. And I think I liked everything and how he behaved. Showing from the signs that we witnessed today, going forth, if we see the kind of unity, progress, and also the kind of intellectual capacity that we saw and how it came about, and seeing young people, especially that young man from the IT sector, and representation. Munya gave a very good speech. This lady, why it's not that Martha is outshining her, but another person that also we need, who is an asset to Azimio and the country as a whole, is Madam Gilu. All these people were capable to show that they are already leading, not they are ready to. They showed that they are already leading, and that is the kind of leadership that must continue. Today, Kenya was given a test of the new government, and I pray that God continue to give Baba the energy and the power that he needs to lead us to Canaan. The only problem I have, and I will spell it out so that his handlers must listen to us, because they do. The only problem I have, Baba speech writers are doing a shoddy job. You cannot write a speech to Baba like you are writing to Mise, who is very cheeky here. Mise is the one who needs a long speech with very long words that he can't pronounce. So I think we should tell the Baba handlers that there are natural words and better words to use in Baba's speech, and they should, as my friend PK told me, I spoke to him earlier about it. He said David Asron, who was Obama's Obama campaign manager, and that young man who was his speech writer, came to have a chemistry with the Obama presidency, and they knew what and how and when on point Obama must speak, so that it came from Obama naturally. So I think the Baba speech writers should study Baba and see his basic and normal words and how he interacts best, because from now henceforth, Baba is not himself. He has been overtaken by handlers. Baba can't speak anything he wants. He has to be written as speech. He has to be told what to do. He's going to be handled because he's overtaken by an institution.
Alex, where did Salom Lone go? He was
you don't intervene in finishing remarks. I don't know which earth are you from. So this is a maiden speech. Daktari,
I was just reminding you about Salom Lone.
Oh yes. Oh yes. Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry for not listening. There's value in listening, and there's civilization in listening. I wasn't civilized there. So in finishing, I'm saying Baba's handlers, speech writers, they must listen to us. They are failing us on how they are writing Baba's speeches. You know, twice in our country, we have seen the speech writers of Uhuru Kenyatta mess up. During the State of the Union, Uhuru read a speech until he said, "Hii kitu ni refu bwana, itaisha lini?" In the middle of a speech. And during Madaraka Day, we saw the same thing. These people have long speeches until those who are reading it, they get tired. I also got tired listening to Baba's speech. I wanted him to end because I think everything was done. So everything was superb, except I think now they need to work on the speech. Overall, I give them A+. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex. Mise, 2 minutes.
Alex, thank you. I think I like Alex. One thing I think I like about you is that you are remorseful. You're quick to learn and admit where you err. That's a very good attribute to leadership, and you know when to become emotional and how to turn that around to have a personal relationship. I think that's something that we should learn here. Dennis Onsarigo and I went to the same school, and Dennis and I used to report when we were in primary school. We were we were doing journalism from when we were in primary school. Maybe I will talk to Dennis to try and help Baba in that, because he's a very close guy to Baba. So I will do that. So now, to me, I think it is that time that we are going to focus on real politics. I think for me tonight, I just want to say that as panelists, it's good that we respect, our views. Before I knew Alex, I used to take it very personal, but after some time, I came to realize Alex has nothing other than just trying to water down what you are making if he doesn't believe the point that you're making. If he doesn't believe in that, other than that, he's not personal and doesn't personalize that. And I'm going to extend that to you, my brother Adams. Don't personalize this. Don't be so delusional with this. You lose friends. We are here. We are going to make friends. You're a young man, and we are going to be greater friends. Certain things that we say, we can't undo them at a personal level. So for me, I agree with Alex that speeches now should be focused and to the point and guided, because sometimes when you are not guided, you can go out of point and you may say what is not needed. I think for me, that's what I would say tonight, and let us respect and debate respectively, because we need one another in one way or the other. I'm going to give this as my parting shot. One day, a gentleman said things such as those that people say, and he ended up in my office to represent him. And so one day, when he got to my office, he didn't know that I was there. I was the one. And when he got to my office, he couldn't speak. He couldn't say anything. So let us, as much as we are virtually separated, let us be very, very conscious on what we say. Politics is here. Raila doesn't know me. I don't know Raila in person. At the end of the day, Adam, I might have a chance of coming. We are coming to the US to have Mbuzi. So you and me can go to greater heights more than you and Raila, or me and Ruto. Ruto doesn't know that I exist. Neither does Raila know that you exist. That's my parting shot tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. 2 minutes.
Such a comedy. Thank you so much. The topics of today were very good, and I think things are going on well. I think it is only in the world of quack doctors who keep on saying how best they can treat and handle patients. Most of them turned out to be quacks. Real doctors don't talk so much about what they do, what they can do and cannot do. So I think all is going on well, and Raila Odinga and his team are doing good job. I applaud them because if you can see from where you sit, those Raila did like a replacement. Those who surrounded him before and also are handling him right now are a bit different people. So he did an overhaul, and this has come up with a different outcome of how things are unfolding right now. So no, we are in the world of politics, we're in the electioneering period. A lot of things are unfolding back and forth. People agree and disagree. We argue here and there. But we have to understand that public politics is a public service to the people. So when we come here to debate, let's debate, articulate issues that are sounding well with our people, because we have a lot of people looking at us. So, sometimes we can come here and just thump so much, and we don't know. Like our Themba you normally say, we meet here and we politic and we give reasons and we go away. I don't know you, you don't know me, so don't bother so much about what I do, what you do. What you do is none of my business, okay? And also, we have to also realize that it is politics one-on-one. Things we see here, these are politics. The real life of who we are is different. So I wish Baba the very, very best. And I believe we are winning this thing round one. And like I said, it is a resounding win. It is going to be so huge that even Ruto and his surrogates are not going to believe. And also, lastly, let's also, as a team, I know most of you here as pro Azimio, let's learn to differentiate the real soldiers and moles. We have a lot of moles in our midst. One of them is this message is a mole. Thank you so much. God bless. Read you.
Thank you, Roberto.
Okay. Thanks. I just wanted to mention this to advise Jose that in the speech by Raila on investment, both foreign and diaspora. If you listen to him properly, there was where he mentioned foreign investment into the country and diaspora will be given certain incentives so that to boost that they're doing business with the government. I just also wanted to mention that what I was talking about, the policy, the labor policy. I realized in the comment section that Black is talking about the labor, the Chinese coming up with their own engineers as part of the loan agreement, and the Baba has intimated that he will renegotiate these loan agreements. And while negotiating the loan agreements, I'm sure future loan agreements for especially infrastructure should also be realigned with the labor market, because we have enough professionals that can do the same job. And I mentioned that the Nyali Bridge, which has been withstanding a test of time, was designed by one engineer, Radie, who was a PS in the Public Works Ministry back in the 70s. So I think we should promote our own labor market and defend it at all costs, so that we also boost our own citizens in that respect across the different professions. Lastly, the launch was a beautiful thing. It was like Jose said, it's like they are already in government, but let's not be carried away. We have a manifesto to sell, and we must go out there and sell it hard. Thank you.
Stony PK, 2 minutes.
Thank you, our great moderator, Brother Richie Makiadi. A quick summary. I'll begin with one. Let's celebrate that launch was extremely international. Let's not tusijisikie chini. If you remember TNA, how TNA was done in front of KICC, my friends, you'd know why Baba had to set the goals a little bit higher. And for me, it's the best. It was good. Let's celebrate it. Let's be happy. Yeah. Unajua unaambiwa ufurahie. That is, we are just at the doorstep of State House. Now, quickly, let me say, as much as I was looking and enjoying, because I monitored the entire celebration, the entire presentation, I got overwhelmed and almost shed tears. Why? I was seeing, and then I something threw me back to 1962, 3, when we got independence, although I was not born. Then I had that journey, as Baba calls it, journey down the memory lane. Then I had so many questions coming in. One, we had a president in the name of Jomo Kenyatta. That's okay. He did what he did. Then we had Moi. Moi, I experienced what he did, the wreckage and everything. Then the place where I almost shed tears is when I remembered that Baba has tried to get this thing and deliver to us what he did today for the last 3-4 times, 20 years. In 20 years, Kenyans have denied themselves what we saw today. Kenyans have denied themselves what Baba would have done, and right now we would be talking of something different. Because if you look at that manifesto, the bigger part of it is consistent with Baba from when he started agitating and fighting for this country. Actually, I didn't see anything strange that is, that is in that manifesto. Everything was in line with Baba, for those of us who have followed Baba through and through. So my mourning, despite being very happy, I was mourning that we have wasted all these years. We've wasted this man, that we are now giving him the mantle when he is going towards his sunset days. God may give him more and more energy. That is what I was mourning all through. I celebrated, and then when I remembered we've wasted so much, we've wasted rigging elections, kumbe we were denying ourselves diamonds and gold. Let's pray that we give him these 5 years, 10 years, and looking at the team that he has, I tend to feel like I have confidence that things will happen. Lastly, this is a realistic manifesto. That's why if it has taken KK off the ground, they are not able to criticize. They will just start picking on the Mutumba thing, okay? Because it is basic, very straightforward. Hakuna science pale. It is basic. 1 + 1 is equals to 2. Anybody else who will bring complications, that's the problem. People might say, I heard Black saying that we have similar things. Manifestos can be similar, but the secret is how you implement what you have written. Yeah, we can have the same with the KK. They can copy paste it, but the thing is that they will budget for money to steal. They will budget Kimwarela and steal, as we will budget the same Kimwarela and build. So that's the difference. You can have same manifesto, but when it comes to implementation, that is where mbivu na mbichi zinajulikana. Asanteni sana ndugu zangu.
Okay. Wanasema Waswahili kilicho na mwanzo lazima kiwe na mwisho, na kama vile mmetazama siku ya leo tumekaa hapa karibu masaa 9 na dakika 42 kwa wale ambao wanapenda kujua how long the show. Na tunawashukuru nyote kwa kutazama, wale ambao mko kwenye comment section tunashukuru. Tunaona the Birian hapo, Moriasi, Samuel Odipo, Father Danny Darius ukiwa kule Houston ama ni wapi kule Texas, Pompomp, Yufino Tieno, Maggie, Black, ni wengi wale. PK naona pia yuko huko kwa comment section. Elikana Shivachi, my good friend. PK PK yuko kila mahali ama ni Stony PK? Huyu ni PK yule mwingine. WW George Oso Ogol, asante sana, na wale wengine wote hatuwezi kuwataja wote, lakini tunashukuru kwa kuwa nasi na kufanikisha show yetu kwa siku ya leo. Ningependa kuwaacha na msemo mmoja kutoka kwa Benjamin Franklin ambao unasema kwamba there are 3 faithful friends. Number 1 is an old wife, number 2 is an old dog, and number 3 is ready money. So nenda ukatafakari hayo. Tunataka kufunga show kwa kusoma katiba kwa dakika chache, alafu tufanye wimbo wetu wa taifa, alafu tutafunga na tukutane hapa kesho. Tafadhali watu ambao mko kwa panel msiniache peke yangu hapa. Naona Alex karibu anazima kamera. Alex, tafadhali kwa siku ya leo univumilie tu hapa dakika moja tuweze kufunga show. Leo tunasoma article 74 kama sijakosea, acha nitazame hapa. Na nikiendelea kutafuta hiyo article, ningependa nyote mkumbuke kusubscribe kwa Mutembei TV kwa sababu tunataka kukuza hii stesheni ili tuweze kuzidi kufikia watu wengi zaidi kuliko wale ambao tuko nao. Tumefikisha 1,306, yani 306,000, 306,000. And I believe we can make even more progress as we continue to inform others about this broadcast. So I'll read, I think we were talking about 71. It's a very short one. It talks about agreements relating to natural resources. It says, a transaction is subject to ratification by Parliament if it involves the grant of a right or concession by or on behalf of any person, including the national government, to another person for the exploitation of any natural resources of Kenya, and B, is entered into on or after effective date. And number 2, Parliament shall enact legislation providing for the classes of transactions subject to ratification under clause 1. Now, kwa wimbo wa taifa, Alex, siwezi kupatia, najua hutaweza kusoma kwa sababu ya situation. Ose, unaweza tusomea kwanza, tuende kwa PK ya pili, Mise ufunge ya tatu, alafu tutatamatisha. Karibu Ose.
Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe na ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na ndugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
PK, umemute. PK, unmute.
Oh, good. Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu. Nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda.
Mise.
Na tujenge taifa letu, ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima, tuungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani.
Asanteni sana. Tena nitarudia kusema, kumbuka kusubscribe kwenye Mutembei TV. Na pia I think nimetuma, Ndemba aliniambia nimtumie show yake hapo, Ndemba in Lulu Show. Pia kama unaweza kusubscribe hapo, atashukuru. Sidhani kama kuna jambo lingine ambalo nimesahau, lakini
Now, Richard.
Yes, please.
Subscribe. Once you subscribe once is enough. Do you need to subscribe every day?
No.
Mr. Mise lied to us about his age. Yesterday he said he was so young, today he's saying to have gone to school with old people.
So I also realized I wanted to ask.
No, I said I went to school with
Because
them.
you said yesterday that by
we were in the
207,
same primary
hold on.
school.
You said by 207 you were still very young, that you didn't know what was going on in the political realm. And then today you come here and say you were in school with the Dennis Ontario. I know they know. They know went to school in the 90s. Come on.
No, let me tell you, I grew up with Dennis Onsarigo. We grew up, but he was older. He was in class 8 when I was in
You said you are doing the same journal classes, journalism classes.
No, not
Richard,
journalism.
the fact that I resubscribed 2 months ago, that is enough.
Yeah, you're okay. You should be okay. As long as when you look at the video, you
Jose, you subscribe every day.
No. You only subscribe once.
Unajua,
No,
you know what is happening? Mise has a problem, and the reason why Mise is behaving the way he's behaving is Julia left, so he's a bit confused and feels a bit lonely here.
No, it's because of the expressway.
You know, Mr. came to the show and greeted everybody, and then he said, plus others. Then he said, and Robert, is others.
How do you give credits to your competitor? He should be the last one.
You know,
I warned him.
Makiadi.
I warned him that old is gold. When we keep quiet sometimes.
You know, Mr. told me that. Mr. told me that we are saying the same thing, but it's only that I'm coming from behind. You know, Mr.
No, Alex, stop it.
was that Mise, or you're trying to insinuate?
Makiadi, where's the Lingala? Where's the Lingala Makiadi today?
I was almost talking about that, but it looks like all my fans walitoroka wakati Ndemba alienda, akina Dia onekani siku hizi, so leo tutasema tu acha twende tukapumzike bila kusikiza rumba sakata yao.
Tuko tunasikiza.
Bahati mbaya ndio hiyo, mulifukuza fans wetu wote.
Mise, mimi nataka kukuambia, wakati nilikuambia wewe ni makaratasi wewe ni moto ya makaratasi, you should respect age bwana, experience bwana.
Adams, you guys, Chebukati put a sweet surprise on me. 4 candidates out of 53. Which magic did he use?
But at the same time,
by the way, I'm really looking. I'm looking forward to the UDA manifesto.
And Malala is not on the ballot. What happened to Malala?
I want to see. I want to see what the UDA manifesto will talk about corruption.
Sorry?
I'm saying I want to see what the UDA manifesto will talk about corruption. Black, I don't know whether Black is behind there, because corruption and them is they are synonymous.
Robert, they will just mention it. They will just mention it. They will not go into details. They will just mention it and pass.
So when are they? Do you remember? When are they launching when are they launching it?
I don't know. Maybe Miss Nova. I don't know.
They might not launch it because now I think the bar has been set very high. If I was not launch it, I'll just print and distribute.
By the way, there is a time the DP said he was being interviewed, and he said in his government there will be no money to steal. So I didn't understand. I didn't understand why he said there will be no money to steal.
No, he was sure.
I think he would have stolen everything.
Yes.
Robert, I think it was.
Yofino Tieno says that she's here and you have to sing for her. If not, inakwisha. Hii mkutano inakwisha.
Hii mkutano ingekuwa imeisha. Ara iliisha. Tunamalizia kwa sababu masaa imepita. Kesho Yufin nikumbushe mapema sana, nitakuandalia kitu mapema sana. So kama Alex, kuna kitu ulikuwa unataka kusema? kabla tufunge show?
Hapana, mimi ni nasikiza tu sarakasi za Abunuasi Mise.
We'll start having confidence in Chebukati.
Alex ameclear kwamba hiyo maneno alikuwa anasema sijui kutoka nyuma au from behind, hiyo ilikuwa ni propaganda.
I don't know. And Mise, you are from the Kisii region. I don't know what happened to this guy who wants to the ODM flag bearer for Kisii Senate. What is his name again? Onyonka. He's having some cases. I don't know what's wrong with you guys. Why?
Yeah, I think
ask Alex. He comes from there.
I think tomorrow
he got a direct ticket.
Yeah, I think tomorrow we'll have a lot of issues. Many candidates have been running up and down trying to have the necessary requirements
to salvage.
Yeah, and so probably tomorrow, Malala's case is in court. I don't know what is happening to Sakaja. I don't know if he was cleared or is going to be cleared tomorrow. But so the down the ballot candidates are having trouble. So let's wait and see. Probably tomorrow we'll have new information about the rest.
Today.
Today now.
Tunawafinya kabisa. We don't want crowded nini. Hatutaki watu ambao wako serious.
Yeah, who would have thought from 55 presidential candidates only for even my friend here. I thought our Madam President tutamuona kwa ballot. Hata sikusikia kitajwa na Chebukati bwana. Ama Roberto ulimsikia?
I was just about to ask you.
Alikuwa na present papers zake online.
You were very close.
Adams was humbled mpaka Adams offered himself to go to
Adams sasa sijui utakuwa running mate wa nani ama ilikuwa ile running nyingine ya kukimbizana, unajua huku specify ni gani.
Adams you are on mute.
Pengine ilikuwa jogging mate.
Amenianza kwa
I thought so.
Lakini bwana Makiadi, lakini Kenya tuna mchezo mingi. Yani everyone thinks anaweza simama president.
Yeah, you know we had this discussion and we said it's their constitutional right, but Chebukati naye kama hakuwa anacheza na watu this time. Watu kama wakina Wairia. I expected mtu kama Wairia angekuwa na supporters wengi sana. Hizo signatures zinaonekana zilimshinda.
Lakini nani Makiadi, there is something that Jimmy Wanjigi said when he was before Chebukati, that this decision is not yours. There's some forces behind it. And he said repeatedly, I don't know whether that is what we meant yesterday by also in system and their system.
You know, if Jimmy Wanjigi cannot confess himself that he has a degree, and we have academic, I don't believe what he's saying.
Wako na nani?
Na nani? We have academic qualification.
In December, in November.
Adams.
Degree gani hiyo inapeangwa watu joint?
Adams.
Yes.
You know, one of the dangers of having so many candidates, remember, is that immediately you are cleared, you are going to have security. Not only that, if your security is compromised or anything happens, you can disappear or be killed. You know, that stops the election.
That's
3 months.
That's true.
Yeah, and that complication can be real for Chebukati. Chebukati wants to get done with this thing and actually even retire. I think if anybody who sees Chebukati is very tired. I think if it was 6 months he could have even resigned.
I agree with you, Alex. You know,
you regret ever being a chairman.
Sometimes we take the temperament of Chebukati for granted. You know, the things that he was being told by this guy Jimmy Wanjigi there. Kama ingekuwa mtu mwingine angesimama washikane mashati. But he just stayed calm, akatulia, akaambiwa maneno mzito, akamwambia now you can address your supporters huko nje.
Somebody had to come in and switch off the microphone for Jimmy to cut the conversation off.
Can you imagine if that was Adams, huyo mtu angekula makofi.
Now what they need to do, Makiadi, now what they need to do, what they need to do, I come from a constituency that is very notorious in parading people to be aspirants that were contenders we don't want. In the by-election of Kitutu Masaba, when Nyambati was the court threw out his win, that year, that by-election, there were 34 contenders. Now, as we speak in Kitutu Masaba, we are almost having 37 contenders in a parliamentary seat. You can imagine how that ballot paper looks like.
How many people?
Bukati should be 37.
Why?
Then you are putting MCS numberless. So, I mean, you know, we should sanitize and bring, you know, I mean, pristineness into our politics. You can't have a ballot paper that is a booklet.
Yeah,
Let's stop that. Even in terms of production of that paper itself, I mean, that's a lot of money it's costing because somebody's name is there. And you know very well they are going nowhere.
Alex, is Kisii town part of Kitutu Masaba?
No, Kitutu Masaba is in Nyamira.
No, Nyamira.
Alex, Kitutu Masaba is the one that is Gesima and that side, right?
Yes, Gesima, yeah.
What about Kitutu Church? There is Kitutu Church too.
No, wait, there is something Misa is asking. That is Kitutu Masaba.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I know.
Okay, so guys, I think we've had enough for today. There's one thing I just want you to go and check for the 4 presidential candidates that have been cleared. Mr. Rais peke yake ndio two gender. I mean, wako na gender, the same gender. The rest wako na running mates ambao ni ladies. That's food for thought for everybody. Ukiangalia hiyo ticket, nimeangalia all the others walichukua running mates ambao ni wa the opposite gender. But makamu wa rais, sijui anamuitaga nani, Pistoni PK. Unamuita makamu wa rais.
Aibu wa rais.
Aibu wa rais. Aibu wa rais peke yake ndio wamefuatana na generali wake wakiwa wanaume wawili. So walisema tukiwa that they will give 50% of their cabinet to women so that they can you know, wafunike hiyo kitu ya affirmative action. I hope they keep their word.
It's a lie.
So guys, tuonane.
Okay, funga show bwana.
Kwaherini ndugu zangu.
Lastly,
Maliza Robert tufunge.
Malala has printed 10,000 branded t-shirts. Amesema tukutane IBC saa hii.
Oh, really? Sasa naenda kwa IBC na koti ndio imesema asiende kupeleka makaratasi. Kwani anajua he's directing his energy to the wrong people. Sawa basi wana tuonane. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Tuonane guys, have a good day, good night, whatever, everybody. Tuonane.
Lakini umekosea Makeli, umekosea Eugene sana. Amesema wewe kuanzia leo.
Kesho ni siku pia mise.
Haya basi.
Asanteni.
Adams, good night.